Chapter 846. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one thought that they would see such a scene. An illusory figure silently stood behind the ancient heaven gate. He seemed real yet illusory, emitting a soaring baleful aura and battle intent. At that moment, apart from the old tortoise who had the Tai Huang seal in his hand, everyone felt a shudder from the depths of their souls. Even the four mighty beings were no exception. Supreme Saint, the only person who could make the Almighties tremble was the invincible Supreme Saint. Could it be that there was a Supreme Saint standing behind the ancient gate of heaven? Everyone's expressions changed. The aura emitted by the faint and unsubstantial figure behind the ancient gate of heaven was just too terrifying, intimidating everyone. The entire untainted ancient world fell into silence once again. A trace of aura shook the heavens and earth. A Supreme Saint was so powerful. A drop of blood, a strand of hair could slay immortals, destroy gods, and pierce through the world. Boom! The Tai Huang seal hovering above the old tortoise trembled. An endless amount of demonic energy surged. This Supreme Saint weapon seemed to have received an impact and automatically displayed the power of the Supreme Saint, confronting the figure behind the ancient gate of heaven. Two extreme Tao auras swept across the untainted ancient world. Countless living beings in the untainted ancient world trembled in fear. Be it the peerless beasts or the Almighties, all of them were shocked by the two extreme Tao auras and their souls were shaken. Bang! The Tai Huang seal vibrated on its own. A terrifying wave of energy surged towards the ancient gate of heaven. The figure behind the stone gate disappeared. The extreme Tao aura emanating from the ancient heaven gate also dissipated, as if it had never appeared. Rumble, under the power of the Tai Huang seal, the old tortoise's gate of heaven slowly opened. The two stone gates were like two ancient mountains moving, causing the entire world to tremble. What's going on? The old tortoise was shocked. He was already prepared to run away, but the terrifying figure behind the ancient gate of heaven disappeared just like that. Could it be that there was a Supreme Saint standing behind the ancient gate of heaven? Ever since the Great Desolate Era, the world had changed and the Great Desolate Era was broken. The Great Desolate Era had become a legendary existence. Could it be that there were still Great Desolate Era saints in the world behind the stone door? Was the legendary heaven realm really behind the ancient heaven gate? No one knew. However, as the stone gate slowly opened, some mysteries were about to be revealed. Behind the stone gate, immortal energy swirled about, multicolored light flickering. It was as if there really was a world there. Under everyone's gazes, the ancient heaven gate finally opened completely. Everyone realized that there wasn't a world behind the stone gate, but a passage. Immortal energy swirled about, divine light flickering about. Was this a path into the heavens? Swoosh! The old man used the Tai Huang seal to protect himself. He was the first to rush into the ancient heaven gate and disappear into the passageway. With the Tai Huang seal protecting him, he had nothing to fear. No one would be able to hurt him unless a Supreme Saint made a move. The terrifying aura that shook the heavens disappeared. The entire ancient desolation world was still silent. No one spoke. Everyone was extremely excited. The ancient heaven gate had opened and the path to heaven was right in front of them. No one could remain calm. Heavenly realm, what are you waiting for? Charge! Ascending to the heavens in one step. I didn't think I would have such a heavenly fate. After coming back to their senses, the area around the ancient heaven gate immediately boiled over. Some people were shouting crazily, some were howling at the sky, and some even had tears streaming down their faces. Swoosh! 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 Dozens of figures rushed over from afar and rushed into the ancient heaven gate one after another. However, at this moment, an accident happened. Everyone who rushed into the ancient heaven gate turned into a cloud of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Everything happened too quickly. Those people didn't even have the chance to let out a scream before they died. The immortals who rushed over were immediately stunned by the scene before them. Dozens of immortals turned into a cloud of blood mist without a sound. Blood splattered all over the ancient heaven gate. The ancient heaven gate was spewing immortal energy. It was clearly a door that led to a place of immortal energy. How could there be danger? Moreover, didn't the powerful figure of the demon race enter the ancient heaven gate just now and nothing happened? Why could the powerful figure of the demon race enter, but the dozens of immortals were destroyed? Formless killing intent. Could it be that the terrifying existence behind the ancient heaven gate didn't go far? The four powerful figures were also shocked. They sensed a trace of the same fluctuation in the ancient heaven gate. At this moment, 1,000 miles away from the ancient heaven gate, a void high up in the sky suddenly shook. Transparent ripples spread out like waves of water. Swoosh! A white jade formation platform passed through the transparent ripples and rushed out of the void. On the formation platform stood four figures. Gu Fei and the others had finally arrived. They seemed to be trapped in the boundless scarlet blood desert. It was an evil desert that was shrouded in an indescribable power. According to Mahakala's deductions, this scarlet blood desert was most likely created by an extreme Dao Saint artifact. Although the aura of the extreme Dao Saint artifact had been around for countless years and was extremely weak, it still hadn't completely dissipated. Fortunately, He Tian knew a lot of unorthodox techniques. At the crucial moment, they actually rushed out of the scarlet blood desert. Gu Fei and the others used the teleportation formation platform to teleport thousands of miles away and rushed over. Since that guy was here and the Grand Sovereign Seal was in his hands, the ancient heaven gate was probably going to be opened. Gu Fei and the others didn't want to miss this opportunity. Everyone who entered the ancient desolate world had the goal of meeting fate and ascending to the heavens in a single step. Now that this opportunity was right in front of everyone, no one dared to rush into the ancient heaven gate. That guy has the extreme Dao Saint weapon. He isn't afraid of the formless killing intent. We also have the saint weapon of a powerful figure. I wonder if it can withstand that formless killing intent. Won't we know after we try? While the four supreme beings were conversing, the sect leaders of the ancient desolate factions were all following the lead of these four supreme beings. Everything was being decided by these four supreme beings. Gu Fei and the others sensed the aura of the Almighties and did not want to get too close to them. It must be known that they were extremely wealthy, and any item they took out would be enough to make the Almighties break their heads. It wasn't a good thing to be targeted by the powerful figures. Gu Fei, He Tian, Shao Qing, and Balan were hidden in the clouds in the sky. They quietly watched the ancient heaven gate. They weren't in a hurry. Chapter 847. The four Almighties estimated that when the ancient heaven gate opened, the terrifying figure that appeared behind the gate was probably condensed from the formless killing intent inside the gate. It was unbelievable that a formless killing intent didn't dissipate inside the gate. One should know that even the killing intent released by the Almighties couldn't last long, let alone existing for a long time. This trace of killing intent was probably released by the legendary Extreme Saint. It was incomparably terrifying and would never disappear as long as the target wasn't killed. Could it be that a certain Extreme Saint left behind the killing intent to protect the ancient heaven gate? The formless killing intent could kill even gods and devils. Perhaps only the old turtle who wielded the Extreme Saint artifact would dare to barge into the ancient heaven gate and come out unscathed. Pung! 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 A tall figure walked in the sky. It was an immortal emperor who was 9 feet tall and was wearing a divine armor. He walked like a celestial being. Every step he took caused the entire void to tremble. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the celestial emperor in the sky. Everyone's attention was focused on him. A golden pagoda floated above the immortal emperor's head. Endless divine power poured down from the golden pagoda and enveloped the immortal emperor. A terrifying aura surged out from the golden pagoda, causing everyone to feel a great pressure. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on their chests, making them feel uncomfortable. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene from afar. The aura from the golden pagoda was too powerful. It was comparable to the Almighties of the current era. Almighty Saint Weapon. He Tian said. With such a formation, is there any danger inside the ancient heaven gate? Shao Qing said. They didn't see the scene where the dozens of immortals died in the ancient heaven gate. They didn't come in time and missed many things. As the immortal emperor approached the ancient heaven gate step by step, everyone became nervous and stared at the figure that bathed in the divine light of the golden pagoda. Swoosh! The immortal emperor finally stepped into the ancient heaven gate. The golden divine pagoda trembled and emitted resplendent divine light. The immortal emperor used all his strength to activate the saint weapon. The golden divine splendor enveloped him like golden ripples. A terrifying aura emanated from the golden pagoda, making one's heart palpitate. Are you all right? Great! This method seems to work. Everyone became excited. Even the 4 great experts secretly sighed in relief. The invisible killing intent did not kill the immortal king who was protected by the saint weapon. At this moment, a loud laugh came from the ancient heaven gate. Everyone was shocked. Then, a large hand grabbed out from the ancient heaven gate. The huge hand grabbed the gold immortal pagoda suspended above the immortal emperor's head, forcibly took it away, and disappeared at the end of the passage. I want this thing, Old Tortoise's voice came from the passage behind the ancient heaven gate. Roar! The immortal emperor was scared out of his wits. He roared and rushed out of the ancient heaven gate with all his might. The gold immortal pagoda was taken away. The immortal emperor's heart almost stopped beating when he thought of the dozens of immortals who barged into the ancient heaven gate. However, he only took one step before he silently turned into a bloody mist. The immortal emperor's blood splattered, and the ancient heaven gate was filled with a bloody mist. It was a ghastly sight. Damn it! The Taoist master of the archaic Tao gate was furious and almost went berserk. The gold immortal pagoda was his saint weapon, but it was snatched away right in front of him. How could he not be angry? It's the great expert of the demon clan. He's too much. I'm not done with you. The Taoist master of the archaic Tao gate roared. His eyes were red. He realized that his connection with the saint weapon had been completely severed. It was impossible for him to take back the gold immortal pagoda. Swoosh! While the Taoist master of the archaic Tao gate was gnashing his teeth, the female sage of the Jadestage sacred land stepped on the 7-colored lotus platform and rushed into the sky towards the ancient heaven gate. Since it was proven that the great experts could pass, there was no longer anything to worry about. The 7-colored lotus platform shone with 7-colored divine light. It was like a heavenly lotus in full bloom. The divine power of the immortal Tao was vast and mighty, and the aura it emitted made everyone tremble. The current great experts wielded the great expert's saint weapon, and their battle prowess would multiply. Every great expert had their own saint weapon. The purple emperor of primordial beginning and the celestial emperor of the Jiang family also rushed into the sky towards the archaic Tao gate. The 3 great experts' saint weapons appeared before everyone's eyes. The purple emperor of primordial beginning's saint weapon was a purple saber, the celestial emperor's saber. The celestial emperor of the Jiang family's saint weapon was a pearl, a chaotic divine pearl that shone with 9-colored divine light. Only the Taoist master of the archaic Tao gate was depressed. His saint weapon had been snatched away by the old turtle. Taoist Jiang, let me go with you. The Taoist master of the archaic Tao gate shamelessly flew towards the celestial emperor of the Jiang family. He did not want to take the risk. Who knew if the formless killing intent in the ancient heaven gate could even kill a great expert? The celestial emperor of the Jiang family did not say anything. The 9-colored chaotic divine pearl shone with divine light and enveloped the 2 of them. The 4 great experts of the current era came before the ancient heaven gate. They were not in a hurry to enter. Instead, they sat cross-legged in the sky and circulated their magic power and mystiques, wanting to refine the trace of killing intent in the ancient heaven gate. After so many years, the trace of killing intent was actually very weak. However, it was still the killing intent of an extreme Tao sage. Even if it was on the verge of dissipating, it could still kill an immortal emperor of the celestial realm. Although the 4 great experts of the current era could rely on the protection of their saint weapons to barge into the ancient heaven gate, what about their disciples and grand disciples behind them? The four great experts of the current era all had a super faction behind them. Rumble, immortal power and divine power surged. The four great experts of the current era joined forces, causing the entire ancient heaven gate to shake. Everyone immediately retreated into the distance. Boundless power of heaven and earth was drawn over, turning into immortal power and divine power. The power of immortal spirit interweaved and the aura of the great Tao appeared. The resplendent brilliance drowned the ancient heaven gate. The ancient heaven gate could not even be smashed by the extreme Tao's sacred weapon, the Tai Huang seal. The four great experts of the current era were not worried about refining the ancient heaven gate into ashes, so they attacked without hesitation. There seemed to be a chaotic world evolving where the ancient heaven gate was. The energy waves it emitted shook the entire ancient desolate world. Roar! 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 In the depths of the ancient desolate world, there was a terrifying roar that shook the heavens and earth. There was a beast king roaring, and all the beasts of the ancient desolate world felt uneasy. Chapter 848. The killing intent released by the Supreme Saint was terrifying to the extreme. Although the figure just stood silently in front of the ancient heaven gate, it almost caused the power of the four present era's almighties to collapse. Rumble, the four present era's almighties attacked with all their might, sealing the void and isolating the heaven and earth. They used supreme arts and divine abilities to refine the figure in front of the ancient heaven gate. The entire ancient desolate world was shaken. Countless desolate beasts roared and howled. Everyone, including the leaders of the ancient desolation factions, retreated 1,000 miles away, but their souls were still shaken. In front of the almighties, they were like ants, unable to even muster the will to resist. Especially the aura emitted by the illusory figure, it made all the living beings in the ancient desolation tremble. It was just a killing intent, but it was enough to intimidate the living beings in this part of the world. It was hard to imagine what kind of scene it would be when a true Supreme Saint appeared. The four present era's almighties combined with the almighty Saint Tool, displaying great divine might. This kind of pressure made even immortal gods and immortal kings, who surpassed immortal gods, fall to the ground. Only the celestial being Immortal Emperor and Shen King could barely stand, but their faces paled as they resisted with all their might. Under the aura of the almighties and the killing intent, everyone was trembling, but Gu Fei and the others were unaffected. The aura of the present era's almighties was isolated by the heaven and earth force in Gu Fei's body, but the killing intent of the Supreme Saint ignored the barrier of the void, making Gu Fei and the others feel uncomfortable. Who left behind this killing intent? He Tian murmured. The soul fire in his skull flickered, no one knew what he was thinking. Don't tell me you know the Supreme Saint? Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and said. Supreme Saint? If I was born in the Great Desolate Era, I might know them. He Tian said. Only he himself knew the secrets of his body. During the Great Desolate Era, there was definitely a world-shaking change. Even the invincible Supreme Tao Saints disappeared. No one knew what happened at that time because it was too long ago. Those desolate antiquity factions that had existed for countless years might know something. Gu Fei didn't say anything else. Everyone looked forward nervously. At this time, the four great cultivators of the current era began to carve divine patterns of the Great Path, drawing upon the power of the heavens and completely refining that murderous intent. Boundless heaven and earth chi began to gather from all directions. The four great experts wanted to use the power of the ancient desolation world to obliterate the killing intent. The illusory figure condensed from the killing intent did not seem to have a mind of its own. It did not move at all, allowing the four great experts to perform all kinds of great techniques. Boom! When the four great experts finished carving the divine patterns of the Great Path, the entire world shook. This part of the world seemed like it was going to collapse, and the power of destruction filled the world. Everyone was stunned by this scene. It was as if an incomparably huge millstone of the heavens and earth had begun to revolve. An aura that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth caused everyone to be terrified. Just a murderous intent caused the four great experts to set up such a killing formation. As long as we obliterate this murderous intent, we can step onto the path to heaven. How long do we have to wait? many people already knew what had happened. No one would have thought that the legendary extreme Tao killing intent would appear in the ancient heaven gate. Fortunately, countless years had passed. Even the extreme Tao killing intent was gradually weakened by the ruthless passage of time. If the ancient heaven gate was opened in the Great Desolate Era, rivers of blood would flow and all living beings would be mercilessly killed by this murderous intent. Let's wait patiently. After saying that, Erebus sat down cross-legged in the sky. Sure enough, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the 4 great experts used all their means. Even though they used the power of the great desolate ancient world, it was still difficult to refine the illusory figure outside the ancient heaven gate. In the end, Gu Fei simply opened his inner world and entered it. He sat on a spiritual peak, absorbed the spiritual energy of the world, and began to cultivate. He Tian, Shaoqing, and Balon also followed Gu Fei into Gu Fei's divine land. They left dazzling divine crystals outside the inner world, which could transmit images and even sounds of the outside world into Gu Fei's inner world. The dazzling divine crystals had been refined by He Tian with the power of yin and yang. No matter how far away they were, no matter where they were, the two divine crystals would sense each other. Although He Tian had entered Gu Fei's inner world, he hugged a dazzling divine crystal all day long, constantly paying attention to the situation outside. He never relaxed. Little Qing and Baron, on the other hand, found their own places and went to cultivate. To them, the heavenly realm was just a name. It didn't mean anything. This was because Shaoqing and the others didn't understand what kind of place the heaven realm was, let alone have any karma with the legendary heaven realm. Unlike those ancient powers, their roots were in the heaven realm, so they naturally wanted to find a way to return to the heaven realm. Damn it, that killing intent is so weak that it's about to dissipate. Why is it so difficult to refine? 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, time passed. The 4 great experts had refined the void into nothingness, but the figure still stood in front of the ancient heaven gate as if it had existed since time immemorial. However, the murderous aura that soared into the sky and the battle intent that made all living beings tremble had gradually weakened. It can't be that madman's killing intent, right? Outside a bamboo forest by a lake, He Tian stared at the void in front of him. There was a sparkling crystal there. The surface of the crystal was as smooth as a mirror, and scenes quickly flashed across the crystal. He Tian seemed to know something. He stared at the crystal for a while before putting it away and leaving. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! Suddenly, an incomparably shocking sound rang out from where the ancient heaven gate was. Then, the figure standing outside the ancient heaven gate finally disappeared. The 4 great experts used heaven and earth as a furnace, and the earth, water, fire, and wind elements evolved into a chaotic world. It took them half a year to finally obliterate the killing intent. A strand of extreme Tao killing intent that was about to dissipate actually required 4 supreme beings of the present age to work together to refine it for half a year. This was too shocking. The 4 mighty figures of the current era removed the heaven refining formation and charged straight into the ancient heaven gate. We can finally enter the heaven realm. Everyone cheered. Countless immortals and gods came from all directions, fighting to be the first to fly into the ancient heaven gate. No one wanted to miss such a peerless opportunity. This was a chance to ascend to the heavens in one step. Chapter 849. After the killing intent in the ancient heaven gate was refined by the 4 almighties, they disappeared into the ancient heaven gate. Then, the sect masters of the ancient desolate lands also rushed into the ancient heaven gate. Yaotai ancient sacred land, archaic Tao gate, Yuancher celestial sect, for great clans of the ancient desolate lands. Everyone went crazy and rushed in from all directions. Since the ancient desolate lands, the world had changed greatly. The heaven realm was separated from the mortal world. Even if someone became an immortal, the heavens would no longer send down heavenly tribulations and immortals could not ascend. Even the almighties were trapped in the mortal world, let alone the immortals. The ancient desolate lands forces exiled themselves to outer space and returned once every 10,000 years. They opened the ancient desolate lands in order to find a way back to the heaven realm. The people of the ancient desolate lands wanted to return to the heaven realm even in their dreams. The cultivators of the Tenglong continent went through countless trials and tribulations to become immortals and ascend to the heaven realm. Who didn't want to ascend to the heavens in a single step? However, the ancient heaven gate was only so big. It was impossible for everyone to enter at once. Because of this, some people even made a move. Boom! Boundless divine light exploded. A terrifying figure displayed a divine phenomenon and knocked away nearly 100 people around him. He strode into the ancient heaven gate. So what if you're a celestial? Ridiculous. If I become a celestial, you'll be the first one I'll deal with. Stop talking. That's a Shin King of the Zhou clan. Humph. When that person stepped into the ancient heaven gate, he snorted coldly and looked back. The few people who spoke rudely were immediately stunned, as if their souls had been sucked out. Then, they fell from the sky and turned into a pile of meat paste. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene. This fellow was decisive in killing, and he wanted someone's life at the slightest disagreement. It was truly horrifying. After the Shin King of the Zhou clan glared at those people to death, he turned around and walked into the depths of the ancient heaven gate without looking back. He disappeared into the tunnel behind the gate. Boom! After the fiend from the Zhou family disappeared behind the ancient heaven gate, everyone rushed forward like a swarm of bees. There was no order at all. Only the celestial being realm immortal emperor and Shin King, who were second only to the Almighty in the world, could intimidate these people. High up in the sky, Gu Fei and the others were standing on clouds, not moving forward. Gu Fei, Shao Qing, and Balan were not in a hurry, but He Tian was extremely anxious. Boss, let's go. Otherwise, all the treasures behind the gate of heaven will be taken away by these fellows, and we can only eat leftovers. He Tian could no longer sit still. Humph. What's the rush? Even if there's something good behind the heavenly gate, I'm afraid that old tortoise has already taken everything in half a year, Gu Fei said calmly. That's right. Based on my master's character, it's possible. Shao Qing nodded. He was old tortoise's disciple, so of course, he knew old tortoise's character very well. Let's wait. We've been waiting for so long. A little while longer won't make a difference. Gu Fei said. Upon hearing this, Erebus gradually calmed down. After all, he was a person who had seen great wind LNG, so he quickly calmed down. At this time, the place where the ancient heaven gate was located was already in a mess. Everyone was crowded there, wanting to rush in as soon as possible. There was only one outcome for not giving in, and that was a big fight. Get lost. A ninth heaven of immortal realm cultivator was surrounded by 18 divine lights. He walked in the void, shook off the person in front of him, and rushed to the front of the ancient heaven gate. You're the one who should get lost. A loud bellow came from the side. A huge purple hand emitting a terrifying wave of divine power slapped at the ninth layer immortal celestial expert. Humph. The ninth heaven of immortal realm expert was extremely domineering. He sneered and a divine light rushed out of his body. It was an immortal sword, and it slashed at the huge purple hand. Chilling sword chi radiated from the ninth level immortal god expert, sending chills down everyone's spine as though they had fallen into an ice cave. The people crowding in front of the ancient heaven gate immediately dispersed. It's a sword immortal. Everyone was shocked. Among all the immortals, sword immortals had the strongest offensive power. With a sword in hand, they could break through all kinds of divine powers. Boom! With a loud bang, the dazzling sword radiance collided with the huge purple hand. A circle of transparent ripples spread out. The energy storm that swept out immediately sent dozens of powerful immortals gathered near the ancient heaven gate flying. Becoming an immortal with a sword, breaking through all kinds of divine powers with a single sword. This was not a lie. The ninth heaven of immortal realm sword immortal was stronger than the person who attacked. The sword radiance broke through the huge purple hand and forced a figure to retreat thousands of meters away. You overestimate yourself. The ninth heaven of immortal realm soared immortal said in disdain. He then rushed into the ancient heaven gate and disappeared in the passageway. Roar! Damn it! The person who was forced back by the sword immortal's sword roared angrily. It was a young man dressed in white with a strand of white hair on his forehead. He cultivated in the Tao of divine arts, and there was a phenomenon appearing around him, as though a purple divine tree was faintly discernible. Swoosh! The young man in white also rushed over and entered the ancient heaven gate. Even if they reached the legendary heaven realm, the two of them would probably have to fight. The current mighty figures, the celestial realm immortal emperor and Shen King, had already entered the ancient heaven gate and stepped on the legendary path to heaven. After the mighty figures entered the ancient heaven gate, the area in front of the ancient heaven gate became a place where immortals and gods fought. Even the high and mighty immortals and gods were no exception. They also wanted to enter the ancient heaven gate before others. This was something that could not be mediated. More and more important figures who were hiding in various places jumped out. There were lone god kings and immortal kings, and even the beast kings of the ancient desolation world came to interfere. A huge snake the size of a mountain rushed out from the depths of the mountain, emitting a murderous aura. Some immortals tried to kill the huge snake, but they were turned into a pool of blood by the black gas that came out of the snake's mouth. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a savage snake that was comparable to an immortal king or a god king. At this time, another terrifying figure rushed over from afar. There was a huge golden dragon floating above this person's head. He instantly rushed to the front of the ancient heaven gate. Bam! That person directly attacked and slapped the huge snake's head, smashing it into pieces. The huge snake corpse fell from the sky and smashed onto the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Another celestial. Chapter 850. Deva old-timers kept popping out of the shadows and charging into the ancient heavenly gate. Not all of them were from the primeval ancients, but some were immortal emperors and god emperors who had long since perished. The primeval world had too many secrets. Some of the old-timers didn't take advantage of the once every 10,000 year opening to enter the primeval world. Clearly, quite a few of them had chosen to live in seclusion there. The primeval world wasn't suitable for human cultivators. The laws of heaven and earth from the primeval era were still lingering there. Every step was treacherous, and the slightest bit of carelessness could trigger a heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, the ancient desolate powers wouldn't have opened the great desolate ancient world once every 10,000 years. All the ancient desolate powers took advantage of the time when the great desolate ancient world's energy was at its weakest to enter. For the primeval world, 10,000 years was like a reincarnation cycle. During this time, the energy of heaven and earth would weaken for some unknown reason. Entering the primeval world at this time wouldn't trigger a heavenly tribulation. It was no laughing matter. Even the strongest experts of the current era wouldn't have the confidence to survive it. Therefore, no one above the immortal realm would easily stay in the primeval world. The opening of the primordial world would only last for a few years. When the power of the heaven and earth within the primordial world began to recover, everyone above the immortal realm would leave. However, there were no absolutes in the world. Some of the old-timers who'd lived for countless years chose to stay in the primeval world and continue searching for the path to heaven. However, they had to use their divine abilities and power to seal themselves. If they were unlucky, they'd be reduced to ashes. If they were lucky, they'd survive the heavenly tribulation, but they wouldn't be able to ascend. Once their cultivation reached a certain level, the heavenly tribulation would come again. The primeval world was a true struggle against the heavens. It was different from the outside world. As long as one cultivated to the immortal realm, they'd have an endless lifespan and wouldn't need to worry about heavenly tribulation. How do these old-timers survive in this world? He Tian muttered to himself. He seemed to know a few things about the primeval world. Several hours passed. Hundreds of immortals and above had entered the ancient heaven gate and stepped on the legendary path to heaven. However, was there really a heavenly realm behind the ancient heaven gate? Those who went in never came out. No one knew where the ancient heaven gate led to. At this moment, all the cultivators gathered in front of the ancient heaven gate had already entered, but Gu Fei and the others were still watching from the sidelines. Gu Fei felt a trace of unease. The great desolate ancient world was simply too quiet. It shouldn't be like this. One must know that there were countless great desolate beasts in the great desolate ancient world. Among these prehistoric beasts, there were definitely prehistoric beast emperors that were comparable to the current era's almighty. However, those fellows had yet to appear. All the major powers of the ancient desolation, as well as the other powers under their control, were an extremely powerful force. Those who could enter the ancient desolation world had to be at least at the void-controlling realm. Cultivators at the void-controlling realm and above were experts that could fly in the sky and tunnel through the earth. In total, there were probably thousands of cultivators who had entered the ancient heaven gate. With the return of the ancient desolation forces, almost all the powers in the Tinglong continent couldn't resist them. Most of the powers chose to submit. This time, the number of people gathered by the major powers of the ancient desolation was not small. The people of the Western Buddhist land were obviously excluded by the major powers of the ancient desolation. Gu Fei and the others didn't see the bald figures of the Western Buddhist land. The people of the 100 races of the Southern Desolation also didn't appear. The Great Desolation world seemed to be an extraterritorial world discovered by the major powers of the ancient desolation. The Western Buddhist land and the 100 races of the Southern Desolation were excluded. However, the old tortoise had barged in. No one knew how he did it. The ancient heaven gate was fixed high up in the sky. An indescribable aura was emitted from the ancient heaven gate. The ancient heaven gate was wide open, like a devil's nest that could devour everything. The legendary path to heaven behind the ancient heaven gate was shrouded in immortal chi. Divine light flickered, making it look illusory and real. It had a great attraction, causing everyone to rush in. "Big brother, we can't wait any longer," Hei Tian said. The surroundings were quiet and there was no one around. Everyone had entered the ancient heaven gate and stepped on the path to heaven. "Don't you think it's strange?" Gu Fei's expression was solemn. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. "What's strange about it? If we don't go in, it'll be too late." Hei Tian couldn't sit still any longer. "It's too quiet." "In that case, let's go in," Gu Fei said. Swish. A black shadow flickered. After receiving Gu Fei's nod, Hei Tian immediately rushed out. If it weren't for Gu Fei, he would have entered the ancient heaven gate with the others. "This guy." Little Qing shook his head. Hei Tian wasn't a reckless person, but this time, even he couldn't stay calm. Could it be that the ancient heaven gate was really a gate that could lead to heaven? Hei Tian was really anxious. Gu Fei and the others followed closely behind Hei Tian. Hei Tian didn't hesitate and directly rushed into the ancient heaven gate. "He's in a hurry to reincarnate," Little Qing said. "It's rare that he's willing to rush in front this time," Balan said. Hei Tian was usually lazy and always wanted to take advantage of others, but this time, he was very active. The moment they entered the ancient heaven gate, a pungent smell of blood filled their noses. The back of the ancient heaven gate was covered in blood. That was the blood of immortals and gods. It was bright red and dazzling, as if it had just been splashed on the gate. Inside the ancient heaven gate, immortal chi surged and divine light flickered. This was a passage built with endless divine power and immortal chi. It was endless, and no one knew where it led to. This was a passageway opened up by a supreme magical power. In front of the passageway, there was a special aura and ripples, as if there really was a new world in front of them. Inside the ancient heaven gate, there was nothing but blood. Dozens of immortals, including a celestial being realm immortal emperor, had fallen in the ancient heaven gate. Everything on their bodies had been obliterated by the extreme killing intent, leaving only blood. Hei Tian didn't stop and rushed forward. In his skull, there was a divine pearl that emitted a vast power of stars, protecting him. It was a sacred treasure from the Beitang family. Gu Fei killed Beitang Yu and obtained it, but he gave it to Hei Tian. The power of stars swirled around Hei Tian, and the void around him was filled with specks of starlight. It was as if he was standing in the middle of a starry sky. He Tian was in front, and Gu Fei and the others were behind. After rushing for nearly 100 miles, there was a light in front of them. They were almost at the exit. Is it really the heavenly realm in front of us? Gu Fei and the others rushed out of the passage, and were immediately attracted by the scenery in front of them. It was like a dream. There was a beautiful lake in front of them, like a huge blue gem embedded in the ground. The appearance of Gu Fei and the others had startled hundreds of unknown immortal birds by the lake. Around the lake, the scenery was picturesque, with wisterias and flowers blooming like brocade. Bursts of refreshing fragrance wafted over from time to time, and the surroundings were filled with fine trees and lush greenery. It was simply an otherworldly paradise. Chapter 851. Heavenly Realm. Spiritual qi lingered in the air. The spiritual qi here was even denser than in the chaotic ancient world. It was the densest spiritual qi among all the places Gu Fei had seen so far. It seemed that only the legendary heavenly realm could have such a scene. There's someone in the lake. Suddenly, Baron's voice rang out beside Gu Fei. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he heard this and hurriedly looked towards the lake in front of him. Indeed, there was a person floating in the lake. Judging from his clothes, he should be someone from the Ancient Desolation faction. What's going on? Xiao Qing and He Tian also woke up from their intoxication. There was actually someone in the lake in front of them. It was really a wet blanket, ruining the atmosphere of this paradise. Boom! At this moment, a spiritual peak in the distance suddenly exploded. Dust rose high into the sky. Two powerful auras spread out, making one's heart palpitate. There were peerless figures fighting in the distance. The sudden change shocked Gu Fei and the others. Even in a place like a paradise, there were battles. Furthermore, they were battles between peerless geniuses. Endless black qi covered half the sky. A terrifying figure appeared in the black qi like a peerless demon, emitting a terrifying aura that made the world tremble. In the boundless black qi, a seven-colored lotus bloomed in the void. The celestial spiritual qi was vast and mighty, almost dispersing the black qi in the sky. In the seven-colored lotus stood a fairy. She was like a fairy of heaven and earth, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. She shook the heaven and earth, dispersing the black qi. That is, the saintess of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground? Gu Fei and the rest were shocked again. They recognized the peerless figure standing in the seven-colored lotus. It was one of the four almighties of the current era, the saintess of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground. How can there be such a terrifying demon here? Gu Fei said. He sensed that the black qi in the sky was very demonic and lifeless. The person fighting with the saintess of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground was definitely not a good person. Swish. Swish. Swoosh. Gu Fei and the others soared into the sky and flew forward. At this time, many figures appeared in the vicinity. These were the people who had entered this world before Gu Fei and the others. At this moment, Gu Fei and the others discovered that there were many corpses lying on the ground in this beautiful place, and there was a trace of the smell of blood lingering in the air. This is the heaven realm? No way. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. This was clearly an immortal land. And yet, a cultivator had fallen within it. This was absolutely inexcusable. Bam! Another spiritual peak in the distance suddenly collapsed as well. Amidst the dust and rocks that soared into the sky, a beam of divine light soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Swoosh! 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 Cries of surprise could be heard. Divine rainbows immediately rushed out from the mountains and chased after the beam of divine light. It was a spiritual treasure, comparable to the sacred weapon of a mighty figure. Even a mighty figure would be envious of such a sacred treasure. At least 100 divine rainbows rushed out from the mountains and rushed towards the spiritual treasure. There seemed to be many cave mansions hidden in this area. People were constantly discovering the cultivation places left by cultivators. However, these places were not good places. There was great danger in them. Most of the cave mansions left by predecessors had a killing formation set up to prevent people from taking away the things in the cave mansions. On top of a spiritual peak, there was an ancient palace. The palace had almost collapsed, but when an immortal king of the mysterious transformation realm walked in, he instantly turned into dust and dissipated in the void. Along the way, Gu Fei had seen quite a number of cultivators fall one after another in this immortal land. Whether or not this place was the legendary Celestial Plane, no one knew. However, the fact that this world was constantly devouring the lives of cultivators and immortals was a fact that was for real. The Yao Tai Saintess and the evil spirit were fighting endlessly. The pressure they emitted was so strong that Gu Fei and the others did not dare to go near. Although they were hundreds of miles away, it was still shocking. This was a battle between mighty figures. It was extremely terrifying. Mountains were constantly collapsing, the earth was cracking, and the sky was pierced by the mighty figure's sacred weapon. No one dared to go near. Everyone seemed to be possessed. They searched every mountain, every valley, and even every lake and river. When someone found a treasure, they would cheer. Some even fought over a divine medicine that they found together. There were even people who spilled blood on the celestial ground. However, Gu Fei and the others did not sense the old turtle's aura. The old turtle had been in the ancient heaven gate for more than half a year. He had probably entered the depths of this part of the world. Before the situation was clear, Gu Fei and the others first had to understand the various aspects of this divine land. Otherwise, they were afraid that they would be killed. The cultivators and immortals that had fallen were the best proof. Gu Fei and the others did not stop, nor did they join in the search for treasures of heaven and earth. They did not search for the cave abodes left by the predecessors. They flew directly out of the mountains. It had to be said that this divine land was too vast. Gu Fei and the others flew thousands of miles in advance, but they still did not walk out of the endless mountains. However, they could not sense the fluctuations of the battle between the Yao Tai Saintess and the terrible evil spirit. Compared to this endless world, the number of people who entered this part of the world from the untainted ancient world was too small. Thousands of miles away, no one could be seen. However, from time to time, there were incomparably powerful wild beasts walking in the mountains. Their roars were earth-shattering. Even Gu Fei and the others had to take a detour, not daring to provoke some of the wild beasts. That is, suddenly, Gu Fei and the others found that in the forest in front of them, there was a huge city looming in the fog. In this desolate mountain, a city appeared, which could not help but be shocking. Gu Fei and the others approached and found that it was a huge city located in a valley. In the valley, the spiritual chi surged, and the ground was filled with dragon chi. It was actually a dragon cave. The huge city was above the dragon cave, and it attracted the dragon chi of the earth and gathered the essence of heaven and earth. If one cultivated in the city, he would definitely get twice the result with half the effort, and it was not inferior to the so-called cave abode. However, this was a huge city without any signs of life. The city was empty. Not to mention people, not even a shadow could be seen. This was an abandoned city. Gu Fei and the others stood in the sky outside the city, and they could see everything in the city. "How about we go in and have a look?" He Tian said. Such a huge city had been nourished by the dragon chi of the earth for countless years. Perhaps even a brick or a tile had become a divine object. "Don't tell me that you've taken a fancy to this huge city," Xiao Qing said. "Hee, younger brother Qing knows me best," He Tian said with a smile. Refining a huge city was a good idea. If he succeeded, he would have a supreme treasure. This guy. Xiao Qing shook his head helplessly. "If you want to go in by yourself." Gu Fei frowned. Such a huge city might have unknown dangers inside. Back then, Gu Fei and the old turtle were almost trapped in a dead city in the virtual sky world. Chapter 852. Big brother, if you don't go in, how would I dare to go in? He Tian said. Gu Fei's divine tool of the extreme Tao was a life-saving treasure. With Gu Fei's current cultivation level, although he couldn't display the divine tool of the extreme Tao, he could still use it to save his life. The divine city was located above the dragon's cave, so it was most likely not simple. This kind of divine city was probably filled with great dangers. He Tian didn't think he could break into this kind of divine city just because he had an almighty divine tool. The divine city was located above the dragon's cave in the valley. It was very old and full of vicissitudes. No one knew how long it had existed, and it was covered with traces of time erosion. Although Gu Fei had several divine tools, they had all been refined by him, so other people couldn't use them. Even if he lent them to He Tian wouldn't be able to use them. There's no harm in going in and taking a look, Gu Fei said. He had even broken into the city of death in the virtual sky world. Could this divine city be even more terrifying than the one in the virtual sky world? Big brother, I love it. He Tian almost hugged Gu Fei and cheered. Get lost. I'm not gay, and I don't want to mess with Brokeback Mountain. Gu Fei kicked He Tian, who was approaching him, not letting him get close. Big brother. Are we really going in? Xiaoqing said with a solemn expression. The dragon vein of the divine city was unusual, so the city was most likely dangerous. Brother Qing, when did you become so timid? He Tian interrupted before Gu Fei could say anything. He was afraid that Gu Fei would change his mind. Humph. Xiaoqing glared at He Tian. He was a bit displeased, but he was thinking, could there really be some treasures in the city? Otherwise, why is this guy in such a hurry to go in? Balon didn't make a sound because he knew that with Gu Fei around, there was absolutely no need to worry about their lives. Of course, it would be a different story if a great expert attacked them. Gu Fei did not say anything. All he did was take out the mountain and river cauldron. However, at this moment, the gigantic city in front of them started shaking. Rumble, the divine city shook, and the entire valley shook as well. Countless rocks rolled down from the mountains around the valley, startling countless birds and causing the beasts in the forest to flee in all directions. What happened? Gu Fei and the others did not hesitate and immediately left the valley. They stood high up in the sky outside the valley and looked at the giant city in front of them. It was as if something was about to charge out from the bottom of the city. The entire city seemed like it was about to be knocked away. The earth trembled and a towering baleful aura emanated from the bottom of the city. Roar. A roar could be heard from the bottom of the city, as if a prehistoric beast had awakened. The baleful aura filled the air. A deep roar could be heard from the bottom of the city. Although the roar wasn't loud, it was earth-shattering. It was like the rumbling of a heavenly drum, causing one's soul to tremble. When Gu Fei and the others heard the roar, their faces changed. Even Gu Fei could feel the blood in his body churning. Xiaoqing, He Tian, Balon and the others almost fell from the sky. Is this god city really suppressing a terrifying savage beast? He Tian said in shock. The earth was a dragon's cave, and the dragon's aura was gathering. It was very likely that a powerful Xiantian beast was born. It seemed like someone had moved a divine city here before the beast was born, and suppressed it above the dragon's cave. This made it difficult for the beast to come out and cause chaos to the world. Bang! 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 A loud and deep sound could be heard coming from the ground. The entire divine city shook violently, as if it could collapse at any time. Gu Fei's dantian emitted waves of the force of the heavens and earth, which shrouded the rift and isolated the terrifying aura and the roar. The crowd let out sighs of relief. This was the benefit of cultivating an inner world. It allowed one to use the force of the heavens and earth to seal the rift, isolating any unfavorable factors, and increasing the number of favorable factors. Bang! At that instant, following a deafening explosion, the tallest palace in the center of the divine city suddenly collapsed, as a figure burst out from it. Gu Fei and the others were shocked. They did not expect someone to be in the city. A chaotic godly orb floated above the figure's head, like a deity walking in the midst of chaos. The powerful aura it emitted was able to ignore the barrier of Gu Fei's inner world, causing the souls of Gu Fei and the others to tremble in astonishment. It's the Celestial Emperor from the Jiang clan of the Ancients. Gu Fei and the others recognized the person who had burst out from the city. It was one of the four almighties of the clan of the Ancients, the Supreme Celestial Emperor of the Jiang clan. At that moment, the Celestial Emperor, who was undefeatable as long as the Supreme Saint did not show himself, seemed to be running for his life, as if there was an unimaginable being chasing after him. Roar! A terrifying roar resounded from the city. The terrifying sound wave almost shattered the void. Ripples of space that could be seen with the naked eye spread out in circles. Cracks began to appear on the ancient divine city. A boundless murderous aura surged out from the collapsed palace in the center of the divine city, as if a peerless demon had been born. The sky changed color, and the sun and moon dimmed. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei wrapped Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan with his inner world energy, and dashed far away using the 8 desolation steps. Gu Fei could not help but break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he did not enter the divine city just now. Otherwise, he would have lost his life. The terrifying existence that was suppressed under the divine city could only be resisted by an extreme divine weapon that displayed the might of the extreme path. That was an existence that even the Almighties were afraid of. An ancient martial technique? The Celestial Emperor of the Jiang clan glanced at Gu Fei and the others, who were dashing far away, and revealed a shocked expression. However, at that moment, an extremely powerful divine consciousness had already locked onto him. The Celestial Emperor of the Jiang clan knew that the terrifying being under the divine city would not let him go so easily. He did not have the time to care about Gu Fei and the others. Boom! The divine city shook and the ground quaked. A huge green beast claw grabbed at the Celestial Emperor of the Jiang clan from the divine city. The huge claw covered heaven and earth, and in an instant, even the sky was covered. Damn it! The Celestial Emperor of the Jiang clan was no longer calm. He activated the Chaos Divine Pearl above his head, and chaotic energy surged. Swoosh! A beam of chaotic divine light shot out from the Chaos Divine Pearl and pierced through the huge green claw. Everywhere it passed, the void turned into chaos. Bam! The chaotic divine light hit the green beast claw, but it could not penetrate it. However, it managed to stop the beast claw. The Celestial Emperor of the Jiang clan took the opportunity to retreat. He broke the void and escaped into the void. Roar! Chapter 853. What the hell is this place? This is definitely not the heaven realm. Could this be a cage? A heaven and earth cage? Gu Fei's heaven and earth energy enveloped Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan. Using the 8 desolation steps, they sprinted for thousands of miles before daring to stop. They landed on a small mountain. Old He, you definitely know something. Xiaoqing stared at He Tian and said. He had a vague feeling that He Tian knew something that they did not. At this time, the weather was originally bright and sunny, but the surroundings began to darken. Waves of cold air rose from the ground. The weather changed at a whim. It was extremely strange. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted by the huge change in the weather. Even Xiaoqing did not have time to ask He Tian. What's going on? No one knew what was happening, but everyone could feel the strangeness in this part of the world. The nearby heaven and earth grand trend was changing. Damn, who is this bastard? He Tian was proficient in formations, so he naturally knew how to observe the heaven and earth grand trend. When he saw the changing heaven and earth grand trend clearly, his voice trembled. Let's go. He Tian did not say much. He directly rushed into the sky and rushed towards the east. At this time, the whole world darkened. Dark clouds covered the sky. From time to time, there would be dazzling lightning flashes in the clouds. An extremely oppressive atmosphere shrouded the area. With He Tian opening the way, Gu Fei and the others rushed out at the critical moment when the heaven and earth grand trend had not completely formed. The feeling of being able to see the light of day again was like returning to the human world from hell. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Someone set up a trap before the primordial era. What a grand scheme. We need to leave this so-called heaven realm as soon as possible. Hei Tian said with incomparable seriousness. You really do know something. Xiao Qing said. Tell me, what's going on? Gu Fei looked at Hei Tian and said. This world was actually filled with traps and killing arrays. It was simply a boundless killing field. No matter where one went, one would have to be on tenterhooks. Hei Tian pondered for a while before saying, legend has it that during the primordial era, there was a world that was exiled. All the most evil people were exiled to that world. You mean, this so-called heaven realm is that world? Xiao Qing said in surprise. Everyone who heard Hei Tian's words could not calm down. This was a place of exile? The great beasts of the primordial era? If that's the case, then I really can't stay here anymore. If a great calamity from the primordial era were to suddenly jump out, perhaps even the almighty beings of the present era would have a headache. The great ominous beasts of the desolate era, even if they were trapped for countless years, as long as they did not die, they would still be incomparably terrifying existences. The unknown existence in the divine city just now was a terrifying existence that even the celestial emperor of the Jiang family of the desolate era would have a change of expression. There was nothing more to say. No wonder there were so many ruins in this world, and so many dilapidated cave residences. It turned out that this was actually a heaven cage. Those imprisoned here were not ordinary criminals, but great calamities from the primordial era. Some of the great calamities from the primordial era had been trapped for countless years and could not be any more dead. Their flesh and blood had probably turned into dust. However, some great calamities from the primordial era had survived. If such existences were trapped here, the consequences would be unimaginable. After Gu Fei and the others discussed for a while, they unanimously agreed to leave this heaven cage. Hei Tian did not persist any longer, as he could not wait to leave this damned place. Hei Tian was an array formation grandmaster, and he was the best at observing the general situation of the world. With Hei Tian clearing the way in front, Gu Fei and the others felt much more at ease. They were too far away from the spatial passageway that led to this world. It was not something that could be done in a short time if they wanted to rush back now. Moreover, they could not run around randomly at this time. Otherwise, they could barge into the territory of a great calamity from the primordial era at any time and trigger a terrifying killing intent. After walking for a few hundred miles, Gu Fei and the others saw almost no traces of ruins on a mountain. When they passed by a short mountain, they saw an ancient temple on the mountain. Whenever they encountered these ancient ruins, Gu Fei and the others would avoid them from afar and did not dare to approach them. However, even so, they still encountered trouble at the side of a pool. A strange beast from the primordial era that had been trapped in the pool rushed out and almost swallowed Hei Tian. Fortunately, this strange beast had been trapped for too long. It had been so long that its formation had been worn down by the passage of time. The strange beast was actually extremely weak and was killed on the spot by Gu Fei's violet gold divine sword. This strange beast had actually managed to survive until now. It was hard to imagine how powerful and terrifying this strange beast was during the primordial era. However, this strange beast was very unlucky to have encountered Gu Fei and the others. This was a small interlude. Gu Fei and the others continued forward. In the mountains, there were dangers everywhere. Gu Fei and the others had no choice but to be careful. When they were about 1,000 miles away from the ancient heaven gate, Gu Fei and the others arrived in front of a short mountain. The short mountain was a few hundred feet tall. In front of the short mountain, there was a pitch-black stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there were a few large characters carved in flamboyant calligraphy. These were not the characters that were commonly used in the Tinglong continent. Instead, they were an ancient character that had been lost. These characters were too ancient. They were the common characters in the primordial era. However, among Gu Fei and the others, no one could recognize the characters on the stone tablet. However, this was not a problem for Gu Fei and the others. This was because they could sense an indescribable fluctuation from the characters. It was a very mysterious feeling. How is this possible? This is a tomb. That's impossible. How could there be a tomb here? Although Gu Fei and the others could not recognize the ancient characters on the stone tablet, they knew what they meant. However, from the ancient characters, Gu Fei and the others could sense a faint fluctuation. This fluctuation was similar to divine sense, allowing Gu Fei and the others to understand the meaning of the ancient characters. The cultivation of the person who had written those ancient words had probably surpassed the almighty realm. Even after countless years, the words he had written still had a trace of mysterious fluctuations left behind. The tomb of a martial ancestor. Gu Fei's voice trembled. He could not believe that the short mountain in front of them was actually a tomb, and it was the tomb of a legendary supreme martial ancestor. Chapter 854. The Tomb of the Martial Ancestor. This was enough to shock everyone to the extreme. The martial ancestor was a supreme saint from the ancient times. His battle strength was invincible in this world. The martial progenitor was a supreme martial artist, and his tomb was right in front of Gu Fei and the others. Gu Fei and the others stood in front of the tombstone, speechless for a long time. How is this possible? That's the martial progenitor, the invincible martial progenitor. How did he die here? There were only a few hills in the surrounding area. It was not a beautiful place. As for this tomb, it was too simple. There was only a small hill and a stone tablet with 4 ancient characters carved on it. It was hard to believe that the martial progenitor was buried in this small hill. Impossible. Why would the martial progenitor's tomb appear in the land of exiles? He Tian murmured. Anyone would be dumbfounded by the meaning of the ancient words on the tombstone. A supreme martial progenitor's corpse would not rot even after his death. Furthermore, the corpse would still have a powerful aura of the martial progenitor. The corpse of a supreme martial saint was not something anyone could get close to. Even the almighty experts would not be able to get close to it, let alone Gu Fei and the others. However, this small hill didn't emit any aura. If it wasn't for the stone tablet in front of the small hill, who would know that this small hill was a tomb? Is this hill really the martial progenitor's tomb? Gu Fei said. He would not believe it. He had obtained the succession of the martial progenitor and came to the martial progenitor's tomb. How could he not sense anything? I don't know. He Tian said. Supreme martial saints were invincible. Only the innate gods and demons could be their opponents. Furthermore, supreme martial saints were already legendary existences in the ancient times. No one knew what had happened in the ancient times that caused the supreme martial saints to disappear. The heavens and earth underwent a great change, preventing immortals and gods from ascending. Some speculated that there was a great conspiracy behind the destruction of the primordial world, the extinction of the sages, and the great change of the heavens and earth. Only the supreme martial saints and innate gods and demons were qualified to use the heavens and earth as a chessboard. Won't we know once we dig this hill? Xiao Qing suddenly said. Gu Fei and Erebus were both startled by little Qing's words. Dig up this small hill? Although they did not believe that this was the tomb of the martial progenitor, Xiao Qing's suggestion was too shocking. No one in history had ever done something as crazy as digging up the grave of a supreme saint. Let's dig it up and take a look. Balan, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. He took a step forward and punched the pitch-black tombstone. No. He Tian tried to stop him, but it was too late. Bam! Baron's fist violently smashed against the stone tablet. At this moment, a shocking scene appeared. The 4 ancient characters on the stone tablet seemed to have come to life, emitting a frightening aura that made people's hearts tremble in fear. The 4 ancient characters were drawn with iron and silver hooks. Each stroke was like a small dragon leaping and dancing in the air. The strokes of the 4 ancient characters turned into small black dragons that rushed out from the stone tablet. Bang! The tombstone shuddered violently as a terrifying force burst out from it. Balan was sent flying by the sudden force. Roar! A series of dragon roars could be heard as the strokes of the 4 ancient words rose into the sky, activating the force of the heavens and earth, causing them to grow rapidly. In just an instant, the sky above the martial progenitor's tomb was filled with over 10 black dragons the size of a mountain. A terrifying aura descended from the sky, causing Gu Fei and the others to feel a great sense of danger. Damn it, it's another trap. He Tian's expression changed, and the soul flame in his skull pulsed violently. He now understood that someone had set up a trap, and this trap had trapped them. Whoosh! Balon returned from the distance. He was in a miserable state, with blood oozing out from the corner of his mouth. His right fist was badly mutilated, which served as an indication of how powerful the impact was. Balon possessed the strength of the 9th layer Immortal God Realm, a peak expert of the Immortal God Realm. Roar! Dragon roars could be heard in the sky as over 10 giant black figures sealed off the surroundings, triggering the force of the heavens and earth. The entire place was filled with a ferocious aura. A destructive force was gathering rapidly. Buzz! An ancient cauldron appeared above Gu Fei's head. He immediately summoned the mountain and river cauldron, which stabilized the surrounding space and repelled the terrifying power surging towards him from all directions. Rumble! Black lightning struck down from the sky, tearing apart the void and striking at Gu Fei and the others. However, when it got close to Gu Fei and the others, the black lightning dissipated into the void. With Gu Fei's current cultivation base, although he was unable to unleash the full power of the mountain and river cauldron, he could still use it to protect his life. At that moment, a crack appeared on the hill in front of Gu Fei and the others. A towering ferocious aura surged out from the crack. A terrifying presence had awakened. A pitch-black coffin floated in the black aura, emitting a terrifying aura that struck fear in all living things. Damn it! This is not the tomb of a martial progenitor, but a peerless ominous tomb. He Tian said. He quickly divined to find a way out of the place. He Tian was divining the force of the heavens and earth. Eastern extremity, southern extremity, western extremity, northern extremity, four extremity. He Tian's voice trembled. This was the land of the four extremities. He continued divining in all directions. Extremity, extremity in all directions. He Tian was extremely shocked as he divined step by step. He had divined the force of the heavens and earth, but he could not find a way to survive in all directions. This is a situation of absolute annihilation. In the end, He Tian came to a shocking conclusion. All directions in all directions were dead ends. Can we break it? Gu Fei said in a deep voice. Dozens of black dragons circled in the sky. On the ground, the tombs cracked open, and the coffin floated in the boundless aura of death. The destructive force surged from all directions, causing Gu Fei to feel great pressure. A sure death situation in the heavens and earth. Unless you're able to unleash the power of the mountain and river cauldron, which is equivalent to the full power of a supreme saint, you might not be able to break it. The person who set up this trap was definitely a peerless genius. He set up this trap with the intention of trapping those big shots. Even if the current generation's supreme experts were to barge in here, they would probably be buried here. The tomb of a martial progenitor was an irresistible attraction to everyone. Who wouldn't want the succession of the martial progenitor? At the very least, they would be able to obtain 1 or 2 items used by the martial progenitor by digging up the tomb. The martial progenitor's corpse alone was enough to make any martial progenitor go crazy. However, if anyone were to touch the fake tomb, they would immediately trigger the sure death situation in the heavens and earth. Their bodies and soul would be destroyed by the force of the sure death. Chapter 855. The 10-directional total annihilation was the most powerful and terrifying heaven and earth killing trap since the Antiquity era. Even if a powerful being were to barge into this killing trap, he or she would be turned into ashes. The person who set up the 10-directional total annihilation trap was probably going to deal with a supreme saint. However, Gu Fei and the others had barged in and triggered this heaven and earth killing trap. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook and endless darkness shrouded the area. The tombs cracked open and evil chi soared into the sky. A black coffin floated in the endless death chi. The black coffin emitted a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. It was as if a terrifying king of darkness was awakening. It was extremely terrifying and evil. In the dark sky, huge figures could be seen from time to time. Black lightning constantly bombarded the mountain and river cauldron. Each lightning was as big as a mountain. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook and the primordial chaos chi fell from the mountain and river cauldron, enveloping Gu Fei and the others. No matter how hard the heaven and earth outside collapsed, it would not hurt Gu Fei and the others. The power of the 10-directional total annihilation trap started to operate. The destructive power surged towards Gu Fei and the others from all directions, trapping them in a space of less than 100 feet. This terrifying heaven and earth killing trap attracted the power of the heaven and earth. It was the power of the heaven and earth. Gu Fei and the others could not resist it at all. They could only use the mountain and river cauldron to protect themselves. The power of the heaven and earth had already sealed the area. It was impossible for Gu Fei and the others to rush out. There was no chance of survival in all directions. How could they rush out? Roar! A loud roar came from the dark clouds that pressed down from the sky. Every stroke of the 4 ancient characters turned into a black dragon. The black dragon attracted the power of the heavenly spirit chi. The Een tomb attracted the earth evil chi. The heavenly spirit chi and the earth evil chi could destroy everything in the 10-directional total annihilation trap. This was a veritable inescapable net. Gu Fei and the rest, who were trapped in the 10-way extermination trap, were truly at a dead end. Fortunately, Gu Fei had the mountain and river cauldron, an extreme saint weapon that could suppress the mountains and rivers of the heavens and earth. If it was anyone else who had barged into this killing trap, they would have been killed. Boom! Suddenly, the sky shook, and a pitch-black beast claw broke through the black mist, directly grabbing at the mountain and river cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head. The black beast claw was as big as a mountain, enveloping a part of the void. Boundless heavenly astral energy poured down from the beast claw, shaking the mountain and river cauldron. Bam! The terrifying beast claw tore through the void and viciously grabbed onto the mountain river cauldron. The heavens and earth shook. The gigantic beast claw wanted to grab the mountain river cauldron away. Buzz! At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron let out a loud sound, and primordial chaos energy surged out of the mountain and river cauldron, as if a chaotic world was evolving within it. An extremely powerful force erupted from the mountain and river cauldron, annihilating even the void. The beast claw that was grabbing onto the mountain and river cauldron was directly shaken off. "Big brother, what should we do?" Junior Qing asked in a deep voice. The current situation was very unfavorable for them. "Old He, what can we do?" Gu Fei did not answer Junior Qing, but asked He Tian instead. This method of borrowing the power of the world was He Tian's strength. This was because the formation borrowed the power of the world to draw upon the power of the world to kill the enemy. There is no way to break the 10-way extermination trap, unless a supreme saint personally comes. Mahakala sighed. The person who set up this ambush did so for the sake of killing his enemies. He definitely wouldn't leave any chance of survival. Are we going to be trapped here until we die? At this time, Balan also became nervous. At this time, the black coffin that was floating amidst the endless death chi suddenly trembled, and the baleful aura emitted from the black coffin instantly multiplied. The terrifying aura of the 10-way extermination trap almost suffocated everyone. If it were not for the mountain and river cauldron, a supreme saint artifact, protecting everyone, the 10-way extermination trap's aura would have been enough to kill them. Using the supreme saint artifact consumed a lot of yuan qi, and Gu Fei's yuan qi was constantly being sucked away by the mountain and river cauldron. If it were not for his internal power of the world continuously replenishing his yuan qi, he would have already been sucked dry by the mountain and river cauldron. "We can't go on like this," He Tian said. "What should we do?" Everyone became anxious. The 10-way extermination trap had left no chance of survival, and the whole area had become a dead land. The power of the heavenly dipper and earthly evil had sealed the area, so it would be difficult for Gu Fei and the others to rush out. Rumble, the power of the 10-way extermination trap was still increasing rapidly, and the whole world seemed to be suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron gradually. Seeing this scene, little Qing, He Tian, and Balon were all shocked. The mountain and river cauldron, which suppressed the mountains and rivers of the world, was suppressed by the power of the 10-way extermination trap, so one could imagine how terrifying the power of the 10-way extermination trap was. Bang! At this time, the lid of the huge black coffin suddenly flew up, and a terrible death chi surged out of the huge coffin. The death chi soared to the sky. Amidst the endless death chi, a terrifying evil corpse walked out of the giant coffin. The evil corpse emitted a terrifying aura. The endless pressure of the heaven and earth was so great that people's bodies were in pain, and they almost broke. It was just an evil corpse, but it had such a terrible power. It can't be. He Tian's jaw dropped to the ground, and he was shocked to the extreme. This evil corpse was definitely an existence that surpassed the Almighty when it was alive. Otherwise, its aura would not be so strong even after death. The aura of this evil corpse was much stronger than all the death creatures that He Tian had seen before. Damn it! Gu Fei roared, and his dantian suddenly emitted endless divine light, and the vast power of the world surged out of his dantian. The power of the world enveloped everyone, including the mountain and river cauldron. Roar! The evil corpse that walked out of the huge coffin let out an earth-shattering roar, and the world seemed to collapse under this roar, and the mountain and river cauldron was almost shaken away. The evil corpse directly pounced on Gu Fei and the others, and the monstrous death chi surged towards Gu Fei and the others, making them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and their bodies shivered. Everyone sensed the danger. Swish! At this critical moment, the divine light flashed, and the void distorted. The space seemed to collapse, and the figures of Gu Fei and the others disappeared in the void. Chapter 856. The all-annihilation heaven and earth-killing formation was too terrifying. It left no chance of survival and destroyed everything. Gu Fei, He Tian, and the others had no choice but to hide in their inner worlds. Gu Fei was different. He cultivated two inner worlds. One was in the sea of consciousness of the mud pill palace between his eyebrows, and the other was in the dantian. The inner world in the sea of consciousness was the chaotic origin embryo that Gu Fei had obtained from the mountain and river cauldron. He had refined that chaotic origin embryo into an inner world. The other inner world in the dantian was the divine land that Gu Fei had refined from the Shen clan's ancestor, Li Xuandao, into his body. It had become his second inner world. In addition, Gu Fei had also refined the origin world bead of the Hell Path into his body. He could use the power of the Hell Path. It could be said that the current Gu Fei controlled the power of the three major worlds. The location of the origin world bead of the Hell Path was a little special. It had actually been refined into Gu Fei's heart. The power of the Hell Path's heaven and earth would spread from his heart to the rest of his body. With the three major worlds continuously providing power to Gu Fei, there was no possibility of Gu Fei's divine power drying up. It could be said that his divine power was endless. It had to be said that Gu Fei was really different. Since ancient times, no one had had such a fortuitous encounter. Gu Fei seemed to be blessed by the heavens. Gu Fei's dantian was connected to a divine land. At this time, Gu Fei and the others were in a picturesque valley. Pavilions and terraces decorated the side of a mirror-like lake. Immortal grasses and divine trees could be seen everywhere. Above the lake, there were red-crowned cranes flying. A faint mist lingered over the lake. Even the celestial realm could not compare to such a scene. In a pavilion by the lake, Gu Fei and the others sat around a stone table. "Big brother, what should we do? We can't stay here forever." Xiao Qing was a little anxious. They had actually been forced to hide in their inner worlds. This seemed to be the first time. "Let's wait. At the very least, I'll enter the Naraka realm," Gu Fei said. His expression was still calm. Things had not reached a dead end yet. He still had a backup plan. Enter the Hell realm. Xiao Qing, He Tian, and Balon heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. At most, they could enter the Hell Path and exit from the exit. Although this was a little troublesome, it was definitely better than being trapped in one place. When Gu Fei was refining the Hell Path's origin world bead, He had also refined 4 boundary steels that could connect to the Hell Path and then enter the Hell Path. Now, He Tian and Xiaoqing had 1 boundary stone in their hands. The other was in the hands of Old Tortoise. As for the last boundary stone, Gu Fei wanted to give it to the most important person in his life. He had wanted to give it to Zhao Ziru, but she had gone into seclusion at this time. As long as they activated a trace of the Hell Path's origin energy contained in the boundary stone, Xiaoqing, He Tian, and the others could enter the Hell Path. However, the boundary stone was equivalent to the key to enter the Hell Path. They could only enter but not leave. This was also the reason why Xiaoqing and the others would never use this trump card unless it was a matter of life and death. It should be known that it was easy to enter the Hell Path, but it was not easy to come out of it. Moreover, the exit of the Hell Path was in the desolate land of the far west. The distance between the western region and the eastern land was more than tens of thousands of miles. Even if a cultivator could fly, it would probably take more than 10 years to travel from the western region to the eastern land. The Tenglong continent was too vast. The 4 major domains of the Tenglong continent could only be connected through the super teleportation formation. The super teleportation formation was in the hands of the major forces and sections. An ordinary cultivator might not even be able to travel through the 4 major domains in his lifetime. Don't worry. After we enter the inner world of Boss, the all-annihilation trap might collapse on its own, said He Tian. Balon, how are your injuries? Gu Fei suddenly asked Balon. Balon had suffered a significant impact when he punched the tombstone. I'm fine. Balon was still a man of few words and was very direct. At this time, his injured right hand had already recovered. At his cultivation level, no matter how injured his body was, as long as his spiritual soul did not dissipate, he would be able to recover. A great demon at the 9th heaven of Immortal Realm would not die so easily. It's good that you're fine. Gu Fei retracted his gaze. Balon was a fire Qilin, a divine beast of the fire element. Although he was not an innate divine beast, he possessed talents that ordinary demon cultivators did not have, and his body was extremely strong. Just as Gu Fei and the others entered the inner world, a figure silently appeared outside the all-annihilation trap as if he had appeared out of thin air. The person was wearing a purple robe with a dragon crown on his head. He looked majestic, but he was a middle-aged man with the aura of a ruffian. This person was the old tortoise who had entered this forsaken world for more than half a year. The all-annihilation trap emitted a monstrous murderous aura. A part of the world was filled with rolling black chi and surging murderous aura. The terrifying aura of destruction made one's heart palpitate. Huge figures could be vaguely seen in the endless black clouds. Occasionally, some scales and claws could be seen. Roar. Earth-shattering roars could be heard from the darkness ahead. Blood-colored light flickered inside, and an aura that made the old tortoise's expression change came from inside. The old tortoise was shocked when he saw the scene before him. The all-annihilation trap. Who is it? Who set up this all-annihilation trap? The old tortoise was even more frightened when he recognized the trap. Is the person who set up this all-annihilation trap trying to trick a supreme saint? The old tortoise mumbled to himself with a trembling voice. I can sense Xiaoqing's aura. Are they trapped inside? The old tortoise stretched out his hand and an ancient seal appeared in his hand. It floated above his palm and was covered in cracks as if it could collapse at any time. This was the Grand Sovereign seal refined by the supreme expert of the demon race, the Grand Sovereign. Whoosh! The Grand Sovereign seal soared into the sky from Erebus's hand, growing to the size of a mountain. It emanated a terrifying and powerful pressure. This was a pressure that could cause everything in the world to tremble. Extreme godly might, the Tai Sovereign seal displayed its extreme godly might, causing the entire world to tremble. Boom! The Grand Sovereign seal smashed into the all-annihilation trap. The black chi that shrouded the world was immediately dispelled by the terrifying power of the Grand Sovereign seal. Within the black clouds, dozens of huge black dragons that were like winding mountains also collapsed, dissipated, and returned to nothingness. The 10 directions annihilation shocking killing formation was shaken. An opening was smashed open, and the situation inside could be seen. Chapter 857. Rumble. It was as if the sky and earth were sinking. The Thai sovereign seal displayed its godly power and dispersed the black aura that shrouded 1,000 miles of land, creating a gap in the deadly trap. The scene inside the all-destructive trap appeared in front of the old tortoise. Boundless murderous aura surged inside, emitting a peerless murderous intent. The destructive power could wipe out all living things. It was the all-destructive trap. In the sky above a short mountain that had cracked open, there was a huge black coffin floating. Boundless earth baleful energy gushed out from the mountain, and a terrifying figure stood on top of the huge coffin. Roar! The figure seemed to have sensed the threat from the Thai sovereign seal. He raised his head and roared. The terrifying sound wave spread out and shook the sky and earth. Bang! That figure raised his hand and struck the sky, shattering the void. He struck an extremely terrifying blow at the Thai sovereign seal, actually clashing head-on with it. This old tortoise was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. The guy in the 10-directional annihilation trap was actually going head-on against the Tai Huang seal, which was the ultimate godly power. That was insane. Boom! The Thai sovereign seal unleashed its divine might, suppressing the power of the 10-directional annihilation formation. The entire formation was on the verge of collapsing. The right arm of the silhouette turned into ashes in an instant. Together with the coffin, they were smashed into the crack of the short mountain. He only lost an arm? The old tortoise was shocked. The person only lost an arm under the attack of the godly power of the extreme Tao. In the primordial era, only a saint of the extreme Tao could go head-on against a sacred weapon of the extreme Tao. Only a saint of the extreme Tao could go head-on against a sacred weapon of the extreme Tao. Could that person be the corpse of a saint of the extreme Tao? The old tortoise mumbled to himself. However, he soon shook his head. If that person was the corpse of a saint of the extreme Tao, he wouldn't have lost an arm while going head-on against the godly power of the extreme Tao. Could it be the corpse of a great calamity from the primordial era? That's possible. The old tortoise thought to himself, in the distant past, many fearsome beings were exiled to this abandoned world. The corpse in the 10-directional annihilation was definitely not the corpse of a supreme saint. If it wasn't a supreme saint, then only a primordial great ferocious body would be so strong. Legend had it that some great primordial vicious beings were innate deities that were born between heaven and earth. They were incomparably powerful and moved about unhindered in the great wasteland. Very few people could restrain them. Just which savage from the primordial era was buried here? The old tortoise was bewildered. He was a great demon from ancient times, one of the 9 sons of the supreme demon ancestor, so his knowledge was naturally not something an ordinary person could compare to. The person who set up this 10-direction annihilation trap was really generous. He actually found the corpse of an immemorial fierce man and used it as an evil object to trigger the earth evil chi. Muffled roars came from the ground, and death chi filled the air. The evil corpse that was suppressed by the Grand Sovereign Seal actually showed signs of breaking out of the ground. They weren't trapped by the death trap. When the old tortoise saw that Gu Fei and the others were not in the 10-direction annihilation trap, he immediately stopped the Grand Sovereign Seal's sinking momentum. The Grand Sovereign Seal's divine power could indeed break the 10-direction annihilation trap, but the old tortoise did not want to do so. After all, it was not easy to completely break this trap. The old tortoise did not want to do useless things. It's none of my business who was unlucky enough to be trapped by this trap. The old tortoise muttered to himself. He was not a good person, so he would never do such a strenuous and unrewarding thing. The old tortoise withdrew the Grand Sovereign Seal, and the divine power of the extreme Tao quickly retreated into the Grand Sovereign Seal. After excavating 9 tombs for half a year, I only obtained half a divine weapon of a mighty being. I hope there will be something good in the 10th tomb. After all, it is that guy's tomb. The old tortoise muttered to himself. It turned out that he had been a grave robber for the past half a year. He specialized in robbing the tombs of the immemorial fierce men, but it seemed that he did not obtain anything good. The immemorial fierce men were exiled to this world, and most of them were imprisoned in this world by supreme experts. These fierce men were all extremely vicious and evil. After being imprisoned for countless years, some died, and even if some did not die, they were on the verge of death. Mysterious yellow. There should be something good in your tomb, the old tortoise said, and directly disappeared into the void. At this time, the 10-direction annihilation formation was activated again. Black chi gathered from all directions and once again shrouded heaven and earth. Huge figures could be vaguely seen in the black chi. Boom! The short mountain in the middle of the 10-direction annihilation formation suddenly exploded. Dirt and stones flew everywhere, and in the endless death chi, a terrifying figure rushed out from the ground. Roar! The terrifying evil corpse stood in the endless death chi and roared. The heaven and earth shook, and the dark clouds rolled. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, obliterating all living beings in all directions. At this time, Gu Fei and the others, who had hidden in their inner worlds, had already found their own places to cultivate. They did not know when the 10-direction annihilation formation would stop, so they could only wait. However, they could not do nothing while waiting. In that case, he could only cultivate. There were several divine springs of life in Gu Fei's divine land, which condensed endless life essence. He Tian sat cross-legged beside one of the divine springs, inhaling and exhaling the spirit chi of heaven and earth, and cultivating the yin-yang technique. Yin and yang chi intertwined on He Tian's body, and there was a faint yin-yang divine diagram on He Tian's body. On top of a spiritual peak, a green figure sat cross-legged. A divine pearl floated above the figure's head, emitting the mighty fluctuations of the true dragon chi. This was a dragon pearl, and the person sitting cross-legged on top of the spiritual peak was Shaoqing. In this divine land full of spirit chi, a figure surrounded by fiery chi sat cross-legged in a beautiful valley, and waves of heat spread out from the valley. A red divine spear floated in front of the figure. The figure constantly injected pure fire elemental power into the divine spear, and the divine spear flickered with flames. Balon was refining a divine weapon. At this time, Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged on top of the highest mountain in this divine land, and an ancient cauldron floated in front of him, emitting an infinite ancient and vicissitude aura. Gu Fei wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to refine his own weapon. The 9-heaven star iron was an item exclusive to supreme saints, and it was an immortal divine material. A divine weapon refined with the 9-heaven star iron would not be eroded by time, even if it was passed down through the ages. Time was the most terrifying killing weapon, and it was an invisible killing weapon. As long as there was enough time, even a divine weapon refined by an almighty would decay. Chapter 858. Immortal materials were the exclusive materials used by supreme saints to refine ultimate saint tools. They were extremely rare in the world and could not be found even if one searched the heavens and earth. In ancient times, not every saint of the supreme path could refine their own saint weapon of the supreme path because immortal materials were just too difficult to find. It had to be said that Gu Fei's luck was so good that even the heavens were envious of him. 9-heaven star iron was a divine material that could only be found in outer space. Even supreme saints couldn't find such a divine material even if they searched for it. However, Gu Fei had obtained a mountain completely made of 9-heaven star iron. At this time, Gu Fei felt that it was time to refine his weapon. Everything was ready except for one last thing. Now, he even had an immortal material and obtained the true yang phoenix marrow from the land of death of the phoenix. The true yang flame could smelt all things in the world and was the divine flame exclusive to supreme saints. The dragon essence nurtured by the earth dragon chi and the phoenix marrow nurtured by the land of death of the phoenix, one yin and one yang. When the two converged, they could interweave into the world's great Tao. He Tian could use these two supreme treasures to regenerate his flesh and blood. However, Gu Fei wanted to use the true yang flame to refine the 9-heaven star iron, so He Tian could only wait. I want to refine my own ultimate saint weapon. Gu Fei sat cross-legged at the highest point of this divine land. He had already made up his mind. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron vibrated. Under Gu Fei's control, the cauldron floating in front of Gu Fei spat out 2 divine beads, each the size of a fist. One of the divine beads was surrounded by divine flames, emitting endless heat. Even with the primordial chaos gas as a barrier, Gu Fei still felt like hot LNG was blowing on his face. Even the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. The other divine bead was surging with dragon chi. There seemed to be tiny earthworm-like dragon shadows swimming on its surface. The dragon chi of the earth was vast and mighty. The divine pearl that contained the essence of the dragon and phoenix could change its size. It was already so miraculous even before it had been refined. If it had been refined, it would definitely become another Supreme Saint artifact. With the mountain river cauldron as the center, the aura emitted by the dragon essence and phoenix marrow spread out in all directions, and soon spread across the entire divine land. Are we going to start? On a spiritual peak, Shaoqing swallowed the dragon pearl floating in front of him, then turned to look in the direction of Gu Fei. Dragon essence and phoenix marrow, next to the heavenly spring, the yin-yang divine diagram on He Tian's body kept flickering. The soul flame in his skull was throbbing, emitting powerful soul fluctuations. Roar. A deep roar came from a valley filled with blazing flames. A scarlet qilin the size of a small mountain bathed in blazing flames stood up. Master, in the distance, in a mountain range shrouded in a thick death chi, 3 terrifying figures rushed out. Terrifying roars came from the mountain range, like the sorrowful cries of a group of ghosts, causing one's heart to palpitate. The aura of the dragon essence and phoenix marrow made the undead creatures uneasy. Gu Fei began to refine the immortal material, the 9 heaven star iron, which alarmed all the creatures in the divine land. Under the aura of the mountain river cauldron and the dragon essence and phoenix marrow, everyone's expression changed. Rumble. At this time, a small black mountain rose from the mountain river cauldron and was placed between the phoenix marrow and the dragon essence by Gu Fei. This way, Gu Fei could control the fire better. If the true yang divine fire emitted by the phoenix marrow was too strong, he could use the dragon essence chi to counteract the true yang divine fire. Moreover, under the refinement of these 2 kinds of essence chi, the 9 heaven star iron might be able to interweave the lines of the great Tao. The dragon essence and phoenix marrow, the yin-yang essence chi, when the 2 interweaved, they could evolve into the primitive world. In the ancient times, there was a great figure who cultivated the yin and yang, swallowed the sun and the moon, and finally became an invincible saint. Boom! The fist-sized phoenix marrow pearl emitted a monstrous fire. Gu Fei drew the power of the divine pearl and drew the true yang divine fire to refine the 9 heaven star iron. Rumble. When the true yang divine fire pounced on the small mountain formed by the 9 heaven star iron, the whole mountain shook. Under the smelting of the true yang divine fire, although the 9 heaven star iron was shaking, the surface of the small mountain did not seem to have any reaction. If it was an ordinary divine iron, it would have turned to ashes under the true yang divine fire. It is indeed worthy of being an immortal material. Gu Fei thought. The 9 heaven star iron was the exclusive refining divine material of the extreme Tao saint. Even the true yang divine fire could not smelt it in a short time. Smelting the 9 heaven star iron was not an easy task. Gu Fei was already mentally prepared. He did not expect to be able to smelt the 9 heaven star iron into a liquid in a short time, although it would take a long time. Above the mountain peak, the divine fire was vast and mighty. The heat surged in all directions. The trees on the mountain peak gradually withered and lost their vitality. The primordial chaos chi emitted from the mountain river cauldron had greatly weakened the heat emitted by the true yang divine fire. However, the mountain peak where Gu Fei was located was still affected. At the top of the mountain peak, it was as if a dazzling sun had appeared. The power of the true yang was vast and mighty. Even the primordial chaos chi could not completely isolate the fluctuations emitted by the power of the true yang. 1 hour, 4 hours, 6 hours, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The dazzling brilliance above the mountain peak did not disappear. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. Within the brilliance that resembled the sun, there was a divine pearl that emitted a clear brilliance like the moon. Those who had cultivated the heavens I would also discover that there was a small black mountain floating between the two divine splendors. On the pitch-black mountain, there were some reddish-brown things. It was the impurities contained in the small mountain that had been smelted out. Even an immortal divine material like the 9 heaven star iron had impurities. It was not absolutely pure. Over the past half a month, the true yang fire had been constantly burning the small mountain formed by the 9 heaven star iron. However, there was still no movement from the 9 heaven star iron. Could it be that even the true yang fire can't smelt the 9 heaven star iron? Gu Fei could not help but feel surprised. The true yang fire could smelt all things. It was the exclusive refining divine fire of extreme Tao sages. How could it not smelt the 9 heaven star iron? It looks like I have to raise this divine fire to its limits. If this divine fire was graded, the true yang fire could be divided into 9 grades. The divine fire that Gu Fei was currently using was at most a grade 3 divine fire. This level of divine fire would not be able to smelt the 9 heaven star iron. Only when the Phoenix Marrow divine pearl was able to display its full power could the true yang fire be raised to the formless, almost incorporeal ultimate divine fire. Raising the divine fire's grade would require more yuan qi. Fortunately, Gu Fei's divine power was endless. His yuan qi was as vast as the sea, so there was no need to worry about his yuan qi drying up. Gu Fei began to trigger the Phoenix Marrow divine pearl's power. The Phoenix Marrow divine pearl began to emit a powerful aura of life, as if a sleeping phoenix had awakened. Inside the pearl, one could vaguely see a phoenix rising from the ashes. The phoenix's divine power has been activated. Beside the divine spring, He Tian's expression changed again. He awoke from his cultivation state and stood up, looking in Gu Fei's direction. The aura of the divine beast, the phoenix, spread throughout the divine land, causing all living beings to tremble in fear. Even Shaoqing and Balan's expressions changed. A phoenix cry resounded in the sky above Gu Fei's mountain peak. A divine bird flew out of the sun above the mountain peak and circled around it. The phoenix's aura was powerful to the extreme. It was not a true divine beast, but a phantom formed from the Phoenix Marrow essence. However, it was like a phoenix descending from the 9 heavens, causing all living things to tremble. The phoenix soared, divine fire burning the sky. The divine fire emitted by the phoenix phantom had already taken on a translucent form. Boundless heat spread out, causing the void to collapse and crack. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook again and again. Primordial chaos chi sealed the area, suppressing the void. Even so, all the trees and flowers on the mountain peak had withered and died. The top of the mountain was bare. All the trees had turned to dust and scattered on the ground. Even the rocks had cracked from the heat emitted by the true yang divine fire. At this time, although Gu Fei had already used the inner world's power to block the heat emitted by the true yang divine fire, he was still sweating profusely. It was as if he had just climbed out of water. The Phoenix Marrow divine bead emitted a brilliant divine light, but the Dragon Origin divine bead was dim. Gu Fei did not activate the power of the Dragon Origin divine bead. Now was not the time. On the top of the mountain, the phenomenon of the phoenix soaring lasted for a full half a month before it disappeared. At this time, the black mountain formed by the 9 heaven stars iron finally changed. The surface of the black mountain had melted into a black paste, but the entire black mountain had not completely melted into a liquid state and could not take the shape of a weapon. Over the past month, Gu Fei had constantly increased the power of the true yang divine fire. At the same time, he was thinking about what kind of divine weapon he could refine this mountain-sized 9 heaven stars iron into. Bell, seal, cauldron, sword, knife, mirror, staff, pagoda. All kinds of weapon shapes appeared in Gu Fei's mind. In the world of cultivation, most cultivators like to refine cauldrons, bells, pagodas, and other magic weapons. Therefore, the majority of cultivators and divine arts practitioners used such magical treasures. However, Gu Fei was not a cultivator, nor was he a divine arts practitioner. Weapons shaped like cauldrons, bells, pagodas were not suitable for him. He wanted to refine a warrior's divine weapon, not a divine weapon of the immortal Tao. Sword. That's right, it's a sword. The sword is the ancestor of all weapons. Let's refine a sword. Let's refine a 9 heaven stars sword. Gu Fei finally decided to refine the 9 heaven stars iron into a sacred sword. Chapter 859. Gu Fei was fully focused on refining his godly weapon in his inner world. He would not be going out for the time being. The peerless all-destructive formation outside came to a stop after half a month. Many people were aware of the existence of the formation, thus no one dared to enter the area within 1,000 li of the formation. The cracked tomb returned to its original appearance. The ancient runes on the tombstone were branded onto the tombstone, announcing to the crowd that it was the tomb of the martial progenitor. One could not help but admit that the words martial progenitor's tomb had attracted the attention of the crowd. It was extremely attractive to the cultivators. The tomb of the peerless supreme martial progenitor that dominated the primordial desolation era, anyone would be tempted by it. However, some people could not help but enter the tomb, and never came out again. Someone saw a heaven realm cultivator enter the tomb too, but he disappeared without even stirring a single LNG flower. Everyone knew that the heaven realm cultivator would never come out again. Even a heaven realm cultivator had died in there. The place had completely stunned everyone. No one dared to enter the place to search for the martial progenitor's tomb. Some people saw the Yao Tai saintess standing on a 7-colored godly lotus nearby, while the old martial monarch of the Jiang clan had a chaotic divine orb floating above his head. Some even saw the Tao master of the atavistic Tao sect using his sacred weapon to launch a shocking attack at the martial progenitor's tomb as a test. The primordial desolation faction had existed for a long time, thus they had more than one martial monarch. Some of them had died, but they had left their sacred weapons behind. The atavistic Tao sect was said to be the succession of the supreme martial progenitor, thus it was not surprising that they had a few sacred weapons. The primordial desolation faction was not to be underestimated. The fact that they were able to survive until now without being destroyed by the merciless passage of time was enough to intimidate everyone. If even the martial monarchs were intimidated and did not dare to enter the place where the supreme martial progenitor was buried, the others would not dare to act recklessly. In the end, after the martial monarchs left, the rest of the cultivators that had entered the legendary heaven realm left too. No one was willing to commit suicide even though they knew they would die. Not long after, another earth-shattering event occurred in this abandoned world. The grave of the ancient peerless ferocious Xian Huang had been discovered in the depths of this world. The name Xian Huang, even in the great desolation of ancient times, would cause anyone's face to change at the mention of it. There were some super old-timers who had lived for countless years who seemed to know the origin of the ominous profound yellow. It was said that profound yellow was a great ominous being born from the profound yellow energy of heaven and earth. The innate great beasts born from the heavens and earth would cause the heavens and earth to change color as soon as they appeared, causing the earth to flow with rivers of blood. They were peerless great beasts in name and in reality. The martial ancestor was one thing, but the exceptional ominous Xianhuang tomb was different. That was because the Xianhuang tomb had refined a pagoda known as the Xianhuang pagoda. This pagoda was refined from the mysterious yellow energy of heaven and earth, and it was as heavy as 100,000 archaic divine mountains. It could crush heaven and earth, shatter the universe, and possess unmatched might. During the great desolation of ancient times, countless big shots had been crushed to death by this Xianhuang pagoda. Legend had it that this treasure had refined a connate true demon that had been born from heaven and earth. Although the martial ancestor was an extreme path martial saint, no one had ever heard of him refining any weapons. The ominous profound yellow was famous throughout the great desolation, and the power of the Xianhuang pagoda was obvious to all. Once the Xianhuang pagoda appeared, even an extreme path martial saint would have a headache. The ancient desolation forces naturally knew about the existence of the Xianhuang pagoda. The Xianhuang pagoda was refined from the profound yellow energy of heaven and earth. The profound yellow energy of heaven and earth was an immortal divine material that could not be destroyed even after thousands of years. Even if the ominous profound yellow died, the Xianhuang pagoda would not disappear. Therefore, the attention of all the ancient desolation forces was attracted by the Xianhuang tomb. Even the martial monarchs of the current era rushed into the depths of this world. In the depths of this abandoned world, a figure stood at the peak of a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. Humph. Come on. As soon as the news of the Xianhuang tomb spread, it has indeed attracted those guys. The old tortoise stood on the peak of the mountain and laughed coldly. The news of the Xianhuang tomb's appearance was spread by him. This Xianhuang tomb still wants to trick people even when it's dead. The old tortoise sighed and turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the vast world. The depths of this world were not a beautiful place. The sky was dark, and even the sun could not shine in, which made people feel extremely depressed. This so-called heavenly realm was just an abandoned world, not a paradise. The celestial qi was not as thick as the one Gu Fei and the others had seen when they first entered this world. Most of the scenes of celestial qi were fake. Someone had set up countless killing traps in this world. Some places seemed to be surging with celestial qi and flashing spiritual lights. This was a deity land. However, if someone let down his guard and entered, he would definitely trigger a killing trap. If he was lucky, he would be able to break out. If he was unlucky, he would die inside. In the depths of this world, there were gloomy clouds and fog. From time to time, blood-colored lightning would fall from the sky. A murderous aura shrouded the area for thousands of miles, as if a peerless demon was lurking. In the center of the area, there was a huge hill. The hill had a radius of 100 miles and was thousands of feet high. From afar, it looked like a grave mound. Recently, there were figures appearing outside this area from time to time. The murderous aura shrouded the area for thousands of miles was like a different world from the outside world. Gloomy clouds and fog lingered inside, but the outside world was sunny. No one could easily enter that place. The burial place of the ancient peerless Xianhuang was definitely not simple. There were all kinds of unpredictable dangers. The eerie white bones that appeared from time to time were the best proof. Even if the old tortoise had the supreme sacred artifact of the demon clan, the Tai Huang seal, he was not willing to take risks easily. In the area shrouded by the murderous aura, dry bones could be seen scattered among the rocks and grass. Some of the bones of wild beasts were as big as small mountains. Even though they had died and turned into dry bones, they were still extremely ferocious and frightening. These wild beasts must have been extremely powerful when they were alive, but they had all turned into dry bones. All of this was a sign that there was a place of great danger ahead. The real big shots have not arrived yet. The old tortoise had been watching the movements outside the Tomb of Heaven and Yellow for the past few days. He himself had not entered the Tomb of Heaven and Yellow. The mysterious yellow pagoda was an extreme sacred item. No one could resist its temptation. Even if they knew that there was great danger ahead, those people would still flock to it like moths to a flame. The old tortoise was very confident. He wanted to use the people from the ancient desolate forces to scout the way for him. Chapter 860. When the old turtle discovered the Tomb of Heaven and Yellow, he was also extremely shocked. Even an unparalleled monster like Black and Yellow had fallen. What on earth happened in the distant past era? The old turtle was caught into the virtual sky world by a person who could stand shoulder to shoulder with a supreme saint. Then, he was sealed in the peerless killing formation. He had no idea what happened. The abnormal person who caught the old turtle never came back. The old turtle was sealed for countless years. His vitality was almost exhausted by the killing formation and he died. Supreme saints were extinct, and Black and Yellow had fallen. The great change back then must have been catastrophic. Otherwise, the untainted land wouldn't have disappeared and evolved into the Tenglong continent. Black and Yellow pagoda. The old turtle muttered to himself. He knew that the holy weapon that Black and Yellow used to dominate the world and challenge supreme saints was in that huge tomb. When he approached the Tomb of Heaven and Yellow, the Tai Huang seal in his body reacted. They were both supreme holy weapons, so there was a subtle connection between the Tai Huang seal and the Black and Yellow pagoda. However, this was also what Old Tortoise was worried about. He knew very well that if the mysterious yellow pagoda was used by someone or used as a divine object to suppress the formation eye, he might not be able to keep the mysterious yellow pagoda even if he had the Tai Huang seal. A killing formation that used a supreme holy weapon as the formation eye was a peerless killing formation that could give supreme saints headaches. In particular, a perfect supreme holy weapon would increase the power of the peerless killing formation to a terrifying extent that could crush heaven and earth and obliterate all living things. The old turtle didn't act rashly. He didn't rashly enter the tomb of heaven and yellow. He was waiting for someone to explore the way for him. After a few days, more and more cultivators appeared near the tomb of heaven and yellow. People from the ancient desolate realm were constantly rushing here. There were many people who had entered this heaven realm. However, in less than a year, there were not many people who could survive in this world. Those with weak cultivations definitely did not have any ability to protect themselves in this so-called heaven realm. Those who survived either had a powerful cultivation base, or they had a rare treasure on them, or they were extremely lucky. After all, this was not a blessed land. There were terrifying killing formations here that could kill Celestial Being Realm's Celestial Emperor and Shin King. There were also killing formations of heaven and earth that could bury immortals and gods. As the sun set, the old turtle stood on a mountain peak outside the tomb of heaven and yellow. He scanned his surroundings and discovered that many immortals had begun to appear in the nearby area. Suddenly, the old tortoise seemed to have sensed something and looked toward the eastern horizon. A silhouette appeared in the distant sky, facing the afterglow of the setting sun, walking in the void, step by step. The powerful aura made even immortals and gods retreat. Celestial beings? Old Tortoise sensed the strength of the newcomer. It was an immortal emperor in the celestial being realm. There were 18 divine lights circling around his body, making him look like an immortal emperor of the 9 heavens who had descended to the mortal world. Although the immortal lord's aura was so powerful that the crowd of immortals and gods backed away, such a powerhouse was still nothing in the old tortoise's eyes. A bunch of cowards. The newcomer glanced at the immortals and said coldly. Then, he walked directly into the area in front of him that was shrouded in gloomy clouds and miserable fog. The immortal lord did not notice the old tortoise standing at the top of the mountain peak in the distance. Sometimes, it'll kill you. Old Tortoise looked at the scene coldly. The figure of the immortal lord attracted everyone's attention. They saw him carefully walking over the ominous land step by step. Until he went several miles deep, nothing happened. There's no danger. It can't be. How is that possible? That's the burial place of the ancient and peerless ferocious Xian Huang. He just went in. That doesn't mean anything. The people outside could not help but whisper when they saw the immortal lord still walking step by step. Every step of the immortal lord tugged at the nerves of the crowd. Soon, the immortal lord had gone more than 10 miles deep. Still, nothing happened. It seemed that the ominous land seemed to be an exaggeration. Just when everyone's nervous mood was slightly relieved, boom! A sudden clap of thunder sounded, and a blood-red lightning directly bombarded from the dim sky. It connected heaven and earth, and was as huge as a mountain. All of this happened suddenly and without any warning. Everyone was greatly shocked. Roar! The celestial being realm immortal lord roared and opened his mouth to spit out a bronze divine furnace, which went to meet the blood-red lightning that bombarded from the sky. However, under the blood-red lightning, the bronze divine furnace that emitted endless divine light was instantly torn apart. The immortal lord was also hit by the lightning. The huge blood-red lightning emitted an endless aura of destruction. With just a flash, the immortal lord disappeared into the void, leaving nothing behind. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. A celestial being was destroyed in body and soul just like that? It was unbelievable. Everyone felt that this was a fantasy. They could not believe that an incomparably powerful immortal lord had fallen just like that. As expected. The old tortoise was very calm when he saw this scene. The tomb of heaven and yellow was not a place that anyone could approach. The immortal lord had overestimated himself. The fall of the immortal lord had suppressed all the people who were eager to make a move. Although the mysterious yellow pagoda was an extreme sacred artifact, one needed to be alive to possess it. The old tortoise turned and disappeared in the afterglow of the setting sun. He had to make some preparations. The tomb of heaven and yellow seemed to be more dangerous than he had imagined. Just as the old tortoise left, a woman stepped on a 7-colored divine lotus, like a fairy from the 9th heaven, descended from the sky and arrived outside the tomb of heaven and yellow. The female sage of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground had arrived. Purple chi came from the east. A figure stepped on purple clouds, walking step by step. The aura emitted made everything in the world pale. It was as if a celestial emperor was walking in the world. Emperor Z of the Yuancher Immortals sect had arrived. In the west, a chaos divine pearl rose as if a chaotic world was evolving. It emitted an ancient aura that shocked the world, making all living beings tremble. The old celestial emperor of the Jiang family had arrived. Rumble, an extremely shocking sound came from the sky in the south. The whole world was shaking. An ancient bronze chariot, which looked like a primordial sacred mountain, came crashing down from the sky. A sage-like figure stood on the chariot. The path master of the primordial Tao sect had arrived. When the 4 mighty figures of the current era arrived, the pressure that emanated was something that even immortals and gods could not withstand. If they had not restrained their auras, no one in the vicinity of the tomb of heaven and earth would have been able to stand. Old Jiang, why aren't you dead yet? Emperor Z of the Yuancher Immortal sect, who was hidden in the purple chi, said coldly. Humph. Don't worry. I won't die before you die. The old celestial emperor of the Jiang family sneered. They did not seem to be on good terms. Fellow Taoists, let's discuss how to open the tomb of heaven and yellow. The path master of the primordial Tao sect, who stood on the ancient bronze chariot, said indifferently. Fellow Taoists, you are right. Yaotai Saintess, who was standing on the 7-colored divine lotus, said. It was not easy to open the tomb of the fiercest person in all of history. Even the mighty figures of the current era would be very cautious. No one knew what kind of danger they would encounter. They had witnessed the tomb of the martial progenitor before. It was a place of certain death, and no one could verify if the tomb belonged to the martial progenitor. The fiercest person in all of history, the Xianhuang Pagoda, was an unparalleled fierce person who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the supreme sage. The Xianhuang Pagoda had killed many powerful figures of the untainted land. The burial place of this unparalleled fierce person was not inferior to the tomb of the supreme martial ancestor. There was no doubt that it would be extremely dangerous. Even though this fierce person is dead, he still dominates the world. The path master of the primordial Tao sect exclaimed as he looked at the huge hill in the distance. The actual burial place of the Xianhuang tomb was only 100 miles wide. There was no tombstone, only a huge mound. However, the fierce aura that emanated from the mound affected the area within a radius of 10,000 miles. The sky was so dark that even the rays of the sun could not shine through. In the mountains and forests, white bones could be seen scattered all over the ground. There were human bones and the remains of different species. Blood-colored lightning flashed in the sky from time to time. The fierce aura that emanated from the Xianhuang tomb was enough to shock the mighty figures of the current era. It was hard to imagine how powerful the fiercest person in all of history was when he was alive. The 4 sages of the current era were very cautious. After a brief discussion, they began to gather their disciples, and disciples of their respective sections. The people of the ancient wilderness factions began to quickly gather in the area where the Xianhuang tomb was located. In the end, there were more than 1,000 cultivators gathered outside the Xianhuang tomb. None of them were weak. Their cultivation bases were at least at the demigod realm. Cultivators of the royal void realm were not qualified to participate. Moreover, there were not many royal void realm cultivators who could survive in this heaven realm. After all, even celestial realm immortal emperor and Shen King could die here. Thousands of people had entered the heaven realm, but 2/3 of them had already stayed here forever. The old turtle's figure appeared in the distance. He had completely concealed his aura, so the 4 almighties did not notice that he was spying on them. The four almighties of the current era began to extrapolate the forces of heaven and earth outside the Xianhuang tomb. They used various secret techniques to probe the tomb of the fiercest person in all of history. Boom! Blood-colored lightning struck down from the sky from time to time, tearing through the void. The blinding light illuminated the dim sky and earth in a blood-red color. Chapter 861. The four almighties of the current era had gathered all the ancient antiquity factions that had entered the heaven realm and worked together to set up a heaven-defying divine formation outside the tomb of heaven and earth. This was definitely a super-divine formation. The divine formation sealed off a region of 10,000 miles. It wasn't just the sect masters of the ancient antiquity factions. Even the super-antiques who had lived for countless years and were even more powerful than the sect masters were doing their best to help the four almighties of the current era set up the formation. These super-antiques, who were like living fossils, naturally knew about the legend of the ancient ominous mysterious yellow. The mysterious yellow pagoda was an extreme sacred weapon that could make anyone go crazy over it. However, with the almighties of the current era around, even if they broke through the tomb of heaven and earth, the mysterious yellow pagoda was not something that these antiques could lay their hands on. These antiques were working so hard because they had no choice but to do so under the pressure of the almighties of the current era. Furthermore, besides the mysterious yellow pagoda, the ancient ominous mysterious yellow probably had many treasures in its collection. The ancient ominous mysterious yellow had swept through the world during the primitive times. God knew how many great figures of the primitive times had died with the mysterious yellow pagoda. Just the spoils of war that it had obtained were already a super-divine treasure. Therefore, everyone got into action. There was strength in numbers. This saying was true after all. Outside the tomb of heaven and earth, divine light flashed and immortal chi surged. Mysterious formation patterns were carved on the ground, mountains, and rivers. The four almighties of the current era used their supreme magical powers to imprint countless formation patterns in the void. They drew upon the power of heaven and earth and drew in endless power. All sorts of methods were used in preparation. The four almighties of the current era wanted to borrow the power of heaven and earth to break through the tomb of heaven and earth. The super-divine formation was gradually taking shape. Endless heaven and earth spiritual chi began to gather from all directions. Formation patterns began to appear on the ground and in the void. Perhaps only the four almighties of the current era could spend so much money. They had mobilized so many people to set up a super-divine formation that covered an area of 10,000 miles. Within the area of 10,000 miles, there were endless mountain ridges, surging rivers, and dense forests. There were countless mountains, but they were all covered by the super-divine formation. These guys, from time to time, Old Tortoise would appear nearby while he hid in the dark and watched coldly from the sidelines. However, even he could not help but be moved when he saw the methods of the four mighty figures of the present age. Could it be that those people actually wanted to refine the entire tomb of heaven and yellow with the power of the formation? These fellows are too cautious. Old Tortoise hid at the side and closely observed the situation outside the tomb of heaven and yellow. The old tortoise was a little surprised that the four almighties did not enter the tomb of heaven and yellow. It was not an easy task to set up a super god formation that covered 10,000 miles. Everyone was doing their best. Just the number of formation inscriptions alone was already an astronomical figure. In this way, it would take a lot of time. One had to know that there was a time limit to the opening of the ancient desolation world. If one were to appear in the ancient desolation world after the period when the energy of the heaven and earth was at its weakest, it would be extremely risky. If he were to accidentally attract his own heavenly tribulation, that would be terrible. Time passed by as the old tortoise waited patiently. With the Tai sovereign seal in hand, he was not afraid of heavenly tribulation at all. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, 2 months. More than 1,000 powerful cultivators, the four almighties, more than a dozen sect master immortal emperors, and Shen King spent more than half a year incessantly inscribing the formation inscriptions of the super god formation. The remaining 10% of the formation inscriptions could not be inscribed by ordinary immortals. There were not many inscriptions, only a few hundred of them. However, they were formed by extreme Tao saint inscriptions. Only the Almighties of the present age could inscribe such extreme Tao Saint inscriptions in the void and complete the final step. It had to be said that the four Almighties of the present age were going to be ruthless. Although the extreme Tao Saint had disappeared from the world, the extreme Tao Saint inscriptions that the extreme Tao Saint had inscribed during his enlightenment had been passed down and obtained by the forces of the ancient desolation. Of course, what the forces of the ancient desolation obtained was not the complete extreme Tao Saint inscriptions. The extreme Tao Saint inscriptions that the four Almighties had inscribed in the void were not many, but they were very mysterious. The aura of the great Tao surged and seemed to be able to attract the mighty power of the great Tao. At the end of the God formation, there were only a few hundred ancient inscriptions. Those were the veins of the great Tao. Inscribing one of these veins required a lot of time and effort. These fellows. The old tortoise was moved when he saw the final inscription of the great Tao Saint inscriptions. Those were the saint inscriptions of more than one extreme Tao Saint. The supreme Tao ancestor, the Yao Tai goddess, and that madman. The old tortoise muttered to himself. Anyone who heard this would be extremely shocked. The old tortoise recognized the extreme Tao Saint inscriptions that the four Almighties had inscribed in the void. The primeval Tao Gates Tao Lord had inscribed the incomplete saint inscription of the supreme Tao ancestor, the Yao Tai goddess inscription of the Yao Tai goddess inscription, and the Violet Emperor and the Jiang family celestial emperor had inscribed the great Tao Saint inscription of an old madman from the primeval age. The old tortoise was a little surprised that the Violet Emperor and the Jiang family celestial emperor had mastered the old madman's great Tao Saint inscription. The three different great Tao Saint inscriptions intertwined and magically formed the final part of the peerless God formation. Rumble, 7 days later, when the last great Tao Saint inscription was inscribed in the void, the entire super God formation immediately activated. Countless inscriptions appeared on the ground and in the void, emitting a dazzling divine brilliance. When the super God formation was activated, it was as if the power of heaven and earth in the entire heaven realm had been activated. The ground shook, and a starry sky appeared in the sky. At this time, everyone had already retreated far away. They looked at the scene in front of them in shock. All of them were dumbfounded and speechless. This was in broad daylight. A starry sky appeared in the sky, and from the ground, wisps of earth chi began to rise. The area that was covered by the God formation immediately collapsed. The various visions that appeared from the God formation made people's hearts palpitate. The peerless God formation was shrinking, and the area that was covered by the God formation began to gradually collapse from the outside in. Not only the ground, but even the void was collapsing. Cracks in the space were spreading. The mighty power formed by the God formation was obliterating everything as it gradually shrank inward. Hundreds of great Tao Saint inscriptions that were inscribed in the void attracted endless starlight. It was as if hundreds of stars had appeared in the sky above the tomb of heaven and yellow. The power of the stars dispersed the darkness that shrouded the sky above the tomb of heaven and yellow. Blood-colored lightning that was as big as a mountain was also annihilated in the starlight. The peerless God formation moved heaven and earth, displaying an extremely terrifying power. In particular, the hundreds of great Tao Saint inscriptions attracted endless power of the stars. It caused the sky above the tomb of heaven and yellow to seem as if a starry sky was descending, crushing the void and heaven. It was extremely shocking. This super God formation had taken the blood, sweat, and tears of 4 Almighties of the current era. It was completed in half a year. It was the pinnacle of the current era's God formation, and it had also integrated the incomplete great Tao Saint inscriptions of 3 supreme saints into it. Perhaps even an Almighty of the current era would be reduced to ashes under the cover of this peerless God formation. The peerless God formation possessed unimaginable power. It was as if it could destroy heaven and earth and destroy the world. The winds and clouds within a radius of millions of miles changed color. Restless roars came from all over the heaven realm. Many killing traps in other regions were also triggered. Beams of divine light shot up from the ground into the sky from time to time. Terrifying energy waves spread throughout the regions, and the entire heaven realm seemed to be in chaos. Rumble, the land within a radius of 10,000 miles was shattering, and the void was collapsing. The power of destruction was vast and mighty. Endless divine light was flashing, and countless inscriptions were emitting dazzling divine light. They continuously attracted the power of heaven and earth. The Yaotai Saintess sat cross-legged on the seven-colored lotus platform. The elder god emperor of the Jiang family held the chaos divine pearl in his hand. A simple and unadorned emperor's blade that emitted a boundless purple light floated above the purple emperor's head. The primeval Tao Sex Path Master stood on an ancient bronze chariot. A divine pearl that looked like the sun floated above his head. The Sun Divine Pearl. I didn't expect the primeval Tao Sex Path Master to actually bring that sacred item with him. Legend has it that it's a sacred item refined from a real sun star. Some living fossil-like figures recognized the divine pearl that was floating above the primeval Tao Sex Path Master's head. It was like a sun that emitted boundless divine light. That divine pearl had a shocking origin. In ancient times, someone used his supreme powers to pluck a sun star from the boundless starry sky and refined it into a supreme treasure. Once the sun divine pearl appeared, the land within a radius of 1,000 miles was dyed red. Although the primeval Tao Sex Path Master did not activate the Sun Divine Pearl, everyone could feel the supreme yang qi that was emitted from the Sun Divine Pearl. Their bodies felt hot and dry. There was an array platform the size of a millstone in front of the four Almighties. The array platform was flashing with divine light, and countless inscriptions appeared. They used the array platform to control this super divine array. The array platform was a miniature version of the divine array. The entire super divine array was like a super destructive millstone that was operating, destroying everything within it. The land within a radius of 10,000 miles was collapsing, and the boundless evil aura was being dispersed. The tomb of heaven and earth was shaking. Very quickly, the 10,000 miles of land was reduced to a radius of only 1,000 miles. The rest of the land had been destroyed by the ultimate divine array. A huge hill stood within the divine array. That was the burial place of the number one savage throughout the ages, the Xianhuang tomb. The aura emitted from the hill was getting stronger and stronger. When the destructive power emitted by the divine formation shook the hill, the entire hill suddenly cracked, and a boundless fiendish aura rushed out from the cracks. A powerful and violent force surged out from the tomb of heaven and earth. The entire shrinking super divine array actually shook. The dazzling starlight formed by the 500 great Tao Saint patterns that had descended from the sky was also blocked. Chapter 862. Boundless murderous aura surged out of the tomb of heaven and yellow, shaking the entire super divine array. Even the starry sky formed by the hundreds of great path saint patterns was blocked. A pitch-black coffin rose from the cracked grave. 9 ancient runes appeared on the coffin, and a peerlessly ferocious aura was emitted from the coffin. It was as though a terrifying demon was hiding in the coffin, and it was frightening. The 9 ancient runes that appeared on the coffin attracted boundless murderous aura towards the pitch-black coffin. Everyone felt extremely uneasy. A terrifying wave of energy quickly gathered in the coffin, as though a terrifying existence was awakening from its slumber. Within the tomb, there seemed to be boundless murderous aura continuously gathering towards the coffin. As the murderous aura entered the coffin, the murderous power of heaven and earth surged. Damn it! The 4 great existences were all shocked. They activated the divine array with all their might, and the array platform in front of each of them radiated with dazzling divine light. Rumble, the entire divine array was shaking, and countless runes appeared, drawing in the power of the heavens. Hundreds of great path saint patterns even drew in the endless starlight from the 9 heavens. The starry sky above the tomb of heaven and yellow continued to descend. Under the endless power of the stars, the void was collapsing, and the destructive power obliterated everything. Bam! The pitch-black coffin suddenly shook, and the 9 ancient runes that seemed to be imprinted on the coffin emanated boundless murderous aura as they rushed out from the coffin. Boom! The 9 ancient runes hovered above the coffin, emitting a terrifying wave of energy that triggered an inexplicable power. It actually resisted the starry sky that descended from the sky. The 4 great existences were shocked. Above the 9 ancient runes, there was an endless flow of Taoist rhymes circulating, drawing in the power of the great path. These were great path saint patterns. The ancient ominous Xian Huang's coffin actually had 9 great path saint patterns, which was really unbelievable. After all, Xian Huang was not an extreme path saint. The innate celestial beings that were born from the heaven and earth walked a different path, unlike the human cultivators and the monster race that walked the path of the extreme Tao saint and monster great saint. Of course, a phenomenal innate deity was on par with the extreme Tao saints and monster great saints. The strongest divine weapon forged by them was also on par with the extreme Tao saint weapons. Xian Huang was not an extreme path saint. He did not comprehend the great path, so he naturally did not have the great path saint mark. However, the great path saint mark had appeared on Xian Huang's coffin. The mysterious yellow pagoda could also be considered an extreme saint weapon, but the saint marks of the great path that rushed out from the coffin were definitely not from the mysterious yellow pagoda. Preposterous. Could it be that this is another trap? Old Tortoise, who was hiding in the distance, was shocked when he saw this. However, the Thai sovereign seal in his body was reacting. The mysterious yellow pagoda was in this tomb, so how could it not be the mysterious yellow pagoda buried in this tomb? If this tomb of heaven and yellow is also a trap, then it's really too scary. Old Tortoise felt uneasy. Behind all these things, there seemed to be an invisible hand pushing them forward. Could it be that there is an old man secretly controlling everything? He Tian was secretly shocked. Someone actually turned this abandoned world into a killing field. Just thinking about it made one's heart palpitate. If this was really the case, then the person in the dark must have a big plan. Using the world as a chess game, could it be that someone was still unwilling to leave? Rumble, the 9 great path divine marks triggered the power of the great path. Rays of divine light shot out from the 9 great path divine marks, piercing the void and destroying the walls of the world. Everywhere the light passed, the void turned into nothingness. Every ray of divine light seemed to be able to destroy a part of the world. It was extremely terrifying. The super divine formation laid out by the 4 powerful figures was torn apart by the divine light like paper. There wasn't a single person who wasn't trembling in fear, and their jaws dropped to the ground. Only a saint of the extreme Tao was capable of drawing upon the power of the great Tao. Could it be that these 9 divine marks of the great Tao were actually imprinted on the coffin by a legendary saint? The great path divine marks were carved by He Tian and the 4 powerful figures, but they could not trigger the power of the great path. However, it was different for the marks personally imprinted by a saint of the great path. Bam! The 9 divine marks of the great Tao that hovered above the coffin suddenly dispersed and imprinted themselves in all directions, causing the entire world to tremble. The power of the great path could destroy the world. Everywhere the 9 great path divine marks passed, everything was annihilated. The peerless divine formation was disintegrating, and even the starry sky in the sky was collapsing. Hundreds of divine patterns of the great path were dissipating. They were all saint patterns of the great path, but the 9 divine patterns of the great path that rushed out from the coffin broke through the saint patterns of the great path that the 4 great cultivators had painstakingly imprinted in the void. The super divine formation collapsed. From the inside to the outside, countless formation runes dissipated in the void. Inside the divine formation, a terrifying destructive power was wreaking havoc. The void collapsed, forming huge spatial cracks that were as big as mountains. Above the huge grave, a pitch-black coffin floated in the endless murderous aura. It was indescribably strange. Endless murderous aura surged from the coffin, causing everything in the world to tremble. Bang! 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 The matrix platform that floated in front of the 4 powerful figures collapsed. Everything was out of control. Chaotic energy swept out from the divine formation in all directions. The 4 powerful figures were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. They were all shocked. They immediately used their great path divine weapons to protect themselves, and then they retreated far away. More than 10 clan masters of the antiquity era, 20 to 30 celestial kings and divine kings of the mysterious transformation realm, 200 to 300 celestial gods, and nearly 1,000 cultivators below the celestial god realm all retreated as if they were fleeing for their lives. The super divine formation collapsed, and the area within a radius of 10,000 miles collapsed into dust. Beams of divine light shot out from the divine formation, piercing through the void and destroying everything. Screams rang out. Some celestial gods who could not dodge in time were pierced through and fell from the sky. Some cultivators below the celestial god realm were directly swept by the divine light. They did not even have time to scream before their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. Rumble, the area within a radius of 10,000 miles turned into a huge ball of energy. Endless dust tumbled and surged inside, and the ground sank into a huge circular pit. Within the ball of energy, divine light constantly tore through the void and shot out. It seemed as if a primordial world was evolving inside, and it emitted a terrifying aura that caused everything in the world to tremble. The ball of energy wreaked havoc for several hours before it gradually shrank and finally dissipated. An incomparably huge pit appeared on the ground. The pit occupied an area of 10,000 miles. When the dust settled, a lonely island appeared in the center. The island was dozens of miles wide, and the murderous aura in the sky was vast and mighty. A pitch-black coffin floated in the black gas. It emitted a soaring murderous aura, faintly discernible. The 9 ancient Tao patterns were once again imprinted on the coffin. They flickered on the coffin and attracted the power of the great Tao. It seemed as if they were protecting the coffin, but it also seemed as if they were sealing it. Chapter 863. The Yaotai Saintess' white robes and long hair fluttered in the wind as she stood on the rainbow divine lotus. She looked otherworldly, like a true immortal above the 9 heavens. The primeval path master stood on the bronze chariot. The divine sun pearl floated above his head, radiating divine light that illuminated the entire world. At this time, he had already put on a silver immortal armor. On the armor, there were illusions of dragons and phoenixes. This was a proud and aloof Emperor Xian. The purple emperor of the primeval celestial sect and the elder god emperor of the Jiang family seemed to dislike each other. Neither of them were friendly when they walked together. There was definitely something going on between the purple emperor and the elder god emperor of the Jiang family. However, both of them were powerful figures of the current era and represented the ancient antiquity forces behind them. Therefore, even if the two of them had a grudge against each other, they would definitely not fight. This would cause a war between the primeval celestial sect and the Jiang family of the clan of the ancients. A war between the two ancient antiquity forces was no joke. If such a thing really happened, the entire Tinglong continent would probably be affected. The 4 mighty figures of the current era each had their own scruples, so they could not afford to fight. The 4 mighty figures of the current era were all watching. The starry sky above the tomb of heaven and yellow ahead disappeared along with the disappearance of the hundreds of great path saint patterns. The terrifying energy fluctuations gradually calmed down. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles around the tomb of heaven and yellow had been wiped out. All that was left was a huge crater. The tomb of heaven and yellow stood alone in the center of the huge crater like an isolated island. Everyone was shocked. The super divine formation had collapsed, and the power that had been released was enough to destroy the world. The void had collapsed, and the earth had disappeared. However, the tomb of heaven and yellow still existed. The tomb of heaven and yellow stood tall on the earth as if it had become the only thing in the world. The 9 divine patterns that were suspected to be imprinted on the coffin by the Supreme Sage activated the power of the great path of heaven and earth. It seemed to be suppressing the pitch-black coffin, but it also seemed to be protecting it. Everyone felt very strange. They did not know why this was happening. The old turtle had been watching from the side and did not make a move. He did not expect things to develop to this point. This was not a situation that he wanted to see. Rumble, the pitch-black coffin was sinking. The 9 divine patterns of the Great Path were imprinted on the coffin. They flashed with divine light and activated the Great Path of heaven and earth. Whose Great Path saint pattern is this? The old turtle could not help but be shocked when he saw this. He realized that this was a saint pattern that he had never seen before. The killing intent sword, attracting the power of heaven and earth. Such a strong killing aura, walking the supreme Tao of slaughter, slaughtering the world with blood. Could it be the great Tao saint mark of that malefic star? He Tian was shocked and bewildered. He thought of another fiend who was as famous as Xian Huang in the ancient times. Could it be that the malefic star killed Xian Huang and buried him here? Old Tortoise was shocked by the idea that suddenly popped up in his mind. Who was Mysterious Yellow? That was an ancient ferocious person who was born from the heaven and earth black yellow chi, and his cultivation was comparable to a supreme saint. Although the evil star who was as famous as Mysterious Yellow was also a peerless and ruthless person, it was not necessarily possible for him to kill Mysterious Yellow. Maybe, this is another trap. The old turtle murmured to himself. There were too many traps in this abandoned world. Over the endless years, he did not know how many people had been cheated. Who did all this? The old turtle did not know. He believed that no one knew. This person was playing with heaven and earth as a chessboard. Perhaps only supreme existences like the supreme saints, supreme true demons, and innate gods would have such a heart-palpitating wealth. Who cares? As long as there is what I want in the coffin. The old turtle did not think too much about it. It was useless to think too much. It was more important to find a way to break the coffin and get what was inside. The pitch-black coffin was like a giant mountain sinking. The whole world was shaking. The power of the great path was flowing. The endless murderous aura changed the color of heaven and earth. Seeing that the coffin was about to sink back into the tomb below, even the mighty figures of the present age could not sit still. Everyone stared at the coffin nervously. It was as if there were countless ghosts struggling and screaming around the coffin. Black chi lingered above the coffin. The terrifying aura coming from the coffin made all the powerful figures tremble. Swoosh! Immortal power surged, and a huge purple hand appeared in the sky above the tomb of heaven and yellow, which was thousands of miles away. The huge hand was as huge as a mountain, and it directly grabbed at the coffin that was sinking into the cracked tomb. Someone had made a move. The person who dared to make a move was naturally one of the four powerful figures. Emperor Z, don't overestimate yourself. When the giant purple hand appeared, the old voice of the Jiang family's elder god was full of disdain. Humph. The Emperor Z sneered and ignored the Jiang family's elder god. He unleashed his immortal path divine technique with all his might. The giant hand was formed and he wanted to grab the coffin with his supreme power. When a powerful figure made a move with all his might, it was naturally extraordinary. The vast immortal path divine power from the giant purple hand shook the whole world. The entire tomb of heaven and yellow was shaking. Bang! When the giant purple hand grabbed at the coffin suddenly shook. The giant purple hand immediately collapsed in the void. The Emperor Z's figure swayed and he took a step back. When the coffin suddenly shook, the Tai Huang seal in the old turtle's body immediately reacted strongly. It was as if it was about to rush out of the old turtle's body. The Tai Huang seal seemed to have met an old enemy. It vibrated gently in the old turtle's body. Even the old turtle could not suppress it. Black and yellow pagoda. The old turtle suppressed the restless Tai Huang seal in his body. His eyes shone brightly. He no longer had any doubts. There was definitely a divine weapon of the great path inside the coffin. Only those invincible supreme sages, supreme true demons, and innate gods could use a divine weapon of the great path to be buried with it. The divine weapon of the great path was dispelled just like that. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. That was the attack of a divine weapon of the great path. Haha. I told you that you overestimated yourself. The Jiang family's elder god seemed very happy to see the Emperor Z being defeated. You. The Emperor Z was enraged. If not for his scruples, he would have attacked the Jiang family's elder god long ago. The Jiang family's elder god was too despicable. Swoosh! The Yao Tai saintess, who was standing on the rainbow divine lotus, made her move. She unleashed a rainbow divine light that shrouded the coffin in the sky above the tomb of heaven and yellow. Bang! The primordial path master also made his move. He was even more direct. He activated the Sun Divine Pearl that was floating above his head. The Sun Divine Pearl shone brightly. It shook violently and shot out a brilliant ray of sun divine light that pierced through the coffin that was descending. The sun divine light pierced through the void. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered and turned into nothingness. A pitch-black spatial crack appeared in the void. Bang! Just as the Yao Tai Saintus Rainbow Divine Light and the Primordial Path Master's fierce attack from the Sun Divine Pearl were about to touch the coffin, the 9 Great Path Saint patterns on the coffin suddenly emitted a brilliant brilliance. The power of heaven and earth was vast. It was as if an ancient slaughterhouse had appeared around the coffin. Roar! Kill! The shouts from the ancient slaughterhouse seemed to have transcended the ages and came from ancient times. Everyone present could not help but tremble. This was the sound of heaven and earth killing. The rainbow light disappeared. The terrifying attack from the divine sun pearl also dissipated before the coffin, dissolving into nothingness. Everyone was dumbfounded. 2 great cultivators of the current era had made their moves, but they could not stop the coffin from descending. Even the divine weapon of the sun divine pearl was useless. Rumble, the legendary Xianhuang coffin, which was said to be a great omen throughout the ages, was still descending. On the coffin, the 9 Great Path Saint patterns triggered the power of heaven and earth. It enveloped the coffin, and no divine power could break through the power of heaven and earth. Could this really be a trap set by that fiend? The old turtle thought to himself. The 9 Great Path Saint patterns triggered the power of heaven and earth. This was the power of that fiend who had embarked on the supreme path of killing. Seeing that the coffin was about to sink back into the tomb, everyone was extremely anxious. Chapter 864. No one could break through the killing power of heaven and earth that enveloped the coffin of the Xianhuang, the great ominous being that had existed for thousands of years. There was a world of difference between the extreme path saint marks personally inscribed by a supreme path saint and the extreme path saint marks inscribed by others. The Great Path Saint marks inscribed by a Supreme Path Saint were Supreme Saint marks that contained a trace of the Great Path Saint's power. The Great Path Saint's inscription could evolve the Great Path and draw the power of the Great Path from heaven and earth to display the power of the Great Path. Even the super-divine formation set up by the 4 Great Path Saints was broken by the 9 Great Path Saints inscription. The 4 Great Path Saints could only watch helplessly as the coffin of Xianhuang, the Great Path Saint, sank into the cracked tomb. They could not stop it. At this time, no one doubted that the 9 Great Path Saints' inscription on Xianhuang's coffin was definitely the work of a Great Path Saint. Otherwise, it would not have such heaven-defying power. The 4 Great Path Saints seemed to be at their wits' end and could not do anything about this grave of Xianhuang. Was there really no one who could break this grave of Xianhuang? Boom! Just as everyone was feeling disappointed, an ancient seal directly broke through the void and appeared in the sky above the tomb of Xianhuang. It emitted a monstrous demonic power and smashed a corner of the world. An extremely terrifying pressure spread from the seal. All the cultivators, even the immortals, could not help but kneel on the ground under this pressure. Even the Great Path Saints' expressions changed and they retreated far away. It's that guy. When the Tao Lord of the primeval Tao sect saw the huge seal in the sky, his eyes turned red. The almighty sacred weapon that he had refined for his entire life had been snatched away by the owner of this huge seal. That was the sacred weapon that the primeval Tao sect had refined and relied on to attain the Tao. Now that it had been snatched away, how could he not be furious? However, the aura that emanated from the seal was too powerful. Even the Great Path Saints were afraid of it. The primeval path sect master did not lose his rationality and did not attack. The other party had the divine weapon of the Great Path. If he attacked, he would only be tortured. At this time, a figure appeared high in the sky and looked down at the world. Who else could it be but the old turtle of the demon clan? He finally could not help but attack. Boom! A huge seal trembled, displaying an extreme divine might. The entire world seemed as if it was about to be crushed by the vast energy ripples emanating from the seal. It was terrifying. Apart from the mighty figures of the present world, no one else could stand. Everyone was lying on the ground, trembling in fear. This was a fear that originated from the depths of the soul. It was as if the legendary extreme Tao saint had descended, and all living beings in the world had to bow down and worship him. As if it was impacted by the Tai sovereign seal, the huge coffin that was descending stopped in the air above the grave. Around the coffin, a murderous aura surged and the power of heaven and earth surged. It was as if an ancient slaughterhouse had appeared. It was terrifying to the extreme. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the coffin shook, and a muffled crashing sound rang out from within. It was as if something was about to rush out from the coffin, and the fiendish aura was unprecedentedly strong. The entire world trembled with the muffled crashing sound. The 9 great path saint patterns that were imprinted on the coffin moved on top of the coffin, intertwining with mysterious paths and patterns. It was like a huge net that covered the entire coffin. Every great path saint pattern flowed with the endless great way of heaven and earth, drawing upon the power of the great way of heaven and earth. It seemed as if it was suppressing and protecting the thing inside the coffin. So what if it's the great path saint personally imprinted it? I'll smash it. The great path saint patterns on the coffin were evolving into the great way, suppressing the thing inside the coffin. However, the old turtle did not have any scruples. He directly drove the Tai sovereign seal and smashed it down on the tomb of heaven and yellow below. Bang! The Tai sovereign seal descended from the sky, displaying a terrifying divine might that could destroy thousands of worlds. It directly smashed the tomb of heaven and yellow, along with the huge coffin above the grave, into the ground. Nothing could withstand an attack from an extreme path saint weapon that displayed the divine might of the great way. Under the extreme divine might of the Tai sovereign seal, the void turned into nothingness, and everything was destroyed. The entire forsaken world was shaken. Roar! 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 A terrifying roar came from the depths of this world. There was a terrifying supreme existence that was startled by the divine might of the Tai sovereign seal. It was an existence that was strong enough to compete with the mighty figures of the current era. In this abandoned world, many great beasts of the untainted land were imprisoned. Perhaps some of them were still alive. Boom! Suddenly, the earth shook violently. The ground within a radius of millions of miles undulated like rippling LNG. Countless mountains collapsed. Another divine might of the Great Way suddenly erupted from the ground. The 2 divine might of the Great Way were mighty in this world, and all living beings trembled. Bang! The mountain and river cauldron was shaken away by the terrifying power that suddenly erupted from the ground, and a divine light rushed up from the ground. Rumble, the earth shook, and the sky trembled. The divine light that rushed up from the ground was black and yellow in color. The might of the divine light was as heavy as 100,000 ancient mountains, making it hard for people to breathe. The 2 divine might of the Great Way were mighty in the world, shocking all living beings. Everyone was pressed to the ground by the 2 might, trembling with fear. It was as if doomsday had come, and they didn't even dare to raise their heads. Even the celestial being realm immortal emperor and Shen King were kneeling on the ground. Only the 4 mighty figures of the current era could still stand, protected by their divine weapons. The black and yellow pagoda of heaven and earth, the 4 mighty figures of the current era were shocked. The Jadestige Saintess flew forward on a 7-colored divine lotus, and the old emperor of the Jiang family rushed forward with the chaotic divine bead on his head. The Violet Emperor and the Taoist Lord of the archaic Tao Gate could not sit still. They each used their divine weapons to protect themselves, and flew forward against the boundless pressure. Humph! At this moment, a cold laugh came from the sky. The 4 mighty figures of the current era could not help but be shocked when they heard this cold laugh. In the next moment, an unstoppable force came down from the sky. The 4 mighty figures of the current era suffered a great impact, and all of them were shaken 100 miles away. The old turtle only shook the Tai Huang seal once, and the 4 mighty figures of the current era were shaken 100 miles away. Under the divine might of the Great Way, even the mighty figures of the current era were as weak as ants. How dare you fight with me for the black-yellow pagoda? The old turtle glanced at the 4 mighty figures that were shaken 100 miles away and said coldly. He had the Tai Huang seal, an extreme sacred weapon. How could the four mighty figures of the current era be a match for him? They were simply overestimating themselves. Chapter 865. Boom! The heaven and earth divine light suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, the heaven and earth divine pagoda that rose from the ground emitted a boundless heaven and earth divine light. The divine might of the extreme Tao suddenly exploded, shaking the ancient world and shaking the heavens. The entire world seemed like it was about to collapse as an extremely terrifying pressure spread out in all directions. The entire abandoned world became silent in an instant. All sounds disappeared. The appearance of the worldly mysterious yellow pagoda had shocked all the living beings in this side of the world. Within a radius of 10 million miles, all living beings felt a great pressure, especially the cultivators and immortals near the heaven and earth divine pagoda. Some people could not withstand the pressure and exploded. The immortals closest to them felt as if they were being crushed by 100,000 mountains. They could not move at all as they lay on the ground. Moreover, their bodies were gradually being pressed into the ground. Those with weaker cultivation were on the verge of a mental breakdown under the pressure of two extreme powers. The heaven and earth divine pagoda, haha. Under the protection of the Tai Huang seal, the old turtle could ignore the extreme power of the heaven and earth divine pagoda. Rumble, he activated the Tai Huang seal and suppressed the rising heaven and earth divine pagoda. He wanted to use the Tai Huang seal to suppress the heaven and earth divine pagoda and take it. This tomb was most likely the real heaven and earth divine pagoda. Otherwise, the heaven and earth divine pagoda would not have appeared here. Moreover, the coffin had the sacred runes of the great Tao personally imprinted on it by the extreme Tao saint. Whoosh! At this moment, the heaven and earth divine pagoda that was emitting endless heaven and earth divine chi suddenly broke through the void and rushed into the depths of this part of the world with endless power. The old turtle was shocked. The extreme Tao saint weapon was a spiritual weapon that had already developed a weapon soul. How could the heaven and earth divine pagoda escape? Almost at the same time, the Tai Huang seal shook and broke free from the old turtle's control. It also rushed into the sky and chased after the heaven and earth divine pagoda. Oh no! The old turtle was shocked. The Tai Huang seal was his protective talisman. If the Tai Huang seal broke free from his control, it would be very bad. The old turtle was about to chase after the Tai Huang seal, but someone wanted to stop him. Roar! An angry roar rang out like a clap of thunder. The void almost collapsed. Then, a dazzling red divine light pierced through from afar and shot at the back of the old turtle's head in an instant. The primeval Tao Lord could not help but attack the old turtle in the end. The beam of divine light shot out from the solar divine pearl tore through the void. It was extremely terrifying. Damn it! Old tortoise's figure blurred. The divine light of the sun pierced through the back of his head, but there was no splattering of blood. The next moment, the old turtle's figure appeared 10 feet away. It turned out that what the divine light of the sun had pierced through was only an afterimage of the old turtle, not its real body. You bastards! The old turtle was infuriated when he saw someone trying to stop him. After being blocked by the primeval Tao Lord, the Grand Imperial Seal and the mysterious yellow pagoda disappeared into the horizon. Humph! Let's see how arrogant you can be without the Grand Sovereign Seal. The primeval Tao Lord gritted his teeth. How dare this guy snatch away his sacred weapon? He deserved to die. He approached the old turtle step by step like a moving primeval sacred mountain. The powerful aura he emitted was suffocating. Swoosh! The Yao Tai Saintess stepped on the rainbow divine lotus and chased after the Grand Imperial Seal and the mysterious yellow pagoda. The mysterious yellow pagoda was ownerless. Who wouldn't be jealous? Although the Grand Imperial Seal belonged to the old turtle and was the Demon Clan's supreme sacred weapon, it was not a big deal to take it as well. Of course, that was if one could take it. Swoosh! The Jiang family's patriarch emperor also took action and chased after the Yao Tai Saintess. Since the Jiang family's patriarch emperor had made a move, Emperor Z would not fall behind. He rushed forward almost at the same time with the Jiang family's patriarch emperor. They ignored the old turtle and the primeval Tao Lord. It would be best if the two of them fought to the death. Bam! The primeval Tao Lord made his move. An ancient bronze chariot immediately charged at the old turtle. It was an extremely ancient chariot. It was simple and unadorned, but it was frightening. You're courting death. The old tortoise was truly enraged this time. His eyes widened and he let out a roar as he threw a punch at the incoming chariot. Boom! The old tortoise did not dodge. Instead, he threw a punch at the chariot, causing it to fly backward. However, one had to admit that this chariot was truly astonishing. In terms of strength, the old turtle's punch could even shatter a mountain. However, the primeval Tao Lord's chariot did not seem to be damaged at all. An almighty sacred weapon? The old tortoise was taken aback. This ancient chariot was also a supreme treasure, which was quite a surprise to him. Rumble, at that moment, the old tortoise felt an extremely powerful force descending from above its head. The boundless heat seemed to be evaporating even the void between heaven and earth. The old turtle looked up and saw a divine light that resembled a sun descending toward him. The terrifying force made the old turtle feel as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on him. The divine sun pearl? The old turtle's pupils contracted. This guy was really out of his league. He did not want to be entangled with this guy. The divine sun pearl displayed its supreme divine power. The divine power of the sun suppressed heaven and earth. It was as if the sun was descending, almost collapsing the heaven and earth. The primeval Tao Lord recalled the ancient bronze chariot and said in a deep voice, "Old monster, return the golden divine pagoda and I can pretend that nothing happened." He drove the divine sun pearl with all his might and prepared to give the old turtle an earth-shattering blow. The primeval Tao Lord was determined to get the old turtle to return his almighty sacred weapon. He did not even want to fight for the supreme sacred weapon. The Yao Tai Saintess, the elder god emperor of the Jiang family, and the primeval immortal sex emperor Z had already rushed into the depths of this world. A terrifying aura that made all living beings tremble came from the depths of this abandoned world. It was the confrontation of two supreme sacred weapons. Supreme sacred weapons were supreme sacred weapons that had derived weapon souls. Although they were weapons and magic treasures, they had their own consciousness. When the Thai sovereign seal and the mysterious yellow pagoda met, no one could suppress these two sacred weapons unless a supreme saint was present. The old turtle had been careless this time. Although the Thai sovereign seal was a supreme sacred weapon of the demon clan, he had not completely refined this treasure of the demon clan. Damn it, I don't have time to waste with you. I've already given away that piece of scrap metal of yours. As the old turtle spoke, a stone battle suit appeared on his body. He broke through the seal of the divine sun pearl and rushed out. This, the primeval Tao Lord could not help but be dumbfounded. How could this be? The divine sun pearl had already sealed this part of the world. How could he have rushed out so easily? That stone-made battle suit. Chapter 866. After the stone armor appeared on the old tortoise's body, it was impenetrable and immediately rushed out of the void sealed by the divine sun pearl. Damn old demon. The primordial path master was shocked. He drove the ancient bronze chariot and chased after the old tortoise. Rumble, the ancient chariot crashed through the sky like a huge mountain, causing the void to tremble. At the same time, rays of dazzling divine light shot out of the divine sun pearl and pierced through the old tortoise. The power of the divine sun was vast and terrifying heat spread out. Even the void seemed to be evaporating. However, it was all in vain. The old tortoise's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already dashed hundreds of kilometers away. Even the divine light of the sun from the divine sun pearl was left behind by the old tortoise. Soon, the old tortoise disappeared from the primordial path master's sight. Roar! The primordial path master stood on the ancient chariot and roared at the sky. He was furious. This might be his only chance to retrieve his almighty sacred weapon. If the old demon regained control of the Grand Sovereign Seal, the primordial path master would never have the chance to attack the old tortoise again. His almighty sacred weapon would be lost forever. The primordial path master did not hesitate. He immediately drove the ancient bronze chariot with the divine sun pearl floating above his head and rushed into the depths of this world. There, two almighty sacred weapons were fighting. The intensity of the battle between the spiritual weapons was definitely not inferior to the battle between human cultivators. If the two almighty sacred weapons displayed their almighty sacred powers, they would be as terrifying as two saints of the almighty sacred path. Two terrifying auras filled the entire world. In this abandoned world, all living beings trembled in fear under these two auras. Even the terrifying beasts that were comparable to almighty sacred beasts were silent. Even though the Grand Sovereign Seal and the Nine Heavens' mysterious yellow pagoda had rushed into the depths of this world, the immortals on the ground, including the Shen King and the immortal Emperor, still did not dare to stand up. The almighty sacred powers were unstoppable. In front of the Grand Sovereign Seal and the Nine Heavens' mysterious yellow pagoda, even the high and mighty immortals were as weak as ants. The battle in the depths of this world was incomparably intense. From time to time, there would be the golden light rushing out from that area, destroying everything. A battle of this level was something that even the most powerful beings of the current era could not interfere in. The Grand Sovereign Seal and the Nine Heavens' black-yellow pagoda were both extreme divine artifacts. One was the extreme divine artifact of the primordial era Supreme Demon Emperor, the Grand Sovereign, and the other was the great ominous divine artifact that had dominated the primordial era. Of the two extreme Tao sacred artifacts, it was unknown whether the Grand Sovereign's Grand Sovereign Seal was stronger and could suppress the Nine Heavens' black-yellow pagoda, or if the Nine Heavens' black-yellow pagoda was stronger and could suppress the Grand Sovereign Seal. While all living beings in the world were trembling under the two extreme divine powers, a different scene was taking place in Gu Fei's inner world. On the highest peak of this divine land, an ancient cauldron as large as a mountain floated in the air, giving off an extremely ancient and vicissitude aura. Streams of primordial chaos energy swirled around the mountain river cauldron like giant dragons. Inside the mountain river cauldron, the phoenix marrow divine power and dragon essence energy surged. Below the cauldron, a figure sat cross-legged on the peak of the mountain. At this time, Gu Fei had already melted the black mountain formed by the Nine Heaven star iron with the level 9 true yang divine fire. Then, he put the melted Nine Heaven star iron into the cauldron. Using the mountain river cauldron to refine the divine weapon, the phoenix true fire and dragon essence energy intertwined in the cauldron. Inside the cauldron was another world. The space inside the cauldron seemed to be infinite. If one had the supreme magical power to move mountains and drain seas, it would not be difficult to put the entire world into the cauldron. A ball of phoenix divine fire burned fiercely in the cauldron. Within the divine fire was a ball of black liquid. Impurities were constantly being refined out of the black liquid. Next to the ball of phoenix divine fire, there was a divine pearl floating with endless dragon essence energy. The ball of black liquid in the divine fire of the phoenix kept changing shape. At this point in the refinement, it had reached a crucial moment. Gu Fei wanted to mold his divine weapon. The ball of black liquid kept changing shape. Sometimes, it looked like a domineering divine blade. Sometimes, it looked like a divine pagoda. Sometimes, it turned into a huge seal. Gu Fei wanted to refine a Nine Heavens star sword. Therefore, after countless transformations, the ball of black liquid finally took the shape of a long sword. Just as the black liquid enveloped by the phoenix divine fire took the shape of a divine sword, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the peak of the mountain, suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his head and two beams of dazzling divine light shone from his eyes. He seemed to be able to see through the mountain river cauldron and see the divine sword wrapped in the divine fire. Then, Gu Fei's hand started to move slowly in the void in front of him. The movements of Gu Fei's hands were extremely mysterious. The rhythm of the great Tao surged from Gu Fei's hands. Ancient characters started to appear in the void in front of Gu Fei before disappearing. He seemed to be evolving the great Tao of heaven and earth. Every ancient character that appeared in the void seemed to be a representation of the great Tao. However, they could not be imprinted in the void and quickly disappeared. Gu Fei had a deeper understanding of the great Tao imprint in his heart. He started to copy the ancient martial characters contained in the great Tao imprint in the void. He had obtained the great Tao imprint of the supreme martial ancestor and was the successor of the martial ancestor. The great Tao imprint contained the cultivation experience and comprehension of the martial ancestor. It was the most precious thing in the world. The great Tao imprint of the martial ancestor was a supreme martial scripture. As long as one could comprehend it, they would have a chance to break through to the martial saint realm or even surpass their predecessors and reach an unprecedented height. There were only a few hundred ancient characters in the martial scripture left behind by the martial ancestor. Every ancient character seemed to be a great Tao. Frequently reading it, Gu Fei's state of mind continued to improve. As his state of mind continued to improve, Gu Fei's understanding of the great Tao became deeper. 2 hours passed, 4 hours passed, 6 hours passed. Gu Fei continued to copy the hundreds of ancient characters contained in the great Tao imprint. In the end, only 9 ancient characters could be condensed in the void for a period of time. However, these 9 ancient characters could not be condensed for long and could only be maintained for half an hour. This was enough. Gu Fei wanted to imprint the 9 ancient characters on the 9 heaven stars sword and condense the power of the great Tao to refine the 9 heaven stars sword. Gu Fei walked on the martial path, focusing on cultivating his own body. A peerless martial physique was comparable to any divine weapon, able to contend against any saint weapon. However, this didn't mean that cultivators couldn't refine their own divine weapons. Cultivators could also refine their own divine weapons. All cultivation methods, all cultivation systems, when cultivated to a high level, would more or less have some similarities, and all roads lead to the same destination. Chapter 867. Gu Fei continued to copy the ancient words of the martial progenitor. Among the hundreds of ancient words, only 9 of them were able to stay in the rift for a short period of time, each emitting the aura of the Tao. The words represented the Tao, and the Tao represented the words. It felt like the supreme martial progenitor had merged the Tao he had comprehended into the Tao runes. Every character was a part of the Tao. Gu Fei inserted the 9 ancient words into the mountain and river cauldron and attempted to imprint them onto the sword embryo. However, the 9 ancient words could not be destroyed, thus they could only dissipate into the rift. The 9 ancient words successfully penetrated the divine phoenix fire, which was strong enough to refine immortal materials. The flames had no effect on the 9 ancient words. However, the 9 ancient words failed to imprint on the 9 heavenly stars sword. Gu Fei had already expected this to happen. It was not an easy task to imprint the Tao runes on a weapon and accumulate the force of the Tao. The 9 heavenly stars sword had yet to take its final form. The 9 ancient words continued to appear around the sword embryo, but Gu Fei's hands did not stop there. The 9 ancient words could only exist in the rift for half an hour. Within this period of time, if the ancient words failed to imprint on the sword embryo, they would dissipate into the rift. As the ancient words dissipated, Gu Fei attempted to imprint them in the rift once again. Imprinting the path of the Tao was not an easy task. Even though it required a great amount of effort and energy, Gu Fei was able to endure it with his endless strength. The 9 ancient characters revolved around the sword embryo. After some of the ancient characters dissipated, new characters would immediately appear. The martial weapon refinement art was extremely magical. As Gu Fei was forging the sword embryo, the 9 ancient words were able to imprint on the sword embryo with the aura of the Tao. However, it took a long time. It took Gu Fei 48 hours to imprint a single ancient word on the sword embryo. 9 days later, the mountain and river cauldrons suddenly emitted a buzz, as if thousands of weapons were being drawn out from their scabbards. Swoosh! A black divine light rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron. It was like a black dragon that soared into the sky. A powerful sword chi immediately spread out. It's done. When the black divine light flew out of the mountain and river cauldron, a figure sitting cross-legged on a boulder beside the heavenly spring stood up. He was breathing in and out boundless spiritual chi. Big Brother, a green-robed man sat cross-legged on a mountain surrounded by spiritual energy. A divine orb hovered in front of him. There was an inseparable connection between the two. Shaoqing opened his eyes and stood up from the summit, looking in the direction of Gu Fei. Roar! A roar rang out, startling all the birds and beasts in the vicinity. A divine beast covered in raging flames rushed out of the valley. In the distant sky, 3 terrifying existences surrounded by a deathly aura stood. All the creatures in the divine land were startled. The mountain and river cauldron floating above the mountain suppressed the phoenix marrow divine orb and dragon essence divine orb again. Then, it turned into a chaotic divine light and entered Gu Fei's body. A divine light that looked like black lightning danced in the sky, emitting a piercing sound that could be heard from 100 miles away. Although it was only an unfinished sword, the aura it emitted was already terrifying. It was even more terrifying than ordinary divine weapons and immortal weapons. This was an unfinished sword refined by the mountain and river cauldron using the power of the phoenix and dragon essence divine orb. As soon as it was born, it took the form of an extreme divine weapon. The 9 heaven star iron was indeed an immortal material. It was a sacred item exclusive to extreme divine saints. Perhaps only Gu Fei could smelt this immortal material. An immortal material could be smelted, but it could not be destroyed. Although the divine fire of the phoenix was one of the strongest divine fires in the world, it could not destroy an immortal material. Gu Fei stared at the black divine light in the sky. His hands did not stop. He continued to copy the 9 sacred words in the sky. The 9 words lingered around him. They had an indescribable connection with the unfinished sword of the 9 heaven stars sword. The 2 of them resonated with each other. Gradually, the black divine light in the sky calmed down. At that moment, Shaoqing, He Tian, and Balan arrived near the mountain. They watched the scene nervously. Gu Fei was a martial immortal. His body was his strongest weapon. It did not matter if he had a weapon or not. However, it would be a different story if he had an extreme holy weapon in hand. The unfinished sword of the 9 heaven stars sword finally stopped in the air above the mountain peak. It gently vibrated, and 9 holy characters appeared indistinctly on the unfinished sword. Although the unfinished sword was in the shape of a sword, it was only 3 feet long and less than 4 feet long. Its entire body was pitch black and perfectly round. It didn't have a sword's edge or hilt, and it looked like a long black iron. When the 9 sacred words appeared, the essence of the world immediately gathered towards the unfinished sword of the 9 heaven stars sword. The unfinished sword was like a bottomless black hole, crazily devouring the spiritual qi of the world. The aura of the great Tao flowed on the unfinished sword. The 9 sacred words activated the power of the great Tao. When Shaoqing and the others saw this, their expressions changed. The spiritual qi of the world gathered. The wind and clouds changed color. The entire sky darkened. It was extremely terrifying. Specks of light flickered in the void. This was spiritual qi that could be seen with the naked eye. This divine land was Gu Fei's inner world. Gu Fei could immediately sense the slightest movement. The spiritual qi of the world was crazily devoured by the unfinished sword. This made Gu Fei feel like he was being sucked dry. The inner world was his second source of power. However, Gu Fei did not stop because of this. The 9 martial path sacred words were not stable yet. He wanted to completely stabilize the 9 martial path sacred words that were imprinted on the sword billets. Fortunately, there were a few divine springs of life in Gu Fei's inner world that contained boundless life essence. They could provide an endless supply of spiritual qi to this part of the world. Otherwise, Gu Fei's inner world would have turned into a barren world if the sword billets were to crazily devour the spiritual qi of heaven and earth like this. If this continues, when will it end? After 2 hours, He Tian sighed. Not everyone could use immortal materials to refine a divine weapon. It's been 2 hours. That thing has devoured so much spiritual qi, but it's still not enough? Shaoqing was also extremely shocked. One had to know that 2 hours of crazily devouring was a shocking amount of spiritual qi. Even profound transformation realm immortal kings and god kings wouldn't be able to devour so much spiritual qi. Even such people would probably explode from the enormous amount of spiritual qi. Even Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak, wasn't confident. He didn't know how much spiritual chi the 9 heavenly stars sword would need to devour before the 9 sacred words on the unfinished sword would completely stabilize. I'll risk it. Gu Fei clenched his teeth and persevered. He wanted to see just how much spiritual chi the unfinished sword could devour. The place where the unfinished sword was located had already become a terrifying black hole. The heaven and earth spiritual chi that gathered from all directions entered the black hole and was completely devoured by the black sword billets without even raising a single LNG flower. Using endless spiritual chi to feed that thing seems to be a bit too much. Even Balan, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but speak up. Gu Fei activated the great Tao brand in his body. The 9 ancient martial Tao words appeared on his hands with great proficiency and then imprinted into the sky, causing the spiritual chi that gathered to become chaotic. Buzz! 6 hours later, the sword billets in the sky suddenly released a deafening cry that resounded through the 9 heavens. Heaven and earth trembled, and a part of the sky seemed as if it was going to collapse. The 9 sacred words on the unfinished sword constantly flickered and emitted a boundless divine light. It was as if the endless great Tao's charm was surging, and in an instant, the spiritual chi within a 10,000-mile radius was sucked dry. Shao Qing, He Tian, and Balan were all shocked. The origin chi in their bodies began to boil, and a great power seemed to want to suck away all the power in their bodies. They were so nervous that they almost couldn't breathe. The 9 sacred words on the unfinished sword flashed a total of 91 times. Then, it emitted a bright light, as if it had turned into a sun that was fixed in the sky and illuminated the entire world. The aura of the great Tao surged, and all things in the world trembled. Even Shao Qing, He Tian, and Balan felt an urge to prostrate themselves in worship. It's done. On the mountain peak, Gu Fei's body was on the verge of collapse. The strength of the martial body was absolutely unquestionable. Even the celestial being realm immortal emperor and Shen King couldn't compare to Gu Fei in terms of physical strength. Even with his boundless divine power, he was on the verge of collapse. One could imagine how much effort Gu Fei had spent to refine the 9 heaven stars sword. The divine light emitted by the 9 sacred words shone through the ages, illuminating the heavens. Each character was like a universe of its own, evolving heaven and earth. The boundless origin chi that the unfinished sword had devoured finally showed its effect. The 9 sacred words of the martial path were successfully branded on the unfinished sword. The blinding divine light didn't last for very long. The 9 sacred words of the martial path gradually dimmed, and the aura of the great Tao also disappeared into the unfinished sword. In the end, the 9 sacred words of the martial path disappeared into the unfinished sword. Swish! Gu Fei stood up from the ground and waved his hand. The unfinished sword floating in the air immediately flew toward Gu Fei and landed in Gu Fei's hand. This is my own divine weapon. Gu Fei murmured to himself. Holding the unfinished sword, he could feel a terrifying power lurking within it. If this power were to be activated, even the expression of a supreme expert would change. Chapter 868. Now that the sword billets had been molded, everything was worth it. This was because the sword billets were refined from the immortal material 9 heaven stars iron, so they had unlimited room for growth. 9 heaven stars iron was an exclusive refining material for sages. Even in the great era of the great desolate world, it was difficult to find a fist-sized piece of it. But Gu Fei had refined a mountain of 9 heaven stars iron into a black iron rod that was less than 4 feet long. It looked like an iron rod, but it was somewhat flat and round. Only someone like Gu Fei, who had an incomparably strong body, could hold it in his hand. If Gu Fei loosened his grip, the 9 heaven stars sword would fall and the entire mountain would collapse. Swish! Gu Fei casually waved the sword billets. There were no energy fluctuations, but the nearby mountain disappeared like snow in the void. Gu Fei's heart pounded wildly. It was just a casual strike, but it had crushed a mountain peak. Such an attack power was truly frightening. Even an immortal spirit would be destroyed if it was struck by this sword embryo. This is a martial path's divine weapon. Gu Fei thought. There was no monstrous magic power, no magical phenomenon, but a simple strike could shatter the world. In the distance, Little Qing, He Tian, and Balan were also startled by Gu Fei's strike. Their hearts were filled with shock. That black and swarthy weapon was truly frightening. A casual strike had such great power. Congratulations on refining a peerless divine weapon, boss. Big brother, congratulations. Your luck is not bad. After a while, Little Qing, He Tian, and Balan recovered from their shock and rushed over to congratulate Gu Fei. The three supreme emperors of the undead race also came to pay their respects to Gu Fei. Gu Fei was their master, so they had no choice but to come. The survival of the three undead races depended on Gu Fei's will. The three undead races had been obediently staying in Gu Fei's divine land and did not make any strange movements, which made Gu Fei feel more at ease. The undead race was a formidable force. The three supreme emperors of the three races were incomparably powerful, enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with immortal kings and divine kings. Even the undead monarchs were comparable to immortals. The three supreme emperors of the undead retreated, leaving only Gu Fei, He Tian, Little Qing, and Baron on the mountain peak. The mountain they were standing on was the tallest mountain peak in the entire divine land, but now, the peak they were standing on was the tallest mountain in the entire divine land. In the past, this peak was lush with lush trees, flowers, and immortal birds chirping in the forest. It was a scene of immortals. But now, this most beautiful peak had become a barren land. All the flowers, plants, and trees had withered. From the mountainside up, all the flowers, plants, and trees had turned into dust, leaving only some flower-shaped ashes on the ground. The huge mountain had turned into a deathly silent mountain without a trace of life. What a pity for this peak. Little Qing couldn't help but shake his head. But when he thought about Gu Fei's casual attack, it seemed that it was worth it. A sword made from the 9 heaven star iron had infinite room for growth. If nothing unexpected happened, it was likely that an extreme path sacred weapon would appear in this world. Little Qing and the others were admiring the black iron rod in Gu Fei's hand. This thing was not beautiful, it could even be said that it didn't have any spiritual energy. It looked very ordinary, but it was able to display a frightening power. It was simple, but it could shatter the void. Boss, let me see. He Tian finally couldn't help but ask. He had seen the process of Gu Fei refining this thing, which was very different from ordinary refining methods. In particular, he had imprinted the 9 sacred characters on the divine weapon. When a supreme saint refined an extreme path sacred weapon, he had to evolve the great path of heaven and earth, imprint the great path sacred runes on the divine weapon, and gather the power of the great path to shape the divine soul of the divine weapon. But what Gu Fei had imprinted on the divine weapon were the 9 ancient characters. Take it. Gu Fei smiled and threw the black iron rod to He Tian. He Tian was overjoyed and quickly reached out to catch it. But when He Tian grabbed the black iron rod with both hands, his face changed. His hands seemed to be carrying 100,000 immemorial divine mountains. He grabbed the black iron rod with all his might and refused to let go. Bam! He Tian fell flat on his face. He couldn't pick up the black iron rod at all, and he could only force himself to do so. His face was covered in dust. The whole mountain shook, and He Tian's upper body was smashed into the ground, buried in the soil. Little Qing and Balan were shocked when they saw this, and they quickly jumped away. Roar! Boss, this thing is too heavy. He Tian still refused to let go, but his soul fluctuations were not hindered. He Tian's voice resounded in everyone's heart. Little Qing and Balan were shocked when they heard this. He Tian couldn't even lift the black iron rod, and it even pressed He Tian into the ground. Could it be that this black and swarthy object was actually heavier than a primordial divine mountain? It was hard to imagine. Boss, hurry up and help me. The bones in my hand are about to be crushed. He Tian cried out. He couldn't keep calm anymore. The thing in his hand was many times heavier than an immemorial divine mountain. Hee hee. Everyone laughed. Gu Fei chuckled and waved his hands, causing the black rod to fly up from the ground, before he grabbed it in his hands, lifting it as though it was light. He Tian climbed up from the ground in embarrassment and shook off the dust on his body. The soul fire in his skull throbbed violently. A divine weapon that can become an extreme divine weapon is really extraordinary. He Tian said in surprise. A piece of 9 heaven star iron was as heavy as a mountain, and a fist-sized piece could crush a mountain. Although He Tian was envious, he didn't have any other thoughts. Big brother, we should also go out. Little Qing suddenly said. They had been in the inner world for more than half a year, and no one knew what was going on outside. Gu Fei's divine land was full of spiritual qi, and it was definitely a treasure land for cultivation. However, they couldn't stay here forever. Gu Fei nodded. He threw the sword billets refined from the 9 heaven star iron into the largest spring of life in this divine land, refining them with the essence of life energy day and night. Then, he directly opened the inner world above the mountain and walked out. Boom! As soon as they walked out of the inner world, Gu Fei and the others felt 2 extremely auras surging towards them, almost pressing them to the ground. Everyone was shocked. This was an extreme divine might, and it was like 2 worlds, 2 universes, pressing down on them, causing them to almost collapse. Gu Fei hastily used his inner world power to block these 2 terrible auras. Little Qing, He Tian, and Balan's faces turned deathly pale, and their bodies swayed. Under this extreme divine might, all living beings in the world were like ants. Even Gu Fei's inner world power couldn't completely block these 2 extreme divine might. Everyone was still shocked, and they couldn't speak for a long time. It's the aura of the Tai Huang seal. Little Qing cried out in alarm. Among the 2 extreme divine might, one was very familiar to him. It was the supreme pressure of the Tai Huang seal, which was controlled by his master. The Tai Huang seal? Could it be that old tortoise is actually fighting against another person with an extreme holy weapon? Everyone was extremely shocked when they heard that. The other extreme divine might was very unfamiliar, and it was definitely a new extreme divine weapon. The supreme pressure of that weapon revealed a fierce aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Could it be? Erebus seemed to know something. He seemed to have thought of something. His voice trembled as the soul flame in his skull pulsed violently. Swish! A layer of starlight rushed out of his skull and enveloped him. Then, he soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the extreme divine might. Under the influence of the extreme divine might, the void became extremely unstable. No one dared to teleport under the influence of the extreme divine might because it would be very dangerous. Around He Tian, starlight flickered, as if a starry sky had appeared. This was the power of an almighty holy weapon refined from the 9 heaven stars. With the protection of his saint weapon, Erebus could barely resist the effects of the extreme divine might on his body and even his divine soul. He could fly in the sky. But Little Qing and Balan didn't have an almighty holy weapon, so they had to move forward under the cover of Gu Fei's internal world energy. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to stand under the influence of the extreme divine might. Gu Fei's internal world energy wrapped around Little Qing and Balan. Then he soared into the sky and chased after He Tian. The aura emitted from the depths of this world shook the entire world. The 2 extreme divine auras shook the entire world, as though doomsday had arrived. Along the way, they didn't see a single person. The people who entered this abandoned world seemed to have disappeared, which made Gu Fei and the others feel uneasy. When they entered the depths of this world, they could see broken ground everywhere, as well as broken voids that were repairing themselves. The battle was extremely fierce, and the traces left behind made Gu Fei and the others frightened. Under the extreme divine might, heaven and earth became extremely fragile. The almighty holy weapons had pierced through the earth and shattered the sky. They really had the supreme power to destroy the world. In fact, Gu Fei and the others couldn't get close to the area where the almighty holy weapons were. They were stopped thousands of miles away. The aura of the 2 great almighty holy weapons was so powerful and terrifying that they couldn't move forward anymore. If they wanted to move forward, Gu Fei would have to use the almighty holy weapon as well. But Gu Fei didn't want others to know that he also had an almighty holy weapon. Although they couldn't get close to the battlefield, Gu Fei and the others saw the old turtle and another almighty in the periphery. The old turtle and a mighty cultivator were chasing after each other. In a flash, they disappeared into a region filled with murderous aura. The mighty cultivator rode on an ancient chariot, and a divine pearl that shone with boundless divine light hung above his head. He also chased after them. What the hell happened? Chapter 869. Could it be that these two holy weapons are fighting on their own? Gu Fei was startled. He knew very well that the holy weapons were supreme weapons that had given birth to a weapon soul. Although they were weapons, they were holy weapons with souls. As long as the soul of the holy weapon was strong enough, the holy weapon could move on its own and even unleash a terrifying divine might. This kind of holy weapon was very frightening. It could communicate with the master who refined it. It didn't even need the master to control it. With just a thought, it could suddenly attack the master's opponent. In the depths of this world, there was no aura of an extreme saint. There was only the energy ripple of an extreme holy weapon. Therefore, it could be concluded that these two holy weapons were fighting on their own. The Tai sovereign seal and the other holy weapon seemed to be old enemies. They fought in the depths of this world until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Even the stars in the sky were about to fall. Many powerful figures appeared outside the range of the battle. The divine might of the extreme Tao didn't seem to deter them. To be able to withstand the divine might, these people must have supreme treasures on them. It might even be a forbidden weapon that was on par with the holy weapons of almighties. Although forbidden weapons could display terrifying might on par with the holy weapons of almighties, there was a limit to the number of times they could be used. Some forbidden weapons could only be used once before breaking. Some forbidden weapons could be used several times in a row. However, no matter what kind of forbidden weapon it was, it couldn't be preserved forever. Once the number of times it could be used was up, it would become a pile of trash. Jiang family's young divine king? A figure appeared on a mountain peak near Gu Fei's group. It was a young man. At least in terms of appearance, he was a young man. In terms of appearance, this young man was definitely less than 30 years old. However, how could someone who could appear here be an ordinary person? I didn't expect him to be able to withstand the divine might of the extreme Tao, said Xiaoqing. The other party was a rare opponent. He once fought endlessly with him in the land of Feng Death. In the end, he was even knocked into the magma lake by this young divine king. Of course, the reason why Xiaoqing was knocked into the magma lake by the young divine king was because of Xiaoqing. At this moment, the Jiang family's young divine king also noticed Gu Fei's group. The young divine king's expression was a little surprised, but he quickly calmed down. He borrowed the power of the forbidden tool to enter this region. The appearance of Gu Fei's group surprised the Jiang family's young divine king. Holy weapons of almighty beings could only be refined by almighty beings. However, forbidden weapons weren't limited to almighty beings. Celestial being Realm Immortal Emperor and Shen King were both able to refine forbidden weapons. It was not surprising that Xiaoqing and the others had forbidden weapons on them. The young divine king of the Jiang family nodded at Xiaoqing, then no longer paid attention to the crowd. He turned around and looked towards the depths of this world. He thought that Xiaoqing and the others were the same as him, relying on the power of the forbidden tool to reach this place. In the depths of this world, Qi of heaven and earth rushed up to the 9 heavens. Supreme demonic energy shook the heaven and earth. Rays of divine light filled with destructive power shot out from inside, destroying everything. No one dared to approach that place, not even almighty beings. The divine light that shot out from inside could kill an almighty being with a holy weapon. That place was a terrifying killing ground. Perhaps only the legendary extreme saint would dare to intervene. Gu Fei's group stood on the peak of a mountain. There were silhouettes appearing and disappearing from time to time. On another mountain, a young man in black appeared. I don't know him. Gu Fei's group didn't know the young man, but from the aura he emitted, they could feel that this was another terrifying expert. This person wasn't any weaker than the Jiang family's young divine king. This young man in black also used a supreme treasure to protect himself, which was why he could appear here. No one could resist the extreme saint's divine might without the protection of a supreme treasure. Asterisk rumble, asterisk a deafening sound was heard from the place where Old Tortoise and the other mighty being had rushed into. Two powerful energy waves surged out from inside. Its master. Shao Qing was shocked. The place where the Old Tortoise rushed into was definitely a terrifying place with soaring killing intent. It might even be a killing trap. However, at this time, the Old Tortoise was fighting with another almighty being. Little fella from the Tao Gate, don't push it too far. The Old Tortoise's voice came from that place. Swoosh. A ball of divine light rose from the center of the place like a sun, dispersing the endless killing intent in the place and illuminating the heaven and earth. A terrifying wave spread out from that ball of divine light. It was like a sun rising from the earth, giving off an oppressive feeling. It's the divine sun pearl. Someone immediately exclaimed when he saw the sun rising from the place. The divine sun pearl was a famous almighty holy weapon in ancient times. It was a great success almighty who entered the endless starry sky and plucked a sun star. He then refined the sun star into a fist-sized divine sun pearl. The true fire of the sun was comparable to the divine fire of the phoenix. The divine sun pearl could emit the true fire of the sun to burn everything in the world. Even the void could collapse from the heat. Boom! The divine sun pearl vibrated. In the next moment, a monstrous divine fire rushed out from the divine sun pearl. The area within a radius of 1,000 miles instantly turned into a sea of fire. The vicious land was immediately destroyed by the sun god pearl's attack. Engulfed by the divine fire, even the ground melted and sank. Master, Shao Qing was shocked and could not help but worry for the Old Tortoise. The Old Tortoise possessed the Supreme Emperor's seal, but it would probably be injured by the attack of a great almighty holy weapon. Don't worry, that guy's tough. Gu Fei was also extremely shocked when he saw the sea of fire. Was this the power of a great almighty holy weapon? He was not worried about the Old Tortoise. How could a great almighty holy weapon injure that guy? Moreover, the Old Tortoise had a turtle shell that even a great almighty holy weapon could not shatter. Roar. Roars were heard from the sea of fire. A battle suit made of stone appeared on the Old Tortoise's body. It seemed like an ordinary battle suit, but the divine fire was blocked by an unfathomable force outside the Old Tortoise's body, making it difficult for the flames to touch it. In the end, the Old Tortoise's entire body was covered by the battle robe. He seemed to have turned into a stone statue that could not be touched. He approached the primordial path master, who was standing on the ancient chariot, in an unstoppable manner. With every step the Old Tortoise took, the entire void that was enveloped by the sea of fire trembled violently, as if a giant mountain was moving with unparalleled battle intent. Chapter 870. How can this be? The primordial path master was truly shocked this time. The old turtle could ignore the sun fire emitted by the sun god pearl and walk in the sea of fire. It was unbelievable. The primordial path master was also shocked by the changes on the old turtle's body. The stone armor seemed to have seeped into the old turtle's skin, and he seemed to have been petrified. There were no energy waves, but the old turtle was extremely terrifying at the moment. He approached the primordial path master like a primordial divine mountain. Swoosh! The sun god pearl vibrated, and a dazzling ray of the sun shot out from it. It shattered the void and pierced through the heaven and earth, heading straight for the old turtle. Bam! It was just a punch. The old turtle did not use any sorcery or magic. It only punched, and the divine light that shot out from the sun god pearl was dispersed. Damn it! Go to hell! The primordial path master roared in anger. He activated the sun god pearl with all his might, and the power of the sun was vast. It was as if a sun had descended onto the ground, crushing the void. However, no matter how the primordial path master activated the sun god pearl, it seemed to have no effect on the old turtle, let alone threaten him. Bam! The old turtle was extremely powerful. He punched again, and the ancient chariot under the primordial path master's feet was blown away. This was the most direct manifestation of power. There was no sorcery or magic. It was just a punch. The primordial path master soared into the sky and dodged the attack. The old turtle's fist was too terrifying. If he was hit by it, even a powerful figure would be destroyed. Is that guy possessed by a martial ancestor? Goofy was extremely shocked to see this. The old turtle had given up on attacking, which he was best at, and was using brute force to fight everything. After sending the ancient bronze chariot flying, the old turtle punched upward again, directly hitting the sun god pearl that was fixed in the sky. The old turtle seemed to have become a different person under the stone armor. Its combat strength was so powerful that even a powerful figure would not dare to fight it head-on. Let's do it. The primordial path master activated the sun god pearl with all his might. Rumble, the sun god pearl descended and met the old turtle's fist. It was as if the sun had fallen from the sky, and the ground was being suppressed. Boom! The old tortoise did not retreat. The stone fist instantly collided with the descending divine sun bead, causing an earth-shattering explosion that shook the surroundings. This battle between two almighty beings attracted the attention of many people. Everyone's mind was shaken, and they were incomparably shocked. There was actually someone who could directly contend against a powerful saint weapon. It was truly dumbfounding. Swoosh! The Yaotai saintess, who was standing on a seven-colored lotus, appeared nearby. She exuded a holy aura that filled the area. She looked at the scene in front of her in shock, and her eyes sparkled. Roar! The old turtle roared angrily. Mysterious and ancient things that looked like words and runes appeared all over its body. At that moment, a strange fluctuation was finally emitted from the old turtle's body. The towering fire was dispersed, and the sun god pearl was sent flying by old turtle's fist in front of everyone's eyes. Primordial Tao master vomited blood and was sent flying. Even without an ultimate saint weapon, I can still kill you. The old turtle was extremely powerful, and its aura was raised to the extreme, causing the entire area to shake. Its stone body stood between the heavens and the earth like a giant mountain, causing people's hearts to palpitate. The marks that appeared on the old turtle's body quickly disappeared, as if they had never been there. That is, Primordial Tao master was extremely shocked. He was sent flying hundreds of miles away before he could stabilize his body. The changes that occurred on the old turtle's body made him dumbfounded. Is this the legendary saint weapon with the best defense in the entire world? The beautiful eyes of the Yaotai saintess sparkled. She was also very surprised. Swoosh! His figure flickered, and the aura of primordial chaos lingered. A divine pearl of chaos floated above his head, and the divine emperor of the Jiang family of the ancients also appeared in the distant sky. I didn't expect that old demon to be so powerful. The Jiang family's elder emperor murmured to himself, and his expression changed several times. The strength of the old turtle had exceeded his expectations. After the old turtle sent the divine sun pearl flying with a punch, it continued to press on towards Primordial Tao master. Even though Primordial Tao master had an almighty saint weapon, he was still no match for the old turtle. This result caused everyone's jaws to drop to the ground in shock. The divine sun pearl was a famous almighty saint weapon from the primordial era. Primordial Tao master was really unlucky to be defeated even with such a saint weapon. Some people began to sympathize with the Primordial Tao master. The Primordial Tao master immediately retreated. The winner takes all, and there was nothing more to say. He wanted to take back the divine sun pearl and the ancient bronze chariot, but the old turtle did not give him the chance. Bam! The old turtle's fist, which had turned into stone, struck again. There was no earth-shattering great technique, nor was there any earth-shattering great mystique. It was just an ordinary punch. However, it was this punch that caused the void in front of the old turtle to shatter soundlessly. It turned into a pitch-black, chaotic void without any light. The old turtle's punch pierced through heaven and earth. A destructive force surged out from the shattered heaven and earth and shrouded the Primordial Tao master in front of it. It was like a rapidly expanding black hole that wanted to devour the primordial Tao Master. Damn it! The primordial Tao Master no longer had the urge to fight against the old turtle. He turned around and rushed into the distance. He did not even have time to take back the divine sun pearl and the ancient bronze chariot. Humph. This is just interest, the old turtle said in a low voice. He did not chase after the primordial Tao Master. Instead, he put away the divine sun pearl and the ancient bronze chariot that everyone coveted. The primordial Tao Master was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He wanted to ask the old turtle for the golden pagoda that he had lost, but who would have thought that he would also lose the other two treasures that belonged to Almighties? Without the almighty saint weapon, the primordial Tao Master was even less of a match for the old turtle. He could only retreat unwillingly. Soon, the primordial Tao Master's figure disappeared at the end of the horizon. Those two items were treasures that belonged to Almighties. Apart from the current Almighties, perhaps only Gu Fei could remain calm after witnessing this scene. Who would not want an almighty saint weapon? The almighty saint weapon was the most powerful holy weapon apart from the supreme holy weapon. Wielding an almighty saint weapon was enough for one to dominate the world. Just as the old turtle was about to take back the two almighty saint weapons, Gu Fei suddenly saw a familiar figure and could not help but be shocked. "Old Black, protect them," said Gu Fei. When He Tian heard this, although he did not know what was going on, he still opened the starry sky that protected him and enveloped Shaoqing and Balan. Without the protection of an almighty saint weapon or a forbidden weapon, apart from the current almighties, no one could stand against the power of the supreme holy weapon. Even so, Shaoqing and the others still endured a lot of pressure. Chapter 871. Big Brother, Big Brother. Shaoqing and He Tian were taken aback when they saw Gu Fei suddenly leave. However, they could not soar into the sky and follow Gu Fei. If they were to leave the range of the power of the almighty holy weapon, it would be difficult for them to move even an inch. They might even be suppressed to the ground by the power, unable to move even a finger. Gu Fei's 8 desolation steps was definitely unparalleled in the world. He took a step in the void and appeared more than 10 miles away in an instant. It could be said that his speed was extremely fast. However, the power of this footwork seemed to be endless, and the speed seemed to be able to increase without limit. As long as one's cultivation was high enough, perhaps one could really show the extreme speed of traversing the untainted land in 8 steps. It was really hard to imagine what kind of realm and cultivation it would take to traverse the untainted land in 8 steps. Although Gu Fei was very confident, he could not help but be shocked when he thought about it. Even the primeval path master had been beaten so badly by the old turtle that he had to retreat. At this time, no one dared to act rashly. Even the Yao Tai Saintess and the Jiang family's old emperor god were watching quietly. No one dared to compete with the old turtle for the 2 treasures exclusive to the Almighty. The old turtle, of course, did not stand on ceremony. He directly took the divine sun pearl that was floating in the sky, as well as the ancient bronze chariot that he had punched dozens of miles away and landed in a valley. After taking the 2 treasures, the old turtle flashed and arrived at the mountain peak where Shaoqing and the others were. His skin began to change. The stone on the old turtle's body began to turn into flesh and blood. A stone battle suit appeared on his body, and in the end, even the stone battle suit was hidden inside the old turtle's body. "Greetings, Master." Shaoqing hurriedly bowed to the old turtle. Ever since they came out of the Naraka realm, Gu Fei and the others had been separated from the old turtle in the western Buddhist land. It had been many years since they last met. Shaoqing's eyes were a little moist. If it were not for the old turtle, he would not have been able to achieve what he had today. The old turtle was a master to Shaoqing, but also like a father and son. "How have you been?" Old Tortoise asked. He put away his cynical expression. Shaoqing was his only successor, so he valued Shaoqing very much. "Very good. Big Brother treats me like a real brother." "But on that day, Master," Shaoqing said. He knew why Old Tortoise left that day. Ambushing 2 peerless characters of the present age was an extremely dangerous matter. The little monk Fan Xiao and the great earth true demon named Tian were both terrifying opponents. Even if Old Tortoise wanted to plot against them, it would not be that easy. I'm fine. Although those two guys are strong, I don't think they can hurt my life, said the Old Tortoise. With the tortoise shell in hand, his life was not in danger. Moreover, Old Tortoise was definitely not a gentleman. He would resort to underhanded means, such as smashing bricks. If he couldn't win, he could always run away. Greetings, Master. At this time, Balon, who had always been silent, also became respectful. He saluted Old Tortoise, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Old Tortoise glanced at Balon, nodded, and said, "Your cultivation level is not bad. Given time, I'm afraid you'll reach a higher level." Balon's cultivation level could not be concealed in front of Old Tortoise, an almighty figure of the demonic clan. With just a glance, Old Tortoise had already seen through Balon's cultivation level. "This is all thanks to Master's cultivation," Balon said respectfully. If Old Tortoise hadn't subdued him and kept him by his side, perhaps he would still be a monster king in the virtual sky world. How could he be where he was today? Balon was grateful to Old Tortoise. "This is all thanks to your hard work," Old Tortoise said. "Greetings, Old Senior." At this time, Hei Tian also stepped forward and saluted Old Tortoise. Hei Tian was fierce and afraid of Old Tortoise, but they were also like-minded, so his tone was a little strange. Old Tortoise stared at Hei Tian's skull and said with an evil smile, "Hei Tian, you're a very good guy. Where did you steal someone's almighty holy weapon?" Swish. Hei Tian was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. In an instant, he retreated more than 10 feet away, guarding against Old Tortoise as if he was guarding against a thief. It was not a good thing for Old Tortoise to covet his almighty holy weapon. "What are you afraid of? I won't rob you." Old Tortoise was amused. This guy's temper was really to his liking. Old Tortoise even wanted to accept Hei Tian as a disciple. However, the path Hei Tian took was different from others. Although it was not impossible to go against the natural order and be reborn, it was too difficult. Moreover, Old Tortoise had nothing to teach Hei Tian. "That's good," Hei Tian said, still full of vigilance. "Where's Gu Fei?" Old Tortoise said. At this time, he realized that Gu Fei was not here and could not help but feel a little surprised. Gu Fei used the power of the inner world to seal the void around him, resisting the extreme divine power from the depths of this world. Even the almighty Old Tortoise of the demon race could not sense his existence. Big Brother just left in a hurry. "I don't know why," Xiao Qing said. "Big Brother seems to be chasing after someone." Hei Tian thought for a moment and said, "Chasing after someone?" Everyone was startled when they heard this. Who did Gu Fei go after? What kind of person could make Gu Fei change his countenance and chase after? No one could figure out what it was for. Rumble, at that moment, an extremely shocking sound rang out from the depths of this world. It was as if 10,000 claps of thunder had exploded at the same time. An extremely terrifying energy ripple seemed to want to overturn the entire world. A golden divine light rushed out from the depths of this world and disappeared at the end of the eastern sky. A purple divine light floated in the depths of that world. The extreme divine power receded like the tide. The powerful pressure that could make one's spirit collapse suddenly disappeared, and all living beings in this world breathed a sigh of relief. Has the winner been decided? Everyone's attention was attracted. Yao Tai Saint stepped on the colorful divine lotus and soared into the sky, rushing toward the east. Old Emperor God of the Jiang family also merged with the chaotic divine pearl and turned into a chaotic divine light, chasing in the direction where the golden divine light disappeared. Everyone was jealous of the 9 heavens black and yellow pagoda. Even the current Almighty would go crazy for it. No one could resist the temptation of an extreme divine weapon. No one knew whether the 9 heavens black and yellow pagoda won the battle between the 2 extreme divine weapons, or if the Tai sovereign seal won. However, no one wanted to know the result of this battle. As the extreme Dao Saint artifact flew away, everyone wanted to collect it as soon as possible. All of them fought to be the first to chase after it. The extreme divine power disappeared, and all those who were suppressed by the extreme divine power regained their freedom. They could not recover from the shock for a long time. Some of the weaker cultivators even had a mental breakdown and became crazy. As for those celestial being realm sect masters, they immediately took action. They all took flight lights and rushed to the east without any hesitation. Some people even charged into the depths of this world, wanting to take away another extreme saint weapon of the Great Path. Humph. You're courting death. The old tortoise sneered when he saw this scene. With a thought, the Thai sovereign seal that was floating in the depths of this world immediately shook. Buzz. The Thai sovereign seal let out a deafening sound, and a circle of transparent ripples that were visible to the naked eye quickly spread out from the Thai sovereign seal. Those who rushed towards the Thai sovereign seal immediately screamed and were torn to pieces. Even their divine souls could not escape and were scattered in the void. Hiss. Everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold air upon seeing this. Only now did they remember that the grand sovereign seal already had an owner. Whoosh. The Thai sovereign seal rushed out from the depths of this world and returned to the old tortoise's hand. It then disappeared into the old tortoise's body. Although the old tortoise had not completely refined the Thai sovereign seal, he could somewhat control it. How dare these people touch the Thai sovereign seal? Were they not courting death? The black and yellow pagoda. The old tortoise looked toward the east and murmured to himself. He then said to Xiaoqing and the others, "Are you coming with me, or are you going to train on your own?" This abandoned world was full of unknown dangers, but it was a good place to train. They could hone their combat skills and accumulate combat experience. Xiaoqing and the others were stunned. If they followed the old tortoise, they would not have to worry about their lives in this extremely dangerous world. However, under the protection of the old tortoise's wings, they would not have the chance to hone themselves. "Master, we want to train on our own," Xiaoqing said to the old tortoise after weighing the pros and cons. "Haha. Very good. You're worthy of being my disciple." The old tortoise laughed happily. Although the flowers in the greenhouse were beautiful, they were useless. How could one see the rainbow without experiencing the wind and rain? Xiaoqing's choice was not wrong. Balon also agreed. Only He Tian seemed to be thinking about something. The soul fire in his skull was constantly flickering. "Yes. Your performance deserves to be rewarded." As the old tortoise spoke, he actually inserted the divine sun pearl into Balon's body. He then pressed one hand on Xiaoqing's forehead and integrated a golden divine pagoda into Xiaoqing's sea of consciousness. The old tortoise actually gave the primordial path master's golden divine pagoda and the divine sun pearl to Xiaoqing and Balon. These were mighty holy weapons, and the old tortoise had given them away just like that. "What about mine?" He Tian asked the old tortoise expectantly. "Yours? Come, I'll give it to you." The old tortoise smiled and waved at He Tian. He Tian immediately walked toward the old tortoise and was about to extend his hand when the old tortoise disappeared. The next moment, He Tian felt his butt being hit by something. Then, he flew up like a cloud. F***ck. Damn the old tortoise. He Tian cursed in his heart. It turned out that he was kicked into the sky by the old tortoise, which made him extremely angry. He dared not curse out loud. Chapter 872. Roar. He Tian could only roar angrily at the sky. Even if he had eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's gall, he would not dare to do anything to Old Tortoise. After all, Old Tortoise could kill him with one finger. It would be as easy as blowing off dust for an almighty demon to kill an immortal realm cultivator. Little Qing and Balan were watching from the side, secretly laughing. He Tian was really greedy. He already had an almighty holy weapon, but he still wanted a second one. Who was Old Tortoise? He was an existence that even wild geese flying in the sky would pluck out a handful of feathers. How could anyone take advantage of him? He Tian gradually calmed down after venting for a while. He was really unlucky. He did not get an almighty holy weapon, but was kicked by someone for no reason. What should we do next? Little Ching asked. Since he did not go with Old Tortoise, he could only rely on himself. However, he could not blindly wander around in this dangerous world. Let's go find Big Brother first. He Tian calmed down and thought for a moment before voicing his opinion. Gu Fei had the extreme Dao Saint artifact, the mountain and river cauldron. If they were to be together with him, they would be able to keep their lives. Little Qing and Balon nodded. However, only He Tian vaguely knew where Gu Fei had gone. So, in the end, it was still He Tian who led the way in the direction Gu Fei had disappeared. In this world that had been abandoned by the ancient gods, danger was everywhere. By observing the general trend of the world with the black sky observation, they had avoided quite a few dangerous places. They walked past these dangerous places and looked into the distance. From time to time, they could see white bones and even the corpses of cultivators. Someone had played a big joke on them. The ancient heaven gate did not lead to the legendary heaven realm, but to a world abandoned by the ancient gods. There were great dangers hidden in the barren mountains and unruly rivers. There were some places that even an almighty expert might not be able to rush out of. Even the almighty experts had to avoid some extremely dangerous places. Most of them were buried with peerless ferocious people. Entering such places would definitely result in death. For example, using the tomb of the martial ancestor as bait, the 10 destructive world trap was a deadly trap with no chance of survival. No matter how many people went in, they would die. If it wasn't for Gu Fei's inner world, if it wasn't for Gu Fei's extreme Dao sacred weapon, the mountain river cauldron, Gu Fei and the others would have already turned into skeletons in the 10-directional annihilation. Very quickly, Little Qing and the others discovered a serious problem. Gu Fei's tracks had disappeared. In this vast world, they could no longer find any trace of Gu Fei. He Tian had an outstanding ability in tracking, but when they found the last trace left by Gu Fei in a valley, they could no longer find any trace of Gu Fei. Little Qing, He Tian, and Balon had no choice but to find the right direction and head in the direction of the ancient heaven gate. They estimated that all the desolate antiquity forces that had entered this world were about to leave. If they didn't leave, they would be trapped in the desolate antiquity world and this abandoned world. No one knew if there would be tribulation lightning in this world abandoned by the ancient gods. No one was willing to take the risk, not even the almighty experts. If the laws of heaven and earth of the untainted antiquity world did not change, the heavenly tribulation would befall. For the cultivators who had not undergone the heavenly tribulation was fatal, especially for the immortals who had grown up after the desolate antiquity world. The desolate antiquity forces were not willing to take the risk, because they knew how powerful the heavenly tribulation of the immortals was. Even in the untainted antiquity era, not everyone who had cultivated to the immortal realm could safely pass the heavenly tribulation of the immortals. He Tian and the others had to wait for Gu Fei near the ancient heaven gate passage. This was the only way. At this moment, Gu Fei was chasing after a figure, moving rapidly through the mountains. With every step he took, he would appear over 10 miles away as if he was teleporting. However, the speed of the person in front of him was not inferior to that of Gu Fei. His speed was as fast as lightning, so it was not easy for Gu Fei to catch up with him. Dongfang Wudi, do you dare to fight with me? Gu Fei shouted as he chased. The man in front of him had silver hair and white clothes. He was the ancestor of the Eastern world who had woken up from a deep sleep. Humph. Dongfang Wudi snorted coldly and did not answer. Instead, he rushed forward and circled around the mountains. He seemed to be leading Gu Fei somewhere. Gu Fei had already seen through Dongfang Wudi's tricks. However, he had the divine weapon of the extreme Tao. Even if the powerful figures of the present age came, he would not be afraid, let alone Dongfang Wudi. Dongfang Wudi, you are a senior master in the celestial being realm, but you are running away. What is this? Gu Fei kept talking, trying to provoke Dongfang Wudi to stop. However, Dongfang Wudi had lived for countless years. What had he not seen and experienced? How could Gu Fei's words provoke him? The two of them chased and chased. In an instant, they were thousands of miles away, and they kept changing directions. No matter how brilliant He Tian's tracking skill was, he could not keep up with them. In the end, a pitch-black mountain appeared in front of Gu Fei. That is, the Black Mountain was full of evil spirits, as if it was a ghost town, making people feel a gloomy and horrible atmosphere. Their scalps were numb. It was an evil place. Dongfang Wudi rushed directly to the Black Mountain full of evil spirits. However, Gu Fei stopped involuntarily. He was not a fool. Knowing that there was danger, he would rush up. The moment Gu Fei stopped, Dongfang Wudi sensed it, and he also stopped. "What's the matter? Don't you dare to follow me?" Dongfang Wudi said disdainfully. This time, the tables had turned. It was his turn to provoke Gu Fei. Gu Fei stood on the crown of a big mountain, his face extremely dignified. He ignored Dongfang Wudi and looked at the Black Mountain in front of him. "Want to lure me into a trap?" Gu Fei knew that Dongfang Wudi would never lead him to this place for no reason. Dongfang Wudi was too timid. Dongfang Wudi's cultivation had reached the celestial being realm. He was a Shen King, but he was so afraid of an immortal who was only in the 5th or 6th heaven of immortal realm. This was unprecedented. After all, there were two big realms between the immortal realm and the celestial being realm. The powerful Shen King could probably kill a large number of immortals with one hand. Gu Fei suddenly smiled, turned around, and left. He wanted to kill Dongfang Wudi, but it did not mean that he would jump into a trap knowing that it was a trap. "Gu Fei, I didn't expect you to be as timid as a mouse." Dongfang Wudi was very surprised to see that Gu Fei was going to leave, so he tried to provoke him again. "Whatever you say. If you want to fight, then fight now. If you don't want to fight, then don't bark there." Gu Fei did not stop. He still walked away step by step. He used the 8 desolation steps. With each step, he appeared more than 10 miles away. If he took a few more steps, he would disappear in the mountains. "Damn it, Gu Fei boy, die." Dongfang Wudi let out a roar and soared into the sky. He used his extreme speed and rushed toward Gu Fei. 81 divine rainbows rushed out of his body and circled around his body. The power of the divine sense shook heaven and earth. Bang! A big golden hand appeared above Gu Fei's head and bombarded Gu Fei. A terrible power came down from the big hand and smashed the void. Swish! Gu Fei walked leisurely in the void. He took another step and rushed out of the big hand, avoiding the angry blow of Dongfang Wudi. Dongfang Chen died in the hands of Gu Fei, which made Dongfang Wudi want to kill Gu Fei. Dongfang Chen was the most outstanding figure of the Dongfang family in the past 1,000 years. It was incredible in the whole Tinglong continent that he reached the immortal realm in just 300 years. Unfortunately, such a peerless genius died in the hands of Gu Fei before he could grow up. This was Dongfang Chen's misfortune and the sorrow of the Dongfang family. Shen King descends to the 9th heaven. Dongfang Wudi shouted again. He rushed to the sky and showed the strongest divine sense he had cultivated. His whole body bloomed with endless divine light, like a supreme Shen King descending from the 9th heaven. The terrible pressure could crush heaven and earth. The vision of the divine sense imprisoned the whole world and attracted the infinite power of heaven and earth. As Dongfang Wudi descended, Gu Fei felt that the world was pressing down from the top of his head. What a powerful divine sense! Gu Fei was secretly shocked. His movements were somewhat restricted, and his movement speed was affected by the vision of the divine sense. Swish! A ball of divine light rushed out of Gu Fei's dantian. The ball of divine light spread from the dantian and suddenly enveloped Gu Fei. He drew the power of heaven and earth and sealed the void around him. Dongfang Wudi suddenly saw this scene on Gu Fei and couldn't help but be shocked. At his level of cultivation, he naturally knew what it was. How is it possible? With his cultivation, how can he cultivate the inner world? Dongfang Wudi found that he could no longer sense Gu Fei's breath. If Gu Fei hadn't been in front of him, he would have thought that Gu Fei had disappeared into thin air. As soon as the vision of Shen King descends to the ninth heaven appeared, the whole world would be imprisoned, and no one could escape. In this world, Dongfang Wudi was the only master. Those trapped in the divine sense would be at his mercy. However, the ever-successful vision of Shen King descends to the ninth heaven could not imprison Gu Fei. Under the shroud of the power of heaven and earth, Gu Fei seemed to have jumped out of the three realms and was not in the five elements. The power of the divine sense could not affect him at all. Chapter 873. As soon as the Shen King appeared in the ninth heaven, a part of the void was locked, as if a new world had been opened up. A supreme Shen King sat cross-legged in the sky. This Shen King became the only one in the heavens and the earth. He emitted a dazzling divine light and possessed infinite power. It seemed that he could destroy a part of the world with a raise of his hand or a kick. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, the terrible pressure was mighty enough to suppress anyone to death. Even a celestial being would be crushed if he broke in. This was the power of the divine sense. Once the vision appeared, heaven and earth shook. In the blink of an eye, it could shatter the void and move mountains and seas. However, the only supreme Shen King in the heavens and the earth could not suppress a warrior in the immortal realm. Gu Fei stood in front of the supreme Shen King with a calm face. He did not feel any pressure. Damn it, Dongfang Wudi's voice trembled. He knew how terrible a cultivator who had cultivated his inner world was. Even he himself had not cultivated his own inner world. How could a warrior in the immortal realm cultivate the supreme divine skill that only the powerful figures in the world could master? He really could not figure it out, let alone understand it. A divine light emerged in Gu Fei's dantian. Like the light of reincarnation, there were countless figures of people, scenery, and even the figures of beasts emerging. It was a reflection of a world, looming above Gu Fei's dantian. Your divine sense is useless against me, Gu Fei said indifferently. He used the power of the inner world to suppress the void around him, making the void around him a world of its own, and no method could touch him. Gu Fei, don't be too proud. The supreme Shen King, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky, said. His voice was like thunder, shaking heaven and earth. It shook the void and produced visible ripples. Swish! A black shadow rushed out of Gu Fei's dantian. A black iron rod less than 3 feet long floated in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei grabbed it in his hand. Boom! The supreme Shen King, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky, opened his mouth and spat out a divine cauldron forged from bronze. The divine cauldron rapidly enlarged and pressed down on Gu Fei. It was as if an ancient divine mountain had descended from the sky. The bronze divine cauldron emitted an endless amount of divine power, causing the void below to collapse. Countless divine runes appeared on the divine cauldron. This was a holy weapon of a great cultivator. Just the aura it exuded was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. The power of his inner world sealed the void and isolated this part of the world. He was not afraid of any pressure at all. He swung the black iron rod in his hand and smashed it at the bronze divine stove. Clang! With a loud bang, the black iron rod smashed onto the bronze divine cauldron. The cauldron caved in and was blown away. However, this strike caused the divine light of the bronze divine furnace to burst forth. Countless divine patterns were being destroyed, and a rumbling sound resounded through the 9 heavens, shaking the entire Shen King's 9 heavens phenomenon. This, Dongfang Wudi was shocked. He had never imagined that Gu Fei's strength was so strong that he could use a black and inconspicuous black iron rod to smash away a holy weapon of a great cultivator. This was the first time that he had smashed his own divine stove with brute force. Damn it! Dongfang Wudi roared. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the bronze divine stove back. Then, he reached out and wiped the body of the stove. The part that had caved in by Gu Fei was immediately restored to its original state. Dongfang Wudi turned the divine stove upside down, opened the lid, and then aimed the mouth of the stove at Gu Fei. Absorb! Dongfang Wudi shouted and then patted the bottom of the stove. Then, a powerful force that could swallow the sky immediately emerged from the stove, enveloping Gu Fei and pulling him into the stove. This stove could not only smash people, but also absorb people. Gu Fei was trapped in the divine vision of Shen Qing's 9 heavens. Although he could use the power of the inner heaven and earth to suppress the void around him, he could not rush out. The divine bronze cauldron produced a great suction force that sucked the void into it. Without any suspense, a part of the void collapsed and Gu Fei was sucked into the divine bronze cauldron. "Huh, you're still alive this time?" Dongfang Wudi laughed, then closed the lid and sealed Gu Fei in the bronze divine stove. Dongfang Wudi displayed the terrible divine vision of Shen Qing's 9 heavens, mobilized the power of all heavens, drove the bronze divine stove, and wanted to completely refine Gu Fei into ashes. Bang! At this moment, a dull sound of impact suddenly came from the stove. The bronze divine stove shook and almost fell from Dongfang Wudi's hand. There was a bulge on the body of the stove. Although Gu Fei was taken into the stove, he was not a man who would wait for death. As long as there was a chance of survival, he would fight for it. Struggle before death. Dongfang Wudi used all his strength to attract the power of heaven and earth, poured it into the stove, and refined Gu Fei, who was taken into the stove. Roar! Gu Fei roared again and again. He was now in a sea of fire, and the terrible divine fire emitted a terrible temperature, enough to melt divine iron. He used the power of the inner heaven and earth to suppress himself, but this was not a long-term solution, so he waved the black iron rod in his hand. Boom! Bang! Clang! A violent sound of impact came from the bronze divine stove. The divine stove, which was shining with divine light, was constantly changing its shape. Even if Dongfang Wudi used his supreme divine power to suppress it, it was difficult for him to suppress Gu Fei in the stove. Gu Fei's brute force was simply too great. It was as if he was about to break the ancient bronze cauldron. Cracks began to appear on the cauldron amidst the sounds of impact. Impossible, how could this be? Dongfang Wudi couldn't believe his eyes. The bronze divine stove he refined was cracking. Boom! With an earth-shattering noise, the bronze divine stove floating in front of Dongfang Wudi exploded, and the fragments shot in all directions. A figure rushed out of the bronze divine furnace that had exploded and dispersed. Go to hell! With a loud shout, Gu Fei held the black iron rod in his hand and rushed to the sky, smashing it down on the head of the divine man sitting high in the sky. The whole void was shaking. Although the black and swarthy iron rod did not show any fluctuations of magic power, nor did it emit any divine ability phenomenon, it was just an ordinary strike. However, it was this blow that made Dongfang Wudi feel that he could not resist it. Swish! Dongfang Wudi directly retreated to avoid it. Under the blow of Gu Fei, even the powerful figures of the present age had to retreat. Shen Qing Lin Jiutian? Gu Fei looked disdainful. He directly waved the black iron rod in his hand and swept it at the waist of Dongfang Wudi, who was retreating. Chapter 874. Gu Fei was taken into the bronze divine furnace by Dongfang Wudi. Dongfang Wudi used the power of heaven and earth to activate the bronze divine furnace, trying to refine Gu Fei to death. However, just when Dongfang Wudi thought that he could destroy this big trouble in the eastern world, the bronze divine furnace suddenly exploded. The flames burned the void, and the whole space collapsed. The power of destruction was vast and mighty. In the endless divine fire, a figure rushed out. Dongfang Wudi was dumbfounded. This bronze divine furnace had been refined by him for thousands of years. It was connected with his breath and could exert the strongest power. But now it was smashed by a warrior in the immortal realm. Dongfang Wudi couldn't believe his eyes. However, the fact was in front of him, and he had to accept it. Boom! Gu Fei's combat power was unparalleled. When he took a step forward, the world shook. Even Dongfang Wudi's Shen Qing descends to the 9th heaven vision was about to collapse. It was extremely frightening. At this time, Gu Fei seemed to be covered with a layer of yin and yang divine fire. The yin and yang divine power intertwined in his body, and the primordial qi came out of his body and formed qi light. Gu Fei held the black iron rod and pressed toward the supreme Shen King in the sky. Every step he took, the world shook, as if a supreme god of war was taking a step. Dongfang Wudi dodged the first blow, but Gu Fei's second blow followed. The black iron rod in his hand turned into a black shadow and swept toward Dongfang Wudi's waist. The black iron rod directly tore the void and shattered the world. It was like a primordial divine mountain, smashing toward Dongfang Wudi. Gu Fei's brute force was monstrous. Every raise of his hand and every move of his foot shook the world. This was the most direct display of power, not divine sense or magic. The simple attack made Dongfang Wudi feel danger. Boom! One side of heaven and earth suddenly shook violently. Dongfang Wudi turned into the supreme Shen King, who was thousands of feet tall and surrounded by 81 divine rainbows. The power of the divine Tao shook heaven and earth, and he unleashed Shen King's descents to the 9 heavens divine arts to the extreme, elevating his combat prowess to the pinnacle of Shen King's cultivation realm. Bam! The 10,000 feet tall Shen King slammed a palm down toward Gu Fei. The mountainous palm exuded boundless power of the divine Tao, and a terrifying power surged from it. Gu Fei's black iron rod collided with the huge hand. Pooh! The inconspicuous black iron rod smashed the big hand of the supreme Shen King, shattered a part of the world, and pierced the void of the world that Dongfang Wudi had covered with Shen King's lin in the 9th heaven. This! Dongfang Wudi gasped, how can he be so powerful? Dongfang Wudi felt that Gu Fei now had the combat prowess to fight against the celestial being realm immortal emperor and Shen King. However, he didn't know that there was a time limit for Gu Fei to show such a powerful combat prowess. He only had 3 minutes. If he couldn't kill Dongfang Wudi in 3 minutes, he would be the unlucky one. Yes, Gu Fei displayed one of the 9 secrets of the immortal way, rise to heaven, and his strength increased 5 times in an instant, enough to compete with the immortal king and immortal king in the mysterious transformation realm. However, Dongfang Wudi was the Shen King in the celestial being realm, many times stronger than the immortal king in the mysterious transformation realm. If Gu Fei didn't have the divine weapon of the supreme path to protect him, he would never dare to face such an opponent. Although the black iron cudgel was inconspicuous, it was much heavier than the primordial god mountain. When Gu Fei waved it, the peerless brute force it displayed shocked even the Shen King in the celestial being realm. The cudgel smashed the big hand condensed by Dongfang Wudi's supreme divine sense and forced the supreme Shen King away. Then, a mass of chaotic divine light rushed out of Gu Fei's dantian. In the divine light, there was an ancient cauldron, which was the divine weapon of the supreme path, mountain and river cauldron. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron shook and instantly became the size of a small mountain. The chi of chaos surged, and above the ancient cauldron, there was a great force that shocked all the heavens. Bang! The vision of Shen King's supreme divine sense was immediately shattered. Dongfang Wudi's Dharmakaya of Shen King, which was thousands of feet high, could no longer be maintained. The divine light dissipated, and the real body appeared. Haha! Are you giving me the supreme divine weapon of the supreme path? Thank you very much. Dongfang Wudi's divine sense was broken, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, but he was very happy. He stretched out his big hand and directly grabbed the mountain and river cauldron that was crashing toward him. A black hole appeared in his palm, swallowing heaven and earth, and a part of the void was swallowed into the black hole in his palm. Dongfang Wudi wanted to take the mountain and river cauldron. That is, Gu Fei sensed the power of the inner world. Did Dongfang Wudi also cultivate his own inner world? Gu Fei was really surprised. However, when he sensed that the power of heaven and earth from Dongfang Wudi's palm was unstable, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Dongfang Wudi had only opened up his own inner space. The inner space and the inner world were 2 different concepts. The inner space was just a space with nothing, and only some lifeless objects could be stored in it. But the inner world was different. There was heaven, earth, and life inside. It was the prototype of a world. The power of heaven and earth had been stable and no longer fluctuated. Life could survive and reproduce. Humph! You want to take away my things? Let's see if you have the ability. Gu Fei sneered. He had connected with the mountain and river cauldron, so everything was under his control. Rumble, the big hand, like a mountain, shrouded a part of the world and grabbed the mountain and river cauldron. However, the black hole in the palm failed to take the mountain and river cauldron into it. The big hand flew toward Dongfang Wudi with the mountain and river cauldron. A supreme divine weapon of the supreme path. No one wouldn't be jealous of it. Even the powerful figures would go crazy for it. Dongfang Wudi couldn't keep calm, and his hands trembled. The mountain and river cauldron seemed to be suppressed by the power of his supreme divine sense, so he took it back. It gradually became smaller and finally floated above his palm. I've long heard that you got a supreme treasure cauldron in the virtual sky world. It's not groundless. This is the legendary mountain and river cauldron. Dongfang Wudi looked at the mountain and river cauldron floating above his hand and said in a trembling voice. He couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. After all, this was a supreme divine weapon. With the celestial being in his hand, he could definitely fight against the powerful figures of the present age. It's indeed the mountain and river cauldron, but it's not yours. Gu Fei said in a deep voice. He was holding back. Humph. Now that it's in my hand, do you still want to take it back? Let me send you to hell. Dongfang Wudi held the mountain and river cauldron in his hand and approached Gu Fei. He didn't do his best just now. Now that he had the mountain and river cauldron, he didn't need to reserve his strength anymore. After killing Gu Fei, no one would know that the mountain and river cauldron was in his hand. Thinking of this, Dongfang Wudi was so happy that he almost fainted. Rumble, the whole world was shaking, and the sky seemed to collapse. Dongfang Wudi showed the strength of the celestial being realm and drew the power of heaven to his body. At this moment, he was heaven and earth, and he was the master of this world. Chapter 875. The reason why celestial beings were called celestial beings was that they could attract the power of heaven and earth to their bodies. Fighting with celestial beings was equivalent to fighting with heaven and earth. Under heaven and earth, all things were nonentities. Even the lofty immortals, and even the immortal kings and immortal kings who surpassed the immortals and immortals could not fight with heaven and earth. The strength of celestial beings is really unfathomable. I was careless. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. He used desolation steps and retreated without panic. Dongfang Wudi was in high spirits. He held the cauldron of mountains and rivers in his hand and approached Gu Fei step by step. He was like a part of the world, squeezing Gu Fei. Don't struggle needlessly. You are no match for me. Dongfang Wudi's tone was full of killing intent. Gu Fei must die. Otherwise, if others knew that the cauldron of mountains and rivers was in his hands, not only himself, but also the Dongfang family would be in big trouble. In the human world, the forces of the remote antiquity were the masters, and there were powerful figures in the world. As long as the powerful figures took action, he might be able to protect himself with the divine weapon of the Supreme Tao, but the others in the Dongfang family would be in big trouble. Want to kill me? Do you think you are a powerful figure? Is everything under your control? Gu Fei sneered. He still had a backup plan, so he was not afraid of Dongfang Wudi at all. In fact, he wanted to make Dongfang Wudi relax his vigilance, so he retreated step by step. Whoosh! Dongfang Wudi waved his hand, and more than a dozen lightning bolts fell from the sky. Each lightning bolt was as huge as a mountain, tearing the void and emitting endless destructive aura. Using the power of heaven and earth to turn it into lightning? Seeing this scene, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. Celestial beings were really terrible. They could use the power of heaven and earth at will, which was stealing the power of heaven. Bang! Gu Fei's body shook, and the void around him suddenly shook violently like LNG, and transparent ripples spread out quickly. More than a dozen lightning bolts fell from the sky, and when they encountered the transparent ripples spreading from Gu Fei's body, they silently collapsed in the void. With just a shake of his body, the dozen or so bolts of lightning that emitted a heart-palpitating aura of destruction dissipated into nothingness. It was truly shocking. This, even Dongfang Wudi was shocked. Gu Fei's physique was so strong that it could be called abnormal. Even the physique of a divine beast was no better than this. The fact that a human's body could be cultivated to such a powerful level was truly astounding. If this boy is allowed to grow up. Thinking of this, Dongfang Wudi was more murderous. Gu Fei had unlimited potential. In the end, it was the Dongfang family who would suffer. Dongfang Wudi's determination to kill Gu Fei became firmer. Bam! As Dongfang Wudi raised his hand, a part of the void collapsed, forming a terrible black hole, swallowing Gu Fei. He wanted to beat Gu Fei into the void and exile him in the void space. Even if he could not die, he would never be able to come out of the void space. This was the power of heaven and earth. Even if Gu Fei's brute force was monstrous, it would be useless. The huge black hole was like a heavenly beast with its mouth wide open, as if to swallow the whole world. The terrible aura emanating from the black hole made Gu Fei feel danger. He activated the inner world in his dantian, and the power of heaven and earth surged out of his dantian like a tide, shrouding him in it. Then, he waved his hands, and a big seal appeared in front of him. Boom! The power of yin and yang was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time, shaking the whole world. Gu Fei used the yin-yang seal of life and death. The power of yin and yang was intertwined, as if evolving the Great Way. Bam! Gu Fei held the seal and smashed it directly at the terrible black hole that was swallowing him. The yin-yang seal smashed the void, shattered the void, and disappeared at the same time as the black hole. Just at that moment, a large hand quickly arrived in front of Gu Fei. The power of the world surged on the large hand. It was as terrifying as the hand of the heavens, giving off an aura that caused all life in the world to tremble. Damn it, this is the power of heaven and earth. Gu Fei was shocked. Shen King in the celestial being realm was really terrifying. He could steal the power of heaven for his own use, so he did not have to worry about exhausting his primordial qi. The power of heaven and earth was unstoppable, but Gu Fei still had to block it. Gu Fei was incomparably powerful. His long hair danced in the wind, showing an indomitable momentum. You can attract the power of heaven and earth, I can also attract the power of heaven and earth. Let's see who is stronger and who is weaker. He took a step forward, and a powerful force surged out of his brow, dantian, and heart. These three forces, the moment Gu Fei took a step forward, they quickly condensed on Gu Fei's right hand. Bang! He also slapped forward with his palm. On his palm, there seemed to be a world. The three forces of heaven and earth gathered, and on Gu Fei's palm, there seemed to be a world evolving. The power of heaven and earth surged forward. Seeing the power displayed by Gu Fei, Dongfang Wudi could not help but be moved. He could not understand why Gu Fei could exert such powerful power of heaven and earth. Inner world. Dongfang Wudi could not help but think of the benefits of cultivating inner world. He had only cultivated his own inner space. Even so, Gu Fei will still die. Dongfang Wudi thought that the gap between two realms could not be made up by an inner world. Boom! The two forces of heaven and earth collided in an instant, as if two worlds were colliding. The heavenly hand that Dongfang Wudi had condensed with the power of heaven and earth immediately collapsed. The void between heaven and earth was crumbling and collapsing. The collision of the two forces of heaven and earth formed a terrible destructive force, which was enough to crush everything. Gu Fei flew backward, and a trace of bright red blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Dongfang Wudi, like a primordial divine mountain, stood high in the sky, motionless. It was clear who was superior. Although Gu Fei had activated the inner world in the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows, the inner world in his dantian, and the power of the Hell Tao, it was still difficult for him to compete with the power of heaven and earth. Gu Fei, you will die today. Since you brought me the mountain and river cauldron, I will let you die quickly. Dongfang Wudi said coldly, continuing to press toward Gu Fei. Haha. You will die today. Gu Fei suddenly laughed. What? Dongfang Wudi was shocked. At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron in his hands suddenly shook. Buzz! A deafening sound resounded through the 9 heavens. The fist-sized mountain and river cauldron burst out a terrible power that shocked the heavens, showing the supreme power to suppress the mountains and rivers on earth. How could this be? Dongfang Wudi was really shocked. The mountain and river cauldron had been suppressed by him. He had isolated all the connections between the mountain and river cauldron and the outside world with his divine sense. How could Gu Fei still drive the mountain and river cauldron? Boom! At this moment, a mass of divine light rose from the mountain and river cauldron. In the divine light, there was a divine bead as bright as the sun. The terrible temperature burned the void and annihilated it. The next moment, a monstrous fire broke out on the divine bead, turning the area within a radius of 10 miles into a sea of fire. Wow! Chapter 876. Roar. In the sea of fire, Dongfang Wudi's heart-palpitating roar came out. The fire burned the sky, and the divine bead emitting endless fire stopped above the mountain and river cauldron, like a sun in the sky. The power of the true yang was mighty between heaven and earth. It was the phoenix marrow divine bead. The true yang divine fire burned the void, and even the air was ignited. The void was constantly collapsing and turning into nothingness. Dongfang Wudi had become a man of fire. His whole body was ignited by the true yang fire. This kind of fire was one of the most powerful flames in the world. It was the exclusive divine fire of refining weapons of the Supreme Path Saints, and it could even smelt immortal materials. Traces of fire were constantly burning into Dongfang Wudi's body, evaporating his qi and blood, burning his body, and penetrating into his internal organs. Dongfang Wudi's body was burning inside and out. However, Dongfang Wudi was not burned to ashes by the true yang divine fire at once. Divine light gushed out of his body, trying to resist the burning of the divine fire. However, it was all in vain. Dongfang Wudi's divine power was ignited and was rapidly draining. Buzz! In the end, there was a loud sound from Dongfang Wudi's body. A golden divine bell emerged from his body, protecting him as he rushed out of the sea of fire. The true yang fire would never be extinguished. Only the supreme Yin true water in the world could extinguish it. Even a little spark would burn people to ashes and destroy their body and soul. Dongfang Wudi had many secret treasures on him. The golden divine bell only lasted for a few breaths in the divine fire before it melted in the divine fire. At this time, all his clothes had turned to ashes, and his bones were burned out. His body was as black as charcoal, but he still did not die. Just a moment ago, he was high-spirited and arrogant, but now he was burned by the divine fire and almost died. He was extremely miserable. The situation had reversed so quickly that it was incredible. Humph! I said, you are not qualified to kill me. Gu Fei said in a deep voice. He had long since retreated far away. The true yang flame was something that even he, who possessed an abnormally strong physique, could not endure. Even though he was standing far away, the boundless heat emitted by the true yang fire made him feel as if his entire body was on fire, and the blood in his body felt like it was about to be ignited. Even Gu Fei was in such a state. One could imagine how badly Dongfang Wudi, whose whole body was ignited by the divine fire, had suffered. Wow! Dongfang Wudi, who rushed out of the sea of fire, roared and rushed to the black mountain in front of him, which was surging with yin qi. At the same time, another jade pendant rushed out of his body, which had been almost burned into charcoal. A vast ocean-like water elemental power surged out from the jade pendant. Countless runes appeared, as if a sea had suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The monstrous water poured down on Dongfang Wudi. However, even so, the vast and boundless power of water could not extinguish the true yang fire on Dongfang Wudi's body, and the water vapor was quickly evaporated. Soon, the endless runes dissipated in the true fire, and the jade pendant broke into pieces. The monstrous power of water disappeared in the void, as if it had never appeared. Several powerful secret treasures rushed out of Dongfang Wudi's body. He wanted to use the power of the secret treasures to extinguish the divine fire on his body, but all the secret treasures finally collapsed in the divine fire. Boom! At this time, the phoenix marrow divine bead floating over the mountain and river cauldron began to sink down, and then sank into the mountain and river cauldron. The divine fire all over the sky disappeared. Gu Fei waved his hand, and the mountain and river cauldron flew back to him and fell into his hand. It's not yours. Even if I give it to you, you won't be alive to enjoy it. Gu Fei stared at the figure in front of him, who was rushing to the black mountain in the distance, and said in a deep voice. It had to be said that Dongfang Wudi was really powerful. After being burned by the divine fire for so long, he still did not die. Of course, at this time, Dongfang Wudi had been burned by the divine fire beyond recognition. His whole body was covered in flames. The divine fire, like maggots attached to the bones, had burned into his internal organs, burning his divine power and igniting his spirit. The true yang divine fire was the supreme yang fire bred by the earth, not the sun fire emitted by the sun above the sky. The true yang divine fire contained the essence of phoenix, so it could be called the phoenix divine fire. The ancient primordial divine beast phoenix was the most powerful existence in the world. Once the phoenix divine fire came out, there was nothing it could not burn. Even a supreme saint would be shocked when he encountered it. The moment he was touched by the divine fire containing the essence of phoenix, Gu Fei already knew that Dongfang Wudi's fate was doomed. There was no suspense. He put away the mountain and river cauldron, and then chased after Dongfang Wudi unhurriedly. Finally, only a few miles away from the Black Mountain, Dongfang Wudi fell from the sky unwillingly. The true yang fire had burned his bones and evaporated all his divine power. Boom! A ball of flame fell from the sky and smashed into a thriving woodland, instantly igniting the trees in the forest, causing a towering fire. Many barbaric beasts rushed out of the forest. In the end, Dongfang Wudi's soul fluctuation gradually weakened, and then completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Shen King, who was in the celestial being realm, ended up in a miserable state, with both his body and soul destroyed. The divine fire was still burning, leaving a human-shaped ashes on the ground. Under the burning of the true yang divine fire, it was difficult for everything on Dongfang Wudi's body to be preserved. Gu Fei came to the sky, reached out his hand, and an ancient cauldron the size of a fist appeared in his hand, floating above his palm. As soon as the ancient cauldron appeared, the sun divine fire burning on the ground immediately flew up, turned into flames, and went into the mountain and river cauldron. This black mountain. After taking back the true yang divine fire, Gu Fei's eyes fell on the black mountain in front of him, which was surrounded by black qi and vastine qi. It was definitely not a coincidence that Dongfang Wudi lured him here. Was there a place of great danger ahead, or was it a trap set by Dongfang Wudi? Dongfang Wudi had been burned to ashes by the true yang fire, and no one came to answer Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei did not want to take risks. He turned around and left. Whether it was a place of danger or a trap, Dongfang Wudi was dead. Gu Fei did not want to rush in when he knew it was dangerous. An ancestor of the Dongfang family died. If it was outside, it would definitely cause a sensation in the cultivation world of the Tinglong continent. Gu Fei had pierced the sky. In the eastern land, the Dongfang family could compete with the forces of the remote antiquity. It was rumored that there was more than one ancestor in the Dongfang family who had awakened. Otherwise, the Zhao family of the remote antiquity would not be so afraid of the Dongfang family. Shen King, who was in the celestial being realm, was just like an ant in front of the powerful figures in the world. He could kill a large number of them with a casual attack. However, the Zhao family did not attack the Dongfang family. In this world abandoned by the people of the remote antiquity, the death of Shen King, who was in the celestial being realm, was not a big deal. Moreover, no one knew that it was Gu Fei who burned Dongfang Wudi to death with the true yang divine fire. There was no chance for a big wave to be set off. After identifying the direction, Gu Fei used the desolation steps and headed for the area where the passage of the ancient heaven gate was located. It was impossible for him to compete with the powerful figures in the world for the divine weapon of the Great Path. It had been a long time since he entered this abandoned world, and it was time to leave. During this trip to the remote antiquity world, Gu Fei had probably gained the most. Not only did he get the Phoenix Marrow Divine Bead and the Dragon Primordial Divine Bead, but he also refined his own weapon. Of course, this weapon was just a sword billet, and it was still far from being fully formed. However, even so, it had already shown power that was not weaker than the divine weapon of the powerful figures. Even the bronze divine furnace that Dongfang Wudi took out was smashed. This was a divine weapon with unlimited development potential, and it could grow into a divine weapon of the Great Path. Just as Gu Fei burned Dongfang Wudi to death, in a mountain, Shaoqing, Balon, and He Tian were stopped by someone. The person who stopped Shaoqing and the others was a black-haired young man who showed off his ability. There was a faint divine light on the young man's body. He was a divine arts practitioner. Little guy from the Jiang family, what do you mean by this? He Tian walked forward casually and said to the young man who stopped them. The person who stopped Shaoqing and the others was the young divine king of the Jiang family of the remote antiquity era. I didn't enjoy the battle that day, and I don't want to have any regrets. The young divine king of the Jiang family ignored He Tian and looked at Shaoqing indifferently. In his eyes, there seemed to be only Shaoqing, and he ignored He Tian and Balon. The young divine king of the Jiang family was very powerful. He stopped Shaoqing and the others just to have another battle with Shaoqing. When Shaoqing heard this, his expression didn't change much. Just like what the young divine king of the Jiang family had said, he didn't enjoy the battle that day either. In that case, let's have another battle. Shaoqing didn't think much and accepted the challenge of the young divine king of the Jiang family. He and the young divine king of the Jiang family weren't enemies, and there were no grudges between them. Both of them saw each other as the strongest opponents since they started cultivating. They were both well-known figures in the younger generation, promising and brilliant. They were both geniuses. When such powerful people met, there would definitely be a battle. A powerful aura immediately burst forth from the body of the young divine king of the Jiang family. It was as if a god that had been hiding in his body had awakened. Roar! A dragon's roar came faintly from the void. Shaoqing didn't dare to be slow and circulated the power of the true dragon. An aura that wasn't any weaker than the young divine king of the Jiang family burst forth from his body, and an illusory shadow of a dragon appeared indistinctly around him. The dragon's aura was vast and mighty, and all the strange beasts in a radius of 100 miles became uneasy. Some of the wild beasts even escaped into the depths of the mountains. He Tian and Balon looked at each other and retreated. Chapter 877. Shaoqing against the Jiang family's young divine king. This was definitely a fierce battle. He Tian and Balon both retreated far away to avoid being affected. Both of them were extremely talented, especially the young divine king of the Jiang family. He had surpassed the immortal realm and became a divine king at the first layer of the mystic transformation realm. The title of Jiang family's young divine king was not for nothing. He had this strength. As for little Qing, during this period of time, her cultivation level had also increased rather quickly. She was already a 7th or 8th firmament immortal god great demon. However, there was still quite a gap between her and the Jiang family's young divine king. The difference of a major realm was like a world apart. They could not be compared at all. However, Shaoqing was not an ordinary great demon. He was a demon dragon that had cultivated the power of a true dragon. Just based on this point, he was enough to compete with the Jiang family's first firmament divine king. The two people were facing each other. No one made the first move. A dragon's shadow faintly appeared on Shaoqing's body. There was a faint and illusory dragon circling around him. The aura of a true dragon made the birds and beasts within a few hundred miles tremble with fear. This was an innate advantage. In ancient times, once a true dragon appeared, all beasts bowed their heads. Although it was only a trace of a true dragon's aura, it was enough to intimidate the nearby savage beasts. Meanwhile, there were stars flashing around the Jiang family's young divine king. It was as if a universe was evolving, as if it was facing another world. It gave people an incomparably oppressive feeling. When He Tian saw this scene, he could not help but be moved. The divine ability that the Jiang family's young divine king displayed seemed to be the divine ability of a ruthless person in ancient times. This divine ability has reappeared again? He Tian was very shocked. The soul fire in his skull was constantly pulsating, emitting intense soul undulations. Balan saw He Tian's strange behavior, but he did not know what happened. He could not help but be suspicious, thinking that this guy was going to play some tricks again. He Tian's temperament was very similar to old tortoises. Both of them were experts at sneak attacks and making the final decision. They were never willing to suffer losses and would always want to keep the treasures for themselves. Rumble, just at this moment, heaven and earth trembled. The earth undulated violently like LNG. Shaoqing and the Jiang clan's young divine king's aura rose to the peak. The dragon silhouette around Shaoqing became even clearer. The true dragon Qi was vast and mighty, as if a supreme dragon emperor had descended. His long green hair danced wildly in the wind, and his battle intent was like a rainbow. As for the little divine king of the Jiang clan, his eyes were like two cold stars, emitting a dazzling divine light. His entire being seemed to have fused with the universe. "It's starting," He Tian said. "Who do you think is stronger?" Balan asked. The aura of the Jiang family's young divine king made his heart palpitate. A divine king at the first layer of the mystic transformation realm was too powerful. Although Balan was a peak immortal god expert at the 9th layer of the immortal god realm, he was nothing in front of the Jiang clan's young divine king. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. He Tian didn't say anything. His attention was focused on the Jiang clan's young divine king. The other party's divine ability moved him and made him recall many things. Boom! There was a sudden tremor in the sky. A ball of sun-like divine light suddenly descended without any warning and descended towards Shaoqing below. Boundless heat poured down from the ball of divine light, causing the void to distort from the heat. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out. It was really like a red sun falling from the sky. This is really. At this moment, He Tian no longer had any doubts. The Jiang clan's young divine king had really cultivated the divine ability of that person from the ancient times. The divine ability of that ruthless person was famous even in the ancient times when there were many experts in the world. It was known as the strongest and most terrifying divine ability below the extreme saint realm. Once this terrifying divine ability was used, it would immediately turn the land into a barren land of 10,000 miles. All life would be cut off. Even in the current mortal world, there was still an ancient legend about this ruthless person. Swoosh! Shaoqing took a step forward and soared into the sky. In an instant, he rushed 10 miles away and dodged the attack. His speed was so fast that it left people speechless. It was not inferior to Gu Fei's desolate steps. Dragon God steps. He Tian was moved again. Although he knew that Shaoqing was the old turtle's disciple, he had been with Gu Fei's group for a long time. He more or less knew the old turtle's background. The old turtle was the eldest among the 9 sons of the dragon. The old turtle had the purest true dragon bloodline in the world and grasped the supreme of the dragon clan. He did not expect the old turtle to pass down this ancient dragon clan battle skill to Shaoqing. The desolate steps was the human clan's supreme footwork and a supreme battle skill. On the other hand, the dragon god steps was the dragon clan's supreme life-slaying technique. It could also display extreme speed. Rumble, the divine radiance that looked like a red sun descended. The ground collapsed and the void collapsed. The place where Shaoqing was standing just now immediately disappeared. The ground was collapsing and the entire area was shaking violently. Cracks that looked like abysses extended far away. It was extremely terrifying. Grand sun illuminates the sky, shatter the heavens. The Jiang clan's young divine king shouted. The descending, red sun, immediately flew up from the ground and chased after Shaoqing. Wherever the red sun passed, the void turned into nothingness. It emitted a terrifying fluctuation that even shattered the heavens and earth. It truly displayed the supreme divine might that could shatter the heavens. Humph! Shaoqing sneered. This time, he did not dodge. He directly threw out a punch. The dragon chi was vast and mighty. A huge dragon rushed out from Xiaoqing's fist. Boom! The true dragon fist force that little Qing had unleashed fiercely collided with the red sun that had chased after it, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. Terrifying energy ripples spread out in all directions, and the void immediately collapsed. The red sun and the dragon-shaped fist energy dissipated high up in the sky. Xiaoqing flew out and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The Jiang clan's young divine king did not have it easy either. He took a dozen steps back. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble violently. The Jiang clan's young divine king was also affected. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The first head-on clash between the two did not seem to determine who was stronger. Neither could truly suppress the other. With the power of the true dragon, Xiaoqing was able to fight against the Jiang clan's young divine king. All right. The Jiang clan's young divine king soared into the sky and arrived in front of Xiaoqing. At this moment, the vast energy ripple that descended from the sky caused the ground to shake violently. A nearby mountain peak collapsed. Again.